walk now. You better walk, walk, walk straight. You better walk, walk, walk straight. Hey, keep your head held high. Hey, don't let them push you down. 'Cause in understand it, but everything seems brighter now than before. I don't know why I feel this way, but every time I hear your name, all my worries disappear, yeah. It's all because of you. I feel the way I do. You make my dreams come true, yeah. It's all because of you, because of you, because of you. And I don't fall in love so easily, 'cause I don't wear my heart up on my sleeve. Yeah. I don't know if you feel the same, but every time I hear your name, my worries disappear. It's all because of you, yeah. I feel the way I do. You make my dreams come true, yes you do now. It's all because of you, because of you, because of you.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX manhunt at Geoguessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Aloha, I'm Oli Carvalho. Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life.
giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride to know that we are giving back to our own oceans.
Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
Geoguessr World Cup partners are Opera GX, Alienware, Shiba, Google Pixel, and Michela.
That is right, everybody. We are indeed ready to go. Welcome back to the Geoguessr World Championship 2025 Open Majors and Wildcards. Yesterday, we kicked things off with the Open Majors, or the start of the Open Majors, and today we will do the same with the Wildcards. The action delivered on all fronts yesterday, and no doubt today will be the same. My name is Parla. I'm still one of your Geoguessr desk host, talent, etc., and I'm still joined on the desk by GC. How's it going, brother?
Hello, Parla. I'm very good. Thrilled to be back for day 2 of this Geoguessr weekend. Yeah. Lineup of players today looks fantastic, so extremely excited.
Yeah, any general thoughts on how yesterday played out, how today might compare Open Majors versus the Wildcards?
I think maybe the players we have today just have that little bit more polish all around in terms of their game. I mean, the players yesterday were absolutely incredible, but this lot just maybe bringing even more consistency to the table. Players we're much more familiar with, having seen them in prior World Championships and the regionals, so very exciting.
GC, great points. Why don't we take a look at our World Championship format, remind everybody at home exactly what has been going on. So yeah, we've been calling it the road to Copenhagen, and what a journey it has been. We've had that World League running, we had our APAC majors, our Americas majors, and of course our EMEA majors, which was just a couple weeks ago. Rory, we were both there. It was a good time, wasn't it?
It was a great time.
Yeah.
Great time.
And then we had the start of our Open Majors yesterday, and we have our Wildcards today. And of course, we will cap things off with that World Championship in August 29th to the 30th at KB Hallen in Copenhagen. You can also see on screen now our qualified for majors players. So how the APAC majors, the Americas majors, and the EMEA majors played out. Some true heavy hitters in those lineups, GC.
Very much the case. Yeah, huge names there. Your Amons, your Radus,
Amons and Radus.
Yeah.
Talking Radus, still top of the table. He performed so well across the World League and, of course, in that Americas qualifier also. And yeah, everybody on screen right now, you can see our overall 2025 ranking. So our top 13 on the left-hand side of the grid, middle of the screen. Those are all players headed to Copenhagen. They've already booked their spots. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see our wildcards. So the players that will be competing today. Well, a lot of, I would say, primarily familiar names, and then perhaps some names that are newer to the scene, or to people like myself that don't necessarily know everybody.
Yeah, no, lots of very familiar names there. Zigzag right up at the top, maybe being the most familiar of all, and he'll be kicking us off against Karania. And the way it works is it's seeded, so 14th will play 29th, 15th plays 28th, and so on and so forth.
Indeed. Thank you, Rory, for those details. Rory, G challenges, GC. I'm still, workshopping exactly which way I want it to be.
Just go with your gut every time.
All right, wicked. You know what my gut is saying right now? Let's remind everybody at home how Geoguessr is played. We know, of course, so many of you at home are tapped in. A lot of you will be expert players yourself, but for those of you that aren't aware, Geoguessr is a very simple game, but with a very high skill ceiling. You get dropped onto the earth, onto Street View, and you have to figure out where you are. GC, anything else to add?
You do. No, you're dropped somewhere, you look around or you move around depending on the format, and then you use the map to place your guess, and it gives you points based on how close you are.
Exactly. Talking format, we can take a look at our game modes. We have Move, where players can move freely with no restrictions. Then we have no move, where only panning and zooming is available. And then, of course, NMPZ if we get to a Game 5, where there's no moving, panning, or zooming. It's just, to put it simply, a still image. We play in a best of 5 format. Move, no move, no move, NMPZ. And there we go. That's pretty much a hashed explanation of how competitive Geoguessr goes for all of you at home that did not know already. You can see up on screen now our schedule for today as well. We'll have 10 matches. 10 matches that are certainly going to be heating up the server. And we're going to kick things off with a bang very shortly with Zigzag versus Karania.
Yes, no, great game coming up. Loads of great games coming up.
Yeah,
down the list.
so many names here that I recognise.
It feels like just yesterday we watched all the EMEA players play. I wonder if that recency will affect things, maybe.
I think the only ones that I'm not too familiar with would be Malfunction versus Trctor, and then maybe Sadzu and V89. Every other name there, these are players that have been at least been at this level of the circuit for a solid year and a half now.
Yeah, no, you're right, yeah. But those 4 you mentioned, Malfunction, Trctor, Sadzu, V89, all very, very, very good players, and they'll show us their skills today.
I'm excited to see how they play and to get to know these new faces, or at least new faces to me. Rory, with that said, why don't we introduce our cast? Well, this is perhaps the wrong terminology, because we're all casting, we're all desk hosting. There's some extra analysis going on as well. We're switching roles here, but let's bring in our current casters as well and say hello to Toby and Geoguessr.
Thank you so much, UK lads, on the desk. Always great with a little brief intro here to start the day, to start this show. Yes, I'm Toby, joined by Geoguessr. And Geoguessr, my man, today, you got the stretches in, ready for yet another day of 10 BO5 Geoguessr games?
I am absolutely ready. Another tight schedule, another day full of great gameplay. I mean, we have the best of the best. We have the World League players today.
We really do. See them here on screen. Zigzag sat ready to play against his countryman Karania, both playing from far away from Sweden, almost polar opposite side of the planet, but both equally ready to get this going, knowing what's on the line, knowing what they're playing for, a spot at the World Championship.
Yeah, especially Zigzag. He was also at the risk, but still had somewhat of a chance depending on the outcome on the EMEA. Didn't get lucky enough there, so he has to still fight for it.
It's always awkward when you do as much as you can, but then you're in a position where you're relying on other players' results to make it through. And as you said correctly, EMEA panned out in a way that he just exactly missed out.
Yeah, you ideally should always expect the worst outcome in those situations, because it's not great to have those high hopes and get disappointed.
But here we go. Good morning, everyone. Good evening, or in the late nights, wherever you may be in the world. Welcome to yet another day of this Geoguessr Super Weekend. We are kicking things off here. It is moving. I mean, you guys know this by now. You've been following the scene for long. And if you haven't, if you're new here, use the chat. People are so friendly, so helpful in informing everyone on what's going on and what's happening. So if you're confused about anything that we say or what's going on, ask your fellow community members and they will enlighten you as we get going here with round number 1.
A great community. A great community. You will always get the help you need. We grow together doing that. Starting off in India, something we have seen a lot of times. First round Indias have been something we've seen yesterday a lot. Today,
Rural India as well. Mountainous India, limited to no info. I mean, Zigzag, a guy that we know has kind of transitioned into playing a faster playstyle this time around. Game 1, letting it run all the way down to 0 there on each their side of the country. And it's going to be a little bit further down towards south. So a 900 damage round 1. Still,
hey, that's something.
Still something. Still something to kick things off here.
Zigzag also someone who learned India very, very early on when it came out. I remember him grinding it, but it got so much more coverage nowadays, which makes it, of course, also way harder to learn all of that. Now we should be in North America. Looks like the US. We have some front plates. We can rule out a couple states with that.
Zigzag instantly going towards the east of Massachusetts.
Yeah, seems like he used the license plate for that. In Massachusetts, you have a red tint on the license plate.
Karania is in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania usually doesn't have front plates, and right state for Zigzag there.
There you go. decent dish of damage in round 1, straight back in the face of Karania for round number 2. Zigzag getting repositioned. A reminder for everyone as we start a long day of Geoguessr. Sit right in your chair, posture check 101, and let's get this game going into round 3.
Yep, and we have an instant zoom into Misiones province. A province that's known to have like this very, very red soil. And it somewhat transitions into the pavement as well, where you have this dark pavement. Still a somewhat bigger region in Misiones, as we see. Even though they are both in the right province, that's 900 damage.
It is. It fools you sometimes, these huge countries in South America, thinking, well, we were in the same state, like what? And then you almost fall apart in rounds like those. But here we go, into round number 4. Karania with the lead, at least for now.
Yep, and both players take a good look before they move, which is something I respect, which is something I tend to do when I play. Just make sure you don't miss out anything on the spawn.
Is that a state-specific, right there on the corner of the guardrail?
Yeah, we have a diamond. This is more state-specific, which we see on the sign here. It's the small plates on it. You get that in Vermont, New York, mostly. Also New Hampshire.
Karania is all the way up in Maine, now going down towards the New Hampshire border. We'll see who's going to be closer on this one. This is going to be Zigzag. So back and forth we go with these rounds here. And once again, a tight game they're playing.
Yeah, so far Zigzag playing good on the US rounds.
Yeah, definitely.
Probably something he has also looked more into. It's a big country with a lot of stuff to learn, actually.
Definitely.
It offers a lot of stuff to learn. You have a lot of state-specific clues which you can learn and pick up.
Karania looking for the antenna here. Is there any specific? Is he counting the rings on the antenna? What's happening here?
Probably. There's a lot of clues contained in the antennas in Russia, depending on the length, whether it's blurred, how many wires you have, in which direction the wires go. There's a lot you can pick up from those.
Anything can be a meta if you study it hard enough. I feel like that's that's a perfect showcasing of it. And
that is right.
Zigzag first to zoom in. It's going to go right down towards Kharkiv, towards the border of Ukraine. Karania is still yet to open the map with 10 seconds left to play, but once again a round where both of them take their time here.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the antennas, but based on the landscape, those rolling hills, you see them a lot along the border there.
Yeah. Let's see, timer. It's going to run all the way down to 0. They are even in scores right now, and even in locations as well, sat just 80 kilometers from one another. But of course, multipliers are slowly starting to ramp up, so that's a 600 damage hit to Zigzag.
Yeah, so far we had like really those big countries, India, US, Russia, to start off. If we were later into the game, it could have already made way more damage than this, but it's a good warm-up for both of these players.
Definitely. Misleading, you're in a car park, but it's assigned to golf. Do you think that's the car parked over there, or is the sport? You never know.
Would be interesting to have the car model written on the side there.
Exactly. Very specific, exclusively golf dealership. Zigzag centering up in Slovakia. You have Karania further west towards Bratislava. Now he's going to join him as well.
Yeah, especially with those industrial complexes, you get them more towards the west in the country, where you also have the bigger cities.
We have a city name written on Karania's vision there as well. Just a bit off to the side. Both once again very similar in their guesses. 74 damage is all she wrote in round 6 as we head in now to round number 7 out in the open once more.
Round number 7 it is. First glance, this looks like Oman to me. We had that yellow plate there as well. Looks like out there. Kind of interesting, kind of unique looking.
This location has all the palms of Oman. I feel like 90% of the Oman rounds you get is just desert.
Yeah. We also have some mountains in the distance, which could confirm it. You get a lot of mountains. Yeah, it is fairly flat, and the mountain ridge goes along the north in a straight line. Whereas further north in the country, you would have the mountains in the south of you.
Yep.
So that's how these players pick up that we probably are more likely in the south.
Sa-la-la-la-la-la is where we're headed, and wow, great put down by Karania.
Won't amount
to much damage, but first 5k of the day.
5k of the day. Love to see that in the first game.
Yes, sir. do indeed a location that many would have maybe had a hard time with. Karania makes easy work of it, finds himself a 5k, and gets into round number 8, still ahead.
Was a quick one, as we head over. We have assigned to Oulu, but it is pretty far, unless it was a camera glitch.
Yeah.
It was a 3-digit number. I would believe that it is a camera glitch.
You'd have to imagine, but a lot of information available here in this intersection. A lot of signs, but question of course being, are they big enough cities? You can get something 97 kilometers you have there.
We also have Geoguessr.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Geoguessr,
I hope I didn't butcher it. Which is also a somewhat bigger city, so we should be somewhere between that and Oulu. Now we get on a main road, which you always love to see, and a big body of water is also something you can use. A bit less than Finland, where you have a lot of big bodies of water.
Oh, there's a lake. I know where we are.
But in terms of like lighting up the road and using the body of water, it can help.
Definitely. You have Karania out on the E75 going up towards the north. Zigzag is trying to stay somewhat center, a bit further down towards the south. And oh my, once again, Karania. Perfect play by him. And Zigzag now sat back against the wall at 1,000 health coming into round 9.
That is a very, very strong hit considering the information we had on the round.
Yet another potential Scandinavia round. We see here the house is very Swedish looking. And Zigzag is going to play fast. Back to the true and tested. We have high Maltese, and in Sweden, you're so limited in what you're going to get here anyway.
Yeah, especially in a suburb like this, it's very hard to regen guess. So he does use that to maybe turn the game around.
Yeah. Like we're seeing both their guesses on the south side of Stockholm, and it's going to be further up towards the north. This could be enough to call it for game number 1. Indeed, it will be. Zigzag falls. Karania up 1-0.
Yeah, Zigzag is known to have his strengths more on the no-move NMPZ game mode.
Oh, yes.
So I think he's still locked in. He knows that's not his strongest
Zigzag, it's not BO1. My man, you're still in the game. Come back.
Hey, it's the best of 5. You better come back, Zigzag.
He was like, you know what? Nope. I'm done. I lost to a fellow countryman. I can't have this.
In shambles.
I would have... Nah, he's back in the chat now. There you go. There you go. Just had to go out, shake it off.
Yeah, take a quick walk.
Usually when we say shake it off, it's like mental shaking. He had to actually go off camera, go and then get back in his chair again. I like it. I respect it. In here now, no move, as you said, more home turf territory for Zigzag to play.
Yep. No move in this Aussie matchup. Should we switch to an Aussie accent, Toby?
You know what? By all means, go ahead. I think I would insult more people than I would.
You want me to start?
That I would entertain. So, so you just do that, my man.
I guess I will also pass. I don't want to embarrass myself.
Other
if we do it
accents
together,
I can
it's
do.
fine. But
yeah, other accents I can. I mean, kind of do, but Australian man. Nope, can't do it. Wait, is there a sky glitch or like a?
There is. Yeah, it's somewhat of a rift. You could call it.
You call them a sky rift, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you get them occasionally here and there. Nothing the players really learn because it is kind of random. But yeah, those green parts indicate those valleys in Peru, where it's like super green with the deserty mountains along it.
Wow.
Karania is in the right one.
I mean, he woke up. I mean, obviously in Australia they've been awake for a little bit longer than we have, but he woke up warm today. He has been on fire right from the start. Zigzag, tough task ahead of him here to try and come back in this one.
Yeah, and that's a Karania we know. That's a Karania we expect to see, especially in the World League.
Yeah.
I feel like, and not only me, a lot of people felt like Karania did underperform in the World League. He's definitely a way stronger player than on paper.
And we heard it, I believe, from Bloom yesterday. He actually talked to Six and he said Karania is, I mean, on paper, just better than me, maybe. I mean, it's a tough opponent and dangerous to go up against number 1. So even if he's first seed against last seed, that Karania placement doesn't really showcase his actual skill set.
No, just looking at the stats can fool you. And especially in this case, I know for a fact that Karania is a very, very strong player.
Oh, yes.
Won't make it easy for Zigzag.
No means. Let's see. There's one close to one another. Found a lake down towards the south, but it's all the way up towards the north side of St. Louis.
Yeah, very interesting. You don't get too many locations up there. Most of the coverage is further south. And here we have the Dirt Car.
Dirt Car, which is found in...
It's like southeast of Newcomb, province in Argentina.
Exactly where Zigzag hovers down, Karania immediately to follow.
Yeah, along those roads, which are sometimes a bit harder to find. They show up pretty late, especially with the recent updates that have been made to the Google map.
Yeah, dirt roads ain't easy.
Nope. So let's see who will spot the right road lined up correctly. Karania locked it in already. Zigzag still taking his time.
Gonna let the timer run out here. We'll see who's gonna be closer on it. Equal distance or similar there too, once more. So damage won't be too big either. Both able to find again somewhat, or if not completely, unique vehicle makes it very, not very easy, but easier for these caliber players to log it in.
There was a time where you could catch your opponents off guard with that. Nowadays, everyone knows the
exactly.
dirty cars here and there.
Up until Dirt Cars Vietnam comes the next patch, and maybe we'll get some new difficulties.
I've seen some hazy cams, smudges, and all that.
What road was it again?
The Q something 70, no, 27.
My man Stilotrus was studying Vietnam all morning out of fear that might be dropped in this tournament today, but I would be very surprised. Very surprised if we saw any Vietnam coverage. For those you guys don't know, yes, Vietnam has been brought back in to the Google Maps live, so maybe a couple days, couple tournaments from now, we'll see some Vietnam locations in play.
Yeah, pretty sure we will see it soon enough. It's a pretty big country.
Definitely. A pretty big split between these two here as well. You have one on the southern side, but now finally, Zigzag able to make something happen. This is going to be a big hit as well. 2,500 damage towards Karania. Of course, still very much in this race, but a good blow for Zigzag.
Yeah, that's a strong hit. Bring him to half HP. Halfway into the game, as we move over to a very urban round in France, we have a lot of language and text. Both of these players are trying to filter out all these signs and look at the important stuff. We have an area code.
02.
Which is west of Paris.
I love that you're looking at me. You're not going to get any French area code information out of me.
You never know. I think that's one of the first area codes people learn. It's like 1 in Paris, and then it's a good split. It's like in the northwest, in the northeast, southwest, southeast.
Is there anything in the architecture here that you feel is regional? I mean, a lot of whites, but I feel like that's not necessarily southern, like Mediterranean could equally be in the north.
The more British the architecture gets, so like dark roofs and those chimneys on the sides, that's something you see more towards the northwest.
I mean, you have Karania all the way up in Kane, but Zigzag is playing more center on this one. This could be some big damage if one of them gets it right. We'll see. This is actually down towards the south. Nice hunch by Zigzag here to stay south. 2,000 damage again. So 3 or 2 rounds in a row, that's 4,500.
And that is very impressive because Zigzag clearly knew that that car traveled.
Oh, as they do, as they do.
Was in the right region for the area code.
Yeah.
But Zigzag caught that something was fishy there.
Instant lock Maran How. He looked at the pole and went for it right away. What does he see?
Yeah, there's no supports. The supports are missing, which you see more towards the northeast and also in Maranhão. In Brazil, a very good clue to use.
I mean, they're practically on top of each other in their positions here, so this shouldn't be too big of a round. Nonetheless, a round gone in favor of Zigzag. And you know what? No, it's just exactly not enough. I was gonna say, as we were saying right before, in Brazil, are you in the same state? It's not gonna be big. Well, with multipliers and under 1,000 health, it could be. And now Karania back against the wall.
Yeah, that was closer than it looked like. They were pretty much on the same spot, but even the states in Brazil are pretty big.
Assumed out Brazil can still include a couple 100 kilometers.
Could have happened there.
And now is where he wants to log it in. Like, even if it's not an overly tricky round for them here, they're both up towards Cordoba. Actually, it's going to be Karania logging in first.
Yeah, it is an easy country to get. We have a lot of clues for Argentina, but still somewhat rough to region guess, I would say.
Okay.
I don't know if the Cordoba guess is a safety hedge to cover a lot around it, but he's not in a spot for that.
Zigzag is further towards the west. It's going to be Karania closer. Decent sized hit with 4 times multipliers here as well, taking half health off of Zigzag's health bar. And again, Zigzag, man, you just need 1 round. At this point, 4 times multipliers, you just need 1 round. At any way, shape, or form closer, it almost cannot be under 98 damage.
Yeah, and that was a very important guess from Zigzag to be close enough to survive, because
for sure.
It can happen that you are like way further north or south in Argentina, in an urban environment like that.
Back
But
towards
we are
South America
back,
we
yes.
go. 3 rounds in a row now.
Tropical, we have that pole with the insulator.
Is that Santa Fe exclusive, or
There
they're
are
right on the
some
border?
poles that are province-specific,
Okay.
or at least you see them more
Yeah.
over there.
I mean, you have Karania actually a bit further towards the south here. And obviously, they can literally be 50 meters away from each other, and it could still be game if Zigzag wins, but a decent distance between them.
Yeah, the long stretch along the east of Argentina can look the same. It's always lush green flat.
Let's see.
So in those cases, there are a lot of 50-50s that can happen, and we see that split here.
10 seconds to go. Karania had 5 more seconds to work with. Ops to log it in. Zigzag is going to sit further up towards the north. This could very well be game. And it will be Zigzag able to bring it home. We're now sat 1-1.
1-1 it is, and it was even way further north to both players.
Sigh of relief.
Yeah,
Sigh of
definitely
relief for
not,
Zigzag.
not an easy round by any means.
So representing Chicago Geoguessr with the cow shirt, let's see
Yeah.
the hoodie there, been transported all the way to Australia. Love to see it. Our players supporting one another and getting the mission. You know what? I think that's sigh of relief for Zigzag. Big thing, and that is not only does he win the round, but had he gone 0-2 going back into moving, that could have been a 3-0 Karania.
Yeah, definitely. He doesn't really want that. And yeah,
There we
the
go,
big
though.
beef cow there. We also had yesterday Jamabi with the merch of Harrier. Everyone is wearing each other's merch. Love to see
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Gotta see it. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. They're all friends, or at least the majority of them are. Here we go. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. We're in Denmark, Nykøbing Sjælland, northwest side of Zealand. Northwest side up on the very tip. There's a lot of Nykøbings in Denmark. You have Nykøbing Falster, Nykøbing Mors, and they're on each their side of the country. Zigzag is going to be one island off to the west. I mean, if you hedge this, you're pretty much on point. It's on the very western tip of the eastern island. Assuming that, so if you go over towards the east a little bit, Zigzag got this on. It's going to be 10 damage anyway, but there you go.
Even playing it safe in the water.
There you go. Denmark in round 1. You know what? 78 damage. We'll take it. We'll take it. I finally get to cast the Denmark round. There you go. I didn't get a single one in the EMA major either.
True. It's like on your cast, finally.
And a place that we know
and
instantly.
Also, yeah, I was about to say, and also when you actually could make a shout out, love to see that.
Exactly. Nykøbing Sjælland represent. They have a very nice theme park.
And now they throw it over to me because we are in Germany.
So I 5 Kate. Now it's your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. About that.
Listen, I have no idea. So far, I've not seen any region-specific clue.
Well,
I mean, it's somewhat hilly. The hillier it gets, the more south you should be in the country, but yeah, it was still northern half, even.
One of those rounds where you hedge it, you go straight center, and there might be a good chance that you're going to be
they
correct.
could have done the same here, just click metal.
Yeah.
And still be close.
Worked out, damage gone the other way, so scores are pretty tied here once more. Not a whole lot of damage coming through thus far as we go into round number 3.
Round number 3 it is, and it looks like Greece. We have this double white line, which you very, very commonly found in Greece. The yellow signs as well, the black and white chevron, the language. So the country should be clear. Big body of water, also something you can't really make usage of in Greece.
Yeah.
Still a lot of parts that are possible, but they both decided to go south in the right direction.
There you go. Over towards the hard east.
And Karania was actually on it.
Yeah, he
didn't know whether to go there or all the way west. Played it safe, went in the middle, picked up some points. That's a fair play.
Too many coastlines to work with when you're in Greece.
You just max out the chances.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, more tricky location to come. Potentially.
Potentially, because we are in urban Russia. Now, urban Russia is a hunt for either area codes or ideally the city name.
Zigzag is quick to go northeast of St. Petersburg here. I'm not sure what he saw.
Yeah, the vegetation looks a bit more cold. We have those pine trees,
yeah,
which you should find more towards the north of the country rather than south. Also, birch trees are something you find more towards the north rather than south. But still, very, very big regions. You can't really commit anywhere with that.
Sure.
So these players are still on a hunt for something. We have phone codes here for Karania.
gonna go further down towards Moscow, so a bit of a divide between the two. Ooh, Zigzag, a big change here last second, going all the way down towards the Ukrainian border. And good job for doing so. Oh my, wow.
I don't even know what he used, what made him switch. It was somewhat out of nowhere.
I am not sure, because he was stood on a dirt road, thought better of it. How many times have we seen people second-guess themselves and end up losing big on rounds like that? This time around, not the case at all. Great turnaround for Zigzag.
Yeah, it works out very, very well for Zigzag. And he slams it instantly. We have that red Google car. Very, very commonly found in Ukraine.
And I love that tempo change as well. You just played a long round, you get a big lead up against your opponent, boom, you insta send next round to try and throw him off even further. It is going to be Karania though, nice readjustment on this one, not allowing for Zigzag to run away with the momentum. A big round too, 1700.
Yeah, and that's also something that's depending on the location and the country.
Yeah.
Whereas in Ukraine, it's more about learning the roads. Whereas in Russia, you learn a lot of more clues, like the Google car and the foliage. But in that case, I think he sent it instantly because it probably looked like a road you have seen before.
Here we go for all the bullet experts. You think you're in Poland, but you go, wait a minute, there's a mountain here. I see elves and orcs running down this hillside. Poland. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. We're in New Zealand.
Yep, you'll see me there pretty much every week.
Zigzag,
beautiful country.
Scanning lakes here. You see Karania doing the same thing, but first one to lock in is going to be Zigzag. Karania taking his time now, 10 seconds left.
Yeah, those flat valleys with very big mountains around it is something you see more in the south of the country.
They're not on the same lake here either, but it's Zigzag who gets it 300 meters off, almost 5k, and it is 600 damage. Good round for him. Thought the multipliers might ramp that up a bit more, but nonetheless, still ahead.
Yeah, Zigzag seems to be very locked in right now. He has made some very impressive guesses. And we are moving over to the next round. We are in Romania. We have those thick holy poles.
Good sign for Zigzag here. A lot of info available. Not sure if it gives you a city. I mean, you know you're
it's saying Mara Muresh, which I would assume is the place.
Could definitely be.
There are also more.
He's committing to this sign too. I mean, he's staying on here, has been for the half of the round. Karania, I'm not even sure he's seen it yet.
No, I think he passed it.
All went the other way. I didn't actually notice. I was looking at Zigzag's screen initially.
He's also moving north,
yeah.
So I would assume he also went the same way.
Could be now going back to his starting location. Didn't get a whole lot of it. Zigzag has really, he's committed 50 seconds to that sign.
Taking his time. I mean, the sign was a bit washed out, so it's kind of important to take a good look.
Definitely.
In case you missed something on that.
Such an interesting change of pace. You go from like 1 minute round into 1 second round into 1 minute round again. It's got to be hard on the side of Karania to know what to expect from his opponent here. Zigzag does take some damage. And now it's almost tying things up. 400 points separating the two coming into round 4. Oh, 8, sorry.
Yeah, and that's something you see a lot in moving games where these players really have to make a judgment based on every location how to play it out.
Yes.
Do I slam it instantly? Do I look at it? Do I move right, left, uphill, downhill? Ideally, you should always go downhill. But in some cases, if you're good enough, if you have a good feel, sometimes the not so obvious direction can help.
Down on the beachfront, water towards the south. A lot of options that's available. A lot of places that's available in too, but Zigzag has an area code. More info to go by goes all the way down the bottom of the boot.
Yeah, if you have water south, you usually consider all the way south towards Sicily, but the vegetation looks a bit more northern.
This is dangerous.
No, I didn't think that far north, but this is a big split.
Definitely is. It could very well be game, and it will be game. What a guess from Karania. Sets him up just outside of town, and that's game once more. Karania up 2-1.
Wow. As I said, the vegetation looked a bit more northern, but I didn't think it was that far north, and I also didn't expect Karania to make that guess over there. I mean, he was hesitant. He was waiting out the whole round to make that guess, and he got very, very precise.
Incredible round played by Karania. Again, probably the better of the two when it comes to moving. So now, obviously, with this 2-1 scoreline, Zigzag has to win. Not only here in No Move, but in NPC as well.
Yeah. Again, having the moving games off will help Zigzag probably to stay locked and stay focused, even though he's behind. And Karania is in the lead for now. but nothing is decided yet.
Not at all. Here we go into round number 1 of game number 4. We are in no move. They're stuck in place. All they see is these 2 guys, their 2 dogs, and poles.
Yep, and most importantly, the pole. We have those holy poles. A bit more narrow, these holes in Portugal. On the poles, which makes it a bit more distinct than other ones. Don't really know. In Portugal, you usually go more north, the more mountainous it gets. And I don't really see any here, so I really like the middle guess from both, where Zigzag moves a bit more south.
Yeah, each their side of Lisbon. It is a bit further towards the north, not what I guess you'd consider northern Portugal, but a bit further up there. So Karania gets the strike first.
Yeah, I would consider that as north, but then again, the further east towards the border it gets, the more tricky it is, because you have those rather flat parts towards that region in Portugal.
Downtown Manila is where Zigzag's gonna log in here. Felt good about it, went for it early on.
Yeah, Karania trying to read those abbreviations on that pole. There's a black box which usually tells you the town if you can't make it out. I can't really read it. I don't know if he's able to. They are both in there.
Yep, good round, small damage, but nonetheless maintaining that flawless. Keeping the momentum in his favor. As we now go out into the open in what could very well be a tricky round here. You have some hills there in the distance, but Scandinavia with limited to no info? What do you do here?
Yeah, the best information might be the long dashed lines.
Yeah.
But after that, you know that you're Norway, still a big country, still very hard to reach, I guess.
Yeah, Norway with rolling hills rather than mountains proper. But I mean, with where we are right now, there could be a mountain just on the other side of that bush. Like, you don't know. So it's dangerous with the narrow view that they have to base everything on the hill-like structure they have in on the northeast side.
Yeah, the vegetation definitely looks a bit more southern as a rule of thumb. We don't have those small trees. They all look pretty lush, green and big.
Yeah.
So it looks like it doesn't get that cold here.
We'll see. Karania locked in somewhat on the center of the country. Zigzag further down towards the south. And it is up by Karania. Incredible guess here once more.
Yeah, that's a very, very strong guess. That's usually an area that I avoid because there's getting less coverage there, and whenever I think, okay, it doesn't look like there, just avoid it. You usually commit more north or more south.
Play the odds.
So really good on Karania picking that up and still going there.
Run round to another, similar looking, but opposite side of the planet.
Is it?
Wait, are we in Norway with yellow lines?
Yes.
Is that a thing?
Looks like it.
We learn something new every day, chatters. I was sure we were in Canada.
Yeah, we have some countries with yellow lines in Europe. There's Norway, there's Finland. You see it in Greece a lot.
Out here messing with me in the midst of that, I know.
It can get tricky, especially if you start out. I mean, as a general rule, you always say yellow lines in the US.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Norway back to back, and let's see how they will end up now. Seems like
Zigzag
somewhat the same again. Zigzag a bit further south, Karania a bit further north.
I mean, Karania has literally gone to the exact same spot twice up towards Trondheim, and now it is down towards the south. Zigzag was like, wait, so it was Trondheim last round. It's gotta be again, but look at the damage here. Had he gone south the same way he did in that previous one, that would have been Karania in a very, very bad situation.
Yeah, he would have picked up the lead there.
Yeah, easily.
Went with the same guess. Now we are on into round 5, no move. We have these 3 sections on the license plate, which tells you that we should be in Indonesia.
But where?
But where?
No couple patterns.
I haven't seen one yet. Also no tiled roofs, which makes you lean away from Java. Kind of a flat landscape with valleys around. It's something I could see being in Sulawesi, where they both end up right now. Still a very big split within Sulawesi.
Definitely. Multipliers up at 3. Could be a costly round if one of them gets it right. And it's gonna be Zigzag, I think. Yes, a 5K lined up. Not sure what he saw, but he gets it right. Incredible round for him. And now even more so is where, had he gone south from that Norway, that would have been game right here. But nope, Karania is still alive.
Would have been game, and that was an insane guess by Zigzag.
Incredible.
And we are back in India, and this is older coverage.
Yeah.
We have the first car that we had when the coverage got released, so there's a good chance that Zigzag knows this. It's been a while since he made that practice, I know that.
But
will he remember?
Karania, Zigzag's further down towards the south.
Yeah, it's a pretty flat landscape, so I could see it being somewhere along the coast, but at the same time we have those chunky mountains, which usually I associate it more with the Pune region.
Okay.
Maharashtra, where you have those flat valleys with those big mountains.
Well, a lot of time is being spent here on the map. Not really any of them looking around in the area, more going, you know what, we got what we could get off of that. Now we're just going to look at mountain ridges. What do we have that looks similar to what we see here in the distance? 5 seconds left. Both a big split in between the Mumbai versus Ahmedabad. This could very well be game. Not going to be enough for game. Out towards the west we go, but still half health of Zigzag torn off, and now even else can be coming into round 7.
Yeah, that was not easy at all.
Not at all.
Especially for Gujarat standards. That round looked very, very difficult to me. And now we are in a big country, but we have fall coverage.
Ooh!
Oh, wait. Wait.
Zigzag is almost in Norway. Karania is almost in Japan, but now he's going further west. They're on their end of Russia right now.
I was about to say this should be where Zigzag is right now.
Okay.
But now that Karania zoomed into that region, I could see it.
Oh no.
So I'm not sure.
If you're in doubt, they might be in doubt, but now Karania is looking west as well. They're joining up. Imagine if this is east. Imagine if it is all the way out there. Does he go with his initial hunch or does he stay? 5 seconds to make up your mind, Karania. What's the play here? It's an even score. And it is on the western side.
Good switch. Good switch.
For the Karania fans out there. But look at that. Even though they're nearby, that's almost half health removed once more.
Yeah.
For the Karania fans out there, that was a shaky one.
And speaking of countries that Zigzag learned, Uruguay is one of them.
Yeah.
Not really a country a lot of players look into. It's a small country, no big points. But
well,
now
you say that.
Could be the spot where the grind could pay off for Zigzag.
Okay.
4.5 if he gets close enough.
Is this Karania knowing that Zigzag knows this world, so he goes for a quick guess?
It could be a reason.
Could be.
Karania knows that Zigzag learned it.
1,000 health left, 4.5 times multiplier timer running all the way down to 0. And it will be Karania closer, but will it be enough? 75 kilometers dividing the two? No, not yet. They're both tied once more into round 9. This could not be any closer.
And we are getting thrown back into Russia.
Wow.
With the winter coverage.
No move as well.
They should, again, end up in the same rough region in the country.
Okay.
It's not a lot of places, like south of Moscow-ish, all the way to the south.
But
to the Caucasus Mountains, though.
1,000 health and 5 times multis.
Yeah, I mean, even though they will both know the rough region, there's still enough room to end this out.
Easy game ender here. We'll see what's going to end up happening. Karania, as you said, south side of Moscow is where he's looking initially. Zigzag is down towards the Ukrainian border. Karania is further east in Volgograd.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of things you can learn about the winter coverage. There are some cities where you have snow visible, some with less snow visible, a little bit of snow, you know. If you have practiced that, it can come in clutch.
Looking at Volgograd, looks like he's going to stay. Zigzag is further towards the west. Now he's going a bit out of town here. It's the log-in for both. It is further towards the west, and this should be practically null damage. 15 kilometers between the two. But still, 15 kilometers is 200 damage.
That's 200
Goes
for you.
to show, and now round 10. Zigzag, you have to win this to stay alive. 200 points between the two of you.
We have a very, very fast zoom into the map from Karania. Plunks it down immediately. I was thinking that he will send it, but he's taking a sweet time. This is not something you can just slam down and send because he has to be cautious about it.
Round number 10. No matter what, this game will end here. Whoever has the most points after this round will win. So Zigzag needs to do at least, 280 some damage to Karania in order to win this. And we just saw that 15 kilometers was 200 damage. So they can be practically on top of one another. And Zigzag could still win.
Yeah, and once again, we have a good clue. I think there's some sugarcane in the distance, which you see commonly along the east of Mexico. But as we already said, with 5.5, that's still a very long stretch.
Karania is first in west of Tabasco. Oh, Zigzag is looking
Zigzag
there as well. He's going further
east.
east.
Regret it.
He's going further towards the east now, committing to it. Let's see if he's going to be there or not. It's going to be him closer, but... That's enough! Zigzag is alive! Wow!
Ooh, what a switch!
They were both at 1,000 or lower, and none of them hit 0. That's how close they were. NMPC, we're coming.
What an important switch from Zigzag to commit further east there and secure the win that he needed. Otherwise, it would have been game.
What a finish. And we ain't even done yet. And remember, everyone, this is game number 1 of 10 matches played today. Of course, the winner of this match, if my math is right, should be playing again today, later tonight in the first quarterfinals. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here. NMPC, Zigzag's home turf territory. Anything can happen, though. Karania is a very capable player.
Yeah, this is definitely where Zigzag feels more comfortable with. NMPC is really his mode.
Yeah, one of the two will be eliminated from the tournament. Their chance of World Championship gone after this NMPC game. What do you think?
It looks like they are taking their time. Not something you see a lot from Zigzag.
True.
He's usually the guy who slams it down immediately, especially on NMPC, where he knows that the opponent will not see much more anyway.
It's almost as if there's something big on the line here.
Yeah.
And maybe one of those locations where it could be multiple places, so has to go over it. You see New York, Karania, between New York and New Hampshire is where he's gonna lock in, or Vermont, I should say, actually. Zigzag is still just over in Canada.
I mean, different countries, still somewhat close to each other. And in round 1, it shouldn't be too much of a decider, but that's a great guess.
Out in the middle of the woods, 26 kilometers out.
That's insane.
Oh, what a start. What a start.
Round like that, that's an insane guess.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Here we go. Fields on the right, bushes on the left, dirt road right down the middle. What are you thinking here, Gelotris?
In first glance, I was thinking that we are in Europe.
Okay.
We have some corn. I don't know why the soil is so reddish. Something I do associate with like dirt roads and corn is Austria, Eastern Austria, but it doesn't really look like it. Maybe we are more towards Hungary then, whereas the rolling landscape doesn't make sense for that. I am so confused, but so are they, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking their time, that's for sure. No one even looking at the map yet. They're theoretically hovering Africa, but I don't think you have to say that. Oh, Zigzag clicking Europe, going America, but you have Karania towards the German-Danish border. This is going to be huge. Ohio versus Eastern Germany. Who is going to be right on this one? Last second changes, not going to happen. US versus Germany. And we are in the US! Zigzag able to take it, won't be game. Oh, it will be game! It will be game! Zigzag comes back. It was a 2-0 game, but brings it back 3-2.
Oh my God.
And commiserations to Karania. What an incredible game played by him as well. But Zigzag, in the end, will move on to the quarterfinals.
We are just starting out into the game with a match like that, Toby.
I was like, today, we're going to start off easy. I'm not going to go too wild on my voice here. We're going to stay alive for the last games, but they just wouldn't let us do that. Oh my lord. The no-move finish into this NMPC, continents apart. Wildcards, man, they're wild for a reason.
Yeah, not only the players need to get warm, we also need to get warm, but starting off with a game like that, that was incredible. And as soon as we had that NMPZ mode, I was for certain Zigzag is gonna crush on that, and not only on the Canada round, but also on the US round. I mean, what are you gonna do about that? Karania played super well, but what are you gonna do?
Exactly, someone has to win in the end. They were both very evenly matched. So now let's go over to the desk and let them talk with Zigzag after that win there.
Thank you, Toby and Gelotris. GC, I think Gelotris put it perfectly. That was incredible. Those final 2 games, pure electricity.
My heart is still in my mouth. Yeah, those last 2 games were unbelievable. Zigzag with the 2-hit combo to win NMPZ, and the game before it was just so close.
Yeah,
such low health towards the end.
We were talking about how that second no move finished, and at least according to my memory, I'm not sure if I've seen that before, where a person is behind on round 10 and then they win that 10th round, securing themselves the win in the game. I don't know, any fact checkers at home, but that is at the very least very rare.
Yeah, it's a rare way to win. It's so close. I think we saw something maybe quite similar in the Gym Intimidator game against Noxy yesterday, but it's rare. It's a relief if you're Zigzag.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we go into that NMPZ, and it ends on a US versus Germany. We'll certainly be asking Zigzag about that when we get him on the line shortly. GC, any other general thoughts on how that matchup went? Because Karania was also playing some very solid Geoguessr.
Yeah, Karania was playing really well, so shout out to him and his TNT family. His moving games were really strong, so he can take some comfort from that, I hope.
Yeah, so much pressure was on both of those players. This is the Wildcards. You were speaking in our introduction to the show about the quality of these Wildcards players, and I think both of our players just proved their worth.
Absolutely, these are both decorated players, very well-known players. There's no doubt about their ability. They showed the standard we're going to be seeing for the rest of the day.
Indeed. Talking well-known players, Rory, we have Oscar on the line, aka Zigzag. Big Z,
how's it
going?
How
you doing, buddy? How you feeling?
Yeah, going all right. Obviously, nice win to take down there, so feeling pretty happy right now.
Give us your overall breakdown on the match, because it was back and forth, and then those final two games were electric.
Yeah, so overall, I was really scared to play Karania. I think at best of 5, I would honestly favor him against me just because of the moving games. I think I was pretty lucky to make it away with all of the no-move games there. But yeah, as you said, especially the last 2 games were super exciting. I wasn't particularly happy with my play on the 4th game, where it went down to round limit. Luckily, it was round 10 Mexico, and just before I'd been looking at the Mexico document, so I was kind of prepared for that a little bit. And then the final game, I don't know, crazy one. The final round, I also thought it could be Europe. I just thought the corn looked almost slightly too tall in a way. I just thought it looked too tall for some reason. I just went North America because of that.
Zigzag, great explanation. GC, over to you.
Oscar, well done. Very pleased for you. Great play. I don't really know what to say. First step is done. That NMPZ game was incredible. That's what we know you for. Canada and US back-to-back. Tell us a little bit more about that, but then also maybe about the first no-move game where you played just as well, I think.
Well, yeah, I'll start off with the no-move games. So that one, I was just feeling it. I did a lot of no-move practice yesterday against Fenip. Shouts to Fenip. And I don't know, the rounds just made sense to me. I was just plonking in the right direction, and sometimes that happens. So yeah, there's nothing else much to say there. The NMPZ perhaps a bit more interesting. The first one, I could see a front plate on the car, but it looked really northern, the vegetation looked really northern, so I thought it might be Canada. And then Quebec, it probably looked more like Quebec to me, but then it was a front plate, so I decided to go for Ontario, and that was pretty lucky to get so close. I didn't actually think it would exactly be there. And then the second one, as I said, we had the really tall corn. I could tell that we probably didn't have a Google car in view, so it was probably on the other side of the screen, which made North America more likely, unless it was some crazy bait where the car was driving on the wrong side of the road. So that was kind of my logic there. The vegetation could have worked for either Europe or North America, though.
Great stuff. No, best of luck in your next game. Any words for your opponent, Karania?
Well, good games, man. I think Karania, out of all the players, has had a really unlucky season. I think he's really high quality. Could have easily qualified for the World Cup, in my opinion. So, I'm sending my condolences to him and GG's. And also, he actually told me before we started this that I should come on here and say we need to get more NMPZ on the World Cup format. So, I promised him I'd say that. So, I also agree. That's my final message from Karania.
No, facts. You heard it from these legends. Well done, Oscar.
Zigzag, final question from myself. Obviously, you've been killing it on YouTube on the content creation front. The amount of work that you put into that is very high. At the same time, you're trying your best to compete at the highest level. How is it balancing these two tasks? And do you feel extra pressure being one of these faces for content creation when you're competing in a tournament like this?
I'm not sure if I feel extra pressure. Maybe a little bit, because, you know, I got people messaging me this and that on Discord and stuff, but I think that's everyone. I think everyone's got friends in here. Everyone's got people they don't want to let down. So I think that there's not much extra pressure. But juggling it can be difficult, though. Like, sometimes I just want to go and film videos, but I'm like, no, I should actually be practicing, and vice versa. So, like, that's definitely the biggest struggle for sure.
All right, well, Zigzag, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. You move ahead in the tournament. GC, yeah, that was a fantastic matchup. Yeah, great to see Zigzag come out on top and besting a tough competition in the form of Karania. Definitely commiserations to him, but should go away with his head held high. We know Karania is a fantastic player also.
Yeah, no, he's a great player. He's done it before. He's won regionals before.
Yeah.
I hope he'll be back next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to Karania. With that said, how about we shout out our next matchup? We've got Pan versus Fenip. Toby and Gelatris, over to you.
Thank you so much, boys. Great breakdown. Amazing to hear from Zigzag there as well on his victory. What a tough one. If this is any indicator whatsoever of what we have in store for the rest of the day, we are in for a Geoguessr treat like we haven't seen before. Gelatris, Fenip, Pan, what are your thoughts here?
New game, and I think it will be definitely way different.
Yes.
Because we have a very different skill set here. We have one very, very great moving player, and on the other hand, an expert on no-move NPC.
Yeah.
Pan. I love to think back on that one Iceland round.
Yes.
I don't think a lot of people get that.
You know what? I completely agree with you.
And especially if you aren't a no-move NPC player. If we get one of those rounds today, it's looking rough for Fenip, but he has twice the chance to.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is true. If you don't know what we're talking about, 2 rocks and a lot of trees got Pan through in the EMEA majors. One of the most insane finishes we've had in quite a while. He surprised everyone by daring to go Iceland in that round. And maybe, you know what, maybe that daringness is what's going to get you through in games like these. As we get into it, into game number 1, Pan versus Fenip.
Game number 1 it is. A lot of different language. We had some Arabic.
Yeah.
But it says Malaysia there, which is a country where you see both of these languages. Kota Kinabalu on that sign as well. Starting off with very good information.
Definitely always nice to be in a big roundabout. Usually signs galore, and then you have some of these, nice road indicator, I believe, as well, found by Pan. Not sure if he's going to utilize it or if he's got enough information with what other but Fenip already in Kinabalu, so off to a good start here.
Yeah, he's trying to get very precise here. Doesn't feel like instantly sending it. Because once again, it's a round where you assume that your opponent also has the same information, so might also try to just get precise.
And also, it's a roundabout to Kinabalu, so dangerous to just go into the city proper. We'll see here, though. It was, in fact, down towards the south, baited by the sign. And there you have it, 19 damage is all she wrote.
Yeah, whenever you don't have any distance given, it can be tricky.
Definitely. Definitely.
The sign did not lie. We are driving towards Kinabalu, but
just 117 kilometers away.
Okay. That's how it is sometimes. And we are thrown into Europe.
Romania.
There, yeah.
I know my .ro domains.
Yeah, could be. Those 3 signs look very unique. But I also don't know anyone who's learning Romanian street signs for each town.
You know what? With multipliers, any country can be winning countries if you study them hard enough. It's a matter of dedicating your niche knowledge research, as Oscar or Zigzag was saying as well. You only have so many hours in a day and you can't do it all. So prioritizing your info. A good sign here for Fenip, though.
Very good for Fenip. And still plenty of time to make usage of that. He has everything. He has distances. He has the road numbers. He knows he is in Kospont because it's saying we are driving towards the center of it.
Should be a good round for Fenip. We'll see. Indeed it is. Right on point. 400 meters out. Great round 2 for him. 800 damage down to Pan. So now going to round number 3. Fenip bouncing around, staying hyped. Not wearing a suit today, it seems. But nonetheless, ready to go.
I'm also surprised about that.
Yeah.
That's usually how we see Fenip play, especially on an important day like today.
played.
Getting fancy dresses.
West side Montana for Pan. What do you think about that one? Oh, he locks it in as well.
The vegetation does fit for that. We have those tall pine trees. But you get more along the west of the Americas.
Spaghette for Pan. Fenip yet to open the map now. He's going to go up. He's going to join him. But further down towards the south, he's in Idaho.
Yeah. He looked at the license plate last second.
Oh, and was up there. Great round for Pan to swing that one. Right around 2,000 damage done as well.
Yeah, a very tricky shape we have here in Idaho because you still have that tip up there.
Yeah.
Something you really have to commit. If you want to play it safe, you go down there, which Fenip did, but still good points for Pan. He's in the lead now. On to the next round, which looks like in Argentina to me. With the landscape, it looks pretty dry, double yellow lines, big chunky concrete poles. We have pole paintings as well, all these red paintings on the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is something specific. I mean, I would assume so. We have them on every single pole here.
A kid that went wild on a random Sunday.
Could also be.
Couldn't reach higher than that, so that's as much pole as you're gonna get painted.
Hey, we'll thank them. We'll thank them.
Yeah, exactly.
We will use that as a player. We will use that.
Exactly.
But yeah, with how dry it is, you tend to be more towards the west of the country. And we have both of these players trying to line up the road and maybe also the mountain.
Yeah, both west, I believe. Pan is further down towards the south now, opting to go a bit further north, like micro-adjusting there in the end. That should have been staying down south. It would have been even better still. A good round for him. 600 damage done to Fenip, but could have been even bigger.
Yeah, definitely. Both still far enough to not get too much damage done. And we have an area code right on spawn here. Looks like Brazil. And is zooming towards it. Has it. Fenip ignored it, I think. But he also has it.
There you go.
81. Northeast. We have to receive a plunk from Fenip, and he's actually sending it down.
Does he receive anywhere here? No, he doesn't say that. It doesn't say anywhere on screen. That's just
I think it's just the area code.
Yeah.
That should be enough.
Okay.
And also with how big the city is, I would believe that we are somewhere in a bigger city, so...
There you go, yeah. Pan opting to go one city south, but comes to hurt 200 kilometers out. It's going to be a big swing in return, and now scores as tight as can be again as Fenip. A little bit of a dance move, you know, a little victory dance, but don't celebrate too soon, my man. Pan is still very much in this game.
Yep, definitely. I mean, a round like that is important.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
I get the hype.
Get warmed up, you know, mental motivation to go out and do your best here.
Yeah, always good to take over the lead, but it's just by a very small margin. Nothing is decided at all. And now we have this spreckled pavement, which you see a lot in Texas.
I mean, Pan instantly looked down and went straight to the map. I'm not sure if he's cooking on this one and what's going on, but he felt very confident. It looked like he was looking for something specific.
Yeah, but Fenip is going
way further north. Yeah.
He's adjusting a little bit, almost entering...
He knew what was up, a bit further
border,
towards the west, but good round for him nonetheless, and almost taking out Fenip here, still alive though with 500.
And that adjustment kept him alive there.
For sure, no doubt.
That was important.
Definitely.
Going on to the next round, we are pretty low on the road. This looks amazing, very beautiful.
Can we just pause for a second?
Hey, we should tell them to just give us a second.
Yeah. Any chance for us to do content in the mountains? Geoguessr, I'm available. It's always a good time.
But yeah, what are these players looking for? I mean, you could try to spot some language.
Helpful.
That helps in Switzerland. It's pretty much split. We have some Italian, some French, some German. Yeah, and we also have the canton abbreviation there.
Yeah.
VO, and Fenip knows it. But Pan is also getting to the same sign.
You'd imagine they both
trying to move even further, even though he only has 10 seconds left. But that could be a good play because there are more signs
definitely
in the distance. But it will give him just 5 seconds.
You got the city Rookmont, and Fenip is right on the eastern side of it. Might have actually found it perfectly locked in here, and indeed he will. 200 some meters off. Great strike back for Fenip.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fair play from Pan to move a bit further, but I think he underestimated that he only had 5 seconds left by the time he reached those signs. So really no room to get even closer.
Ooh, quick luck here.
Very quick one.
Change of pace.
I do agree. I mean, the vibes those hilly red dirt roads. You get them around Nairobi and in the west. It's like kind of a commit you have to make, but it seems like they both agree that it looks more western.
Yeah, right on top of one another, a bit further down towards the south it was. But you know what?
I mean, 4.5
That's
will be enough.
Just exactly. I was gonna say, wait a minute. That's
hey.
For a plunk, for a nice change of pace. You know what? I love the fact that he did this the way that he did. You just played a whole 60 seconds of a round. Fenip wins it, pretty decent chunk of damage done towards you. And you go, I cannot let him get that momentum going. I cannot let him stop that. Boom. Now we're trying to see if we can punish. It wasn't really a punishment, because in all fairness, it was just 600 damage hit, but it was enough to win him the round.
Yeah, and especially if you look past the rounds we have played already between those players, Pan maybe realized the more time he gives to Fenip, the more precise he gets. So yeah, it was a very, very smart play to change up the pace there.
Would you consider Fenip the better moving player of the two?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then it's even more so adds to the notion that he made a very smart decision on that one. Back to Brazil we go for the 200th time today already.
Yeah, a lot of Brazil actually. We have those shurikens along the lines. We call them shurikens. They look like ninja shurikens. Yeah. You see them in some regions, especially along the south. They are a bit more common. And definitely also get them in other regions as well, so you kind of have to combine it with the landscape. But just speaking of Brazil, we are jumping right back.
There you go. Red soil galore, back in Brazil we are.
Back in Brazil, we have a couple polls which can help. There are some regional ones. Mato Grosso is a guess that I do like, especially with that pole towards the east-northeast. Very commonly found there. And those flat, super flat valleys with some random mountains here and there. It's also something that you see in Mato Grosso a lot. Now these players are looking for the lineup. Seems like they are both confident enough that it's there to even look further into the map and search for something that could line up.
Definitely. This one's gonna run all the way out. You'd have to imagine neither of them seeing enough that they're too comfortable with it. Having said that, Fenip is looking for a lineup of these fields.
I mean, the road he was on did look very good.
Yeah, definitely.
Based on the lineup, but I would believe there are 100 more.
This would be an insane 5K for sure. It won't be either further towards the west. But nonetheless, you always get excited when they start zooming that far and you go, wait a minute.
Hey,
this could
actually... As it lines up, you kind of get that hype up.
Exactly. Round 3 is where we are. No more Brazil this time around.
Are we in Bangladesh? I think we are. Okay. Very unusual round because it's very mountainous.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of mountains in Bangladesh. It's only along the east. And only on a couple roads as well.
Oh, wow.
And it's actually very far south.
Down towards the Myanmar border.
Yeah, I gotta respect Pan's guess because given that how many more roads towards the north can look like that, that was a very committed guess. Even though he didn't went all the way south, he did consider it.
Definitely.
So very deserved to get some points off that.
I mean, you know better than me, but I feel like this could be multiple European countries. Or do we see enough of the crossing there in the distance?
Yeah, there's the crosswalk sign has a solid stripe.
Exactly.
So it should be Poland. Also, the double white does confirm it in case you're not sure.
And does that say Warsaw? No, it doesn't. Okay, but close enough. There was actually some text. Old text on the building there.
I think it's enough to make out it's Polish.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Very recognizable language. Now, I think with how hilly it is, we could be more likely towards the south.
Definitely.
Don't see mountains that are big enough to confirm that. Which makes Fenip considering to play it a bit more safe and go a bit more towards inland, but he actually adjusted further south again.
He was going to be right on this one. Further towards the south, he is towards Krakow, and it's going to be right next to him, towards Katowice. A very, very cool theme park in Finlandia down there that I've always wanted to visit and never had a chance to go to. If you're in Poland.
Soon.
And you like theme parks.
You've been to Poland recently, right?
I have been, but we didn't get a chance. My wife didn't want to go to the theme park, so we didn't go. I was sad. But it's okay.
That is fine.
No grudges being held on my end. Let's go into round number 5. So Darwin, you said it yesterday, very unique looking area.
And if you look at this location, it pretty much looks the same as the one we had yesterday.
What is it that gives it away? Is it you cannot say vibes?
The vibes. First off,
I knew you were gonna do it.
But yeah, it's the wide dirt roads, I would say.
I mean, yes, you say home turf country for Fenip, but that is not an easy 8 kilometers out guess from him.
No, not at all. And especially with how many roads look the same around there.
Yeah.
Picking the right section is very impressive.
What do we have here? Forest clearing in the middle of... I was going to say Russia. I think, yeah, that is where Pan is looking.
A lot of these somewhat Baltic-looking pines, but you also get them a lot in Russia.
Also,
with how wide and
north.
open it is, this will be very weird for a Baltic location.
Yeah.
Because they don't have that much land, so they build everything a bit more narrow. And if it's like widely built out like that, that's a good indicator for Russia.
Tall trees equals north, right? Or is that Sweden exclusive meta?
I wouldn't use that in Russia.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Really Pan is looking for... I mean, I'm not... the fact that he's this far zoomed in gives me hopes, but I'm also... What are you seeing here, mate, that could be on the map?
Yeah, especially with the camera generation, the Gen 4. That's not a lot of places in Russia. It's very...
There's some distance in between them here, too. You have Fenip all the way towards the west. You have Pan way further out east. It is going to be almost on the border. And this should easily be enough for game, and it will be. Fenip strikes back and ties up the game.
Very interesting to see Fenip taking the move game.
Yeah.
And early on, we had Pan winning the moving game. Hey,
you know what? We spin it around. Look at the smiles.
Yeah.
Look at the smiles.
Yeah, that was an important one for Fenip, knowing that he pretty much had to win this.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because that's increasing his chances to win the whole match by a lot.
I mean, very much similar story to what we saw with Zigzag in the previous game.
Yeah.
Had Karania got up to that 2-0 early on, all of a sudden you're like, oh my lord, how am I ever going to do this? But this time around, Fenip be able to do the same. 1-1 is the score.
Yeah, you never know. It can be very unpredictable. We start off in South Africa. A lot of information for both players. Lots of signs to look at. Now, which one is the best?
Is Pan fake hovering Botswana?
Oh, Pan has a very important sign here. It's R52. And a sign towards Derby. I've heard of that. It should be, yeah, it's on the screen already.
You got the same for Fenip now as well.
Yeah, he's scanning for it. He knows
there
the
you have
rough
it, just
region.
right, just to the right. He knows where it was.
But then again, Pan isn't instantly sending because he would assume that maybe Fenip has the same information. But in this case, if he will look back into this game, he will think, I should have insta-sent on this one.
Yeah, they both have Derby, but they're looking for that other smaller seed, and you have it there as well. He's sat right in between the two. This could be a 10K in the making. Close enough, we won't get it, but incredible round by them both. 1 point.
Yeah.
Ow. That hurts.
That does hurt a lot. And as I already said, it will hurt more to watch this game back for Pan, because if he would have sent it instantly, I think Fenip, I mean, he was in the right region of the country.
And again, a change of pace again here for Pan. Let's one round run all the way out, now insta-sends towards Ecuador.
Yeah, very flat green landscape is something you see a lot around Guayaquil, but it was actually Nueva Loja.
I was gonna say, would you care to finish that thought?
Also a region where you get those somewhat flat, even though Nueva Loja has some hills. But I guess both these players didn't look enough.
Yellow poles, West Africa.
Yellow poles. Yeah. Hey,
I'm sorry, I can't do fake meta and bait everyone. We are in fact not in West Africa. Well, if you go really, really far west and a bit north, then it might be right.
We have Bengali language here, I believe. It looked Bengali that will narrow a big chunk of the country.
Yes. As a matter of fact, you probably have the country.
Still a weird shape around it, so you kind of still have to commit. I think we should be in West Bengal.
Seems like that is the
It's actually saying Assam. Lakshmipur, Assam on Pan's side, and he has it.
Yeah.
Whereas Fenip is also scanning. I don't know if he also had picked up the right information. He has it right there.
Yeah.
And he found it as well. Still a bit shaky, but gets there in the end.
Gets there in the end, wins the round off it as well. 8 damage done. I mean, both these players playing. They do get info, but oh my wow, are they playing an incredible moving game right now.
Yeah, definitely.
4 rounds in, and we've had a total of, I'm not going to do the math, but like under 30 damage. That's insane.
Yeah, definitely something I gotta respect Pan for actually playing it out like that. But
Yeah.
just saying that, he does switch up and sends it.
Shortest city name in the world.
Oi. And I wonder how many of them are in Norway. Also, countries where you see a lot of same place names all over the place.
Wow, great readjustment from Fenip. Was a bit further north, sends it further to south. And finally, we have somebody going below 5,900.
Yeah, I would call that decent damage for the for the standards we've seen so far.
1-digit damage, no more. Barry County. Any Debris on the line?
Any Debris?
Any Barry County representatives in the chat?
Looks very interesting. I mean, I'm glad, and maybe the players as well, that they are able to move here, because without moving that could have been more difficult.
Oh, big info.
Yeah, we have the state shape of Mystery here.
That's a good one. Good one for non-American players to learn, that oftentimes you see those street signs. The number itself might be hard to find, but if you know the shapes of the states, they are oftentimes represented on the sides.
Yeah, and this time Pan gets a bit later to it. It will be a scanning fest, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Because these state highways show up pretty late into the map, so you have to kind of zoom in a lot, which will not give you a lot of room to scan, so you have to take your time to find it, but seems like Fenip got somewhere close.
It is the belly of the ship, Missouri. I never showed you that photo yesterday. Oh, I gotta do that after the broadcast today. But nonetheless, they're gonna be close, and Fenip gets it on point. Incredible guess by him once more. 2,000 damage done now, as Fenip sits at just over half health.
Yeah, and it was so important for him to get that sign first, because you really need that time sometimes.
Yes.
Especially in a state like Missouri to find all these numbers.
Home turf advantage for Fenip. I was gonna say Pan might play this one quickly, and it does exactly that.
He does, and I think, yeah, we have Victoria Pulse, but it's a very committed guess. He's like along the border, but that's also what Fenip does.
Yeah.
Does fit with the landscape, and we are right on it.
Right on it, right in between them. Not too much damage done, but not enough for Pan to, you know, slowly get back into this one. We are creeping ever so much closer to round 10, so if Pan can't finish off Fenip before, at least get him down to even scores.
Yeah, round 10 it is. We had a B pattern type pole painting, which you sometimes see. I mean, usually you think of Colombia with that. You actually also see it in Peru. It's a bit different. But yeah, looks like we have an address there on Fenip's side.
Peruvian flag as well.
Yeah, always good to confirm. We are actually in Peru, but yeah, also a country where it's like sometimes a bit tricky to get to the right signage. That will tell you where we are. We have seen both players looking at a couple of them. Haven't seen a good one yet.
Nope, not quite. Taking the time on this one.
We're getting closer to the finish line. Seems like it will come down to a vibe guess, because we have one in Lima and one in Arequipa.
There's a big distance in between the two here. 4 times multipliers. This could easily be game over had it not been because we're in between the two. Pan frustrated on that one, and understandably so, but stays alive.
He gets away with that, and would have Fenip stayed in Lima, actually.
Yeah.
That would have been game.
That would have been GG indeed. I think Pan was looking up there at some point too. That's why I got frustrated. Didn't have to commit, but now back to a potential 3rd Norway, 7th Norway. I feel like today already that we've been given.
A lot of Norways today, and Pan stays loyal to his playstyle in Norway. Just plonks it down. Didn't work out in the last round. Let's see what's happening here.
200 health, and he's committing on the southern side, but good on him for doing so, because this will keep him in the game. 1,000 damage close there too, done to Fenip. Getting into round 9 now, Pan needs to hit home twice more.
He has only 2 rounds left to secure the win. So these are very important for either of those players. As we head over to the next round, we have that white Gem for Google car. You see, it used to be like almost only Turkey.
And that's where he's going.
Nowadays,
he's sending it quickly too.
More, yeah. I like that. Rolling dry hills is something you definitely see along there. Like that guess. Could be a bit further north, could be a bit further south, but seems like Fenip is also considering that region of the world. Or the country, I should say.
Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be Pan again, able to stay alive. Only 60 kilometers split in the two, but even that is almost 1,000 damage. And now, round number 10, Pan needs to do 3,430 damage to tie things here. Can he do it?
That's really his last chance, and we have those asymmetrical poles combined with Tyros that should be East Java.
Gotta lock him
Will
quickly,
he
right?
have enough room in East Java to get all that health off Fenip there?
You gotta lock quickly, but you're not sure where you are. I mean, this is so scary.
You gotta be right on it, and Fenip has to be far off.
Every second you spend here, Pan, is time you're giving Fenip with a chance to find it. Now Jakarta
It's saying Jakarta. Will Fenip get baited by that?
This could be huge. If he goes all the way west on this, that will be game in favor of Pan. What is he gonna come into? He is Torbaya as well. This should not be enough, regardless of where we are for Pan to strike back. No, it will be north, and that's gonna be Fenip victorious once more, 2-1.
This game got closer than I expected it to be.
Definitely. So Fenip, from being down 1-0, has just taken 2 games, I should say, in a row. Now sitting within striking distance of a quarterfinal spot.
Yeah, and now we have the moving games off. Just something that Pan probably likes to see.
For sure. You say that, but Fenip won the last move.
Yeah, I mean, if he pulls it twice, he's gonna make it through to the next stage once again in India.
Bihar is where Pan is looking to kick things off. Fenip, will he follow suit? What are you thinking,
It looks flat agricultural, which you see more along the north of the country. Which is probably also why Pan is that
There's a
far
mountain
north.
out there in the distance.
Yeah, that's interesting. Especially because it's towards or west. Usually along the north, you see them more towards the north, towards Nepal.
Fenip is scanning
Fenip is
south.
actually pretty far south.
Pretty far. I mean, it's always down the bottom. Now looking to go a bit further north, but if Pan ups to Komodo, like he's almost in the Nepalese border. We're talking 1,000 plus damage round 1. Let's see what happens. Does he stay or does he go further? Ups to stay, and it is now towards the south.
That is impressive.
Definitely, and 1,500 damage hit onto Pan in round 1 here, motivation-wise.
Usually you get more ridges along the area where Fenip guessed.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't even consider that, because we had a single standing mountain. I don't know if it was due to the camera quality, maybe it was hidden, maybe it was a bit foggy.
Yeah.
But yeah, still picking that up was very impressive by Fenip, committing that.
Definitely. Mountains there in the distance. Pan is looking to go Hungary. What are you thinking here, Jodos?
The mountain range once again, and the landscape overall, the road quality, all those things combined do make sense. There are not a lot of regions with mountains in Hungary. It's like usually along the north of Budapest and a bit more towards the east. You also see it a little bit around the lake in the west.
Let's see.
We also have a country split.
Definitely
Fenip is
do.
in Slovakia. He's
Not
in
too
Slovakia,
far
actually.
apart.
Nope.
Country split maybe, but they were further away from one another when they were in India just before.
Yeah.
So we'll see here, both on each their side of the border, and it is, I can't even tell. I think we're north of the border.
I mean, the border goes up and down there like
We
a
are right.
roller
You know,
coaster,
we'll
so-
call it a draw in the
It is a
country
draw.
game.
Yep.
We'll give it to both of them. They can share that one between them as we now go into round 3.
They can. Are those Goa poles? I think so. It looks like it. In Goa, you have those poles that kind of look like the Lithuania poles.
Yeah.
Almost. They're usually a bit more wider than this. But given the looks, I mean, it looks like West Coast, which is also where Fenip is looking for now.
Ochi is where he's
Seems like
at.
he's scanning for something, maybe for that big body of water. I would be surprised if it's mapped correctly. I don't know either. I mean, you can still give it a try.
Very close to one another here, so working off the same hunch, of course schooled by the same kind of thought of playstyle. Pan and Fenip, despite being worlds apart. Pan is further north. And this is going to be down there. Fenip on point once more.
Do we have a new India expert?
It would seem like it. His hunches has been incredible so far today.
Those guesses are insane.
Really are. Really are. He's feeling good, vibing, jumping around with the music play. You would imagine, I was gonna say, you would imagine Pan could go for a quick round here. I thought when he zoomed in quickly on southern Philippines that he would log in as well, but there you go. Comes third.
The vegetation definitely looks more southern. On that island, you get those trees. I don't know what they are called.
Ooh,
very commonly
split.
found there. I mean, with 2.5, if Pan is on it...
This could be huge. This could be huge. Fenip has been winning these as of late, but it's gonna be Pan! 32 kilometers out! GG! By 50 points!
What an important guess! And how important it was to be this precise!
40 points in. 40. We talk about the 10-point hits, the 3-point hits, the 60-point hits. Had Fenip had 41 more health, he would still be in the game, but no. We're going NMPC 2 matches in a row. Oh my wow, are these wildcards impressive thus far.
And that's why every single health point is important.
Oh,
you will never
yes.
know. These situations happen way too often.
Oh, yes. Calm down. You know we're in for a wild one here. An NPC, this is all you get. This image is all you get. And there was one sign and it's blurred. Feels bad, man.
It is blurred. I don't know if they could have made any usage of that. So I don't know if they're too unlucky with it. But this reminds me of the game between Noxy and Jim Timmy yesterday.
Yeah?
A Japan round where you don't really see anything but buildings
Tokyo
can be quite
Plonk.
tricky.
Let's send some Tokyo here. Don't say vibes.
I think the fact that it is in the middle of the country.
You know what, that's good. Is it Nagoya? Is it Tokyo?
Yeah.
You're sending it center, but it was actually down towards Nagoya. And there you have it, 24 damage.
I think it's more about the safety hedge in the middle rather
Exactly.
than thinking that it is Tokyo, because it is so hard to reach in yesterday.
Yeah, enough big cities in Japan that you can be fooled, and this one was one of those as well. Round 2, oh, big old mountains.
Am I allowed to say vibes here? Because the vibes...
You know, you can always say vibes.
If we have like big mountains and all that, you know, I think it looks a lot like Drew.
Somewhat barren, small grass hills, working with on the right side towards the west. And they're, I mean, almost identical locks here for both of them.
Yeah. Makes sense. It's also something that's somewhat of a default guess with these looks, but you can definitely also get it up north.
Definitely.
But more likely to be down there.
Generic open field. My oh
That's
my,
what we
could
have
this be
right
many
now.
places?
This could be many places. However, the road looks very narrow. That's not something you see in a lot of countries.
No poles, no bullets, no fences.
No.
No how? Is there? I mean, I'm really squinting my eyes here.
Ditch.
Is there a house, or like a farmhouse in the distance there? There might be. You can't even see what they're growing.
No. I was thinking
There's
of...
like, what are the odds that they're in the same country in this guess?
Unlikely.
That's what
I
I'm
would say
saying,
that's
right?
very unlikely.
Pan is hovering
especially in Europe.
Fenip is Denmark. I respect it. France, Denmark, France, Denmark. He's jumping around.
I was in France initially.
Yeah, I get that.
Just with how elevated this road
Wouldn't
is.
you have, even on a road like this, wouldn't you have the skinny wooden poles, though? Fenip, I respect you, my man. I don't think we are in Denmark. It is flat. I mean...
I mean, we have a hedge from... I mean, anything around Germany makes sense. So
Yeah.
I think Germany is a pretty safe spot to
It could
guess
be
here.
so many places. Let's see, southern Germany, central Jutland is where we have the split. And it is in
Oh,
France. And
France.
look at their faces. The 50-50 Fenip split. Pan was down there as well. And because he doesn't commit, it's 2,000 damage.
Yeah, I mean... I don't blame them. Because the vibes were French, but at the same time it didn't really look right.
So hard to call it. So incredibly hard.
Especially in Europe. It can be quite tricky.
Definitely.
Now we are in a very big country. We can still be apart quite the same distance as we were in the round before. Looks like, to me, I thought like Idaho.
Yeah, Pan is
could be the right
Colorado.
play. Colorado, I could see that as well.
One state over.
It
Pan
was,
closer again. Wait. 2.5 times multis.
Oh, he's making it very close. And now...
Pan is flawless. This would be an insane comeback to stay in the tournament. Fenip is down to 332 health in round 5.
Yeah, and what are these players hoping for now? I think Pan wants small countries, small obvious countries.
For sure.
That are not too...
Micro distance, so he can't lose much. Yeah, for sure.
Where he's safe to survive, but maybe
this ain't
try
one
to
of
get
them.
those 300 points. But this is not one of them, because we're in an urban environment in South Africa.
They're both down towards the southern coast. Fenip locks in first. Georgia, I believe, is where he opted to go.
Yeah, and Pan just needs to be on the right side here. He doesn't even need to get to the right city, whereas Fenip has to be on it.
Exactly. It needs to be picture perfect for Fenip to stay in this race. Does Pan flawless this one, or will it not happen? It is going to be Fenip closer. Not by much, but by enough to stay in it. I say not by much, but Multi's working too. That's half a health bar gone.
Picking up a lot of points.
Oh my, another big one here.
And it looks like we are back in North America. Those players will try to make usage of the transformer, which looks towards the road.
They're both in New Brunswick
and
instantly.
That's a good clue for New Brunswick. Is what they use, but New Brunswick is something Pan would like to see, because it's hard to region guess. He will survive, but he has a chance to win.
Exactly.
And I think that's also why he's committing a bit more towards the south, but Fenip is once again right on it.
50 kilometers equals 580 damage. Oh my. Pan just wants to get this over and done with, but can he do it here?
And this is scary. We are back in Norway.
Again?
With those long dashed lines. We have seen it a couple of times. Back and forth. Pan was close in a couple of them. Sometimes it was Fenip.
Does he dare to commit south?
This is the one that's most important.
Does he dare to commit south once more? He does. West side of Oslo. Fenip is down there too, though. Pan can win it. Fenip cannot win off of the distance here, you'd imagine, but Pan can most definitely finish this one off. And it will be Pan closer. This should easily be game, and there you have it. Pan strikes back. Won game number 1, loses 2 in a row, but in the end, able to claim it. But look at his face.
That's a relief.
He just ran a marathon on that one.
You have your opponent on 300 health and have so many rounds to finish, and Fenip is on it, and he's on it again, and we are in Norway, and that is getting you shaking.
You can literally go back and take the post-match talk that we had between Zigzag and Karania, remove Karania's name, replace it with Fenip, because holy moly did Fenip play an insane game today. These two games have been so close between 4 so insanely skilled Geoguessr players, but in the end, one player has to win, and this time around was Pan.
Also unpredictable at all, not only the score, but also how it went out.
Yes.
I mean, Pan winning the moving game, and then Fenip playing out such great no-move games, especially those India guesses were very impressive. That's not something you associate with Fenip generally. You see more as the moving expert. He knows every place name, he knows his area codes, but he recognized so many landscapes. That was very impressive.
We're being served Michelin star Geoguessr matches for lunch here today, and we're all for it. So boys on the desk, back to you.
You're absolutely right, Toby. Some very tasty Geoguessr action there coming from Pan. Congratulations to him. We saw an NMPZ once again, GC. It was a back and forth matchup, and certainly some surprises in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 for 2 NMPZ so far. Pan is an extraordinary player. I think Fenip, having lost that first moving game, it was always going to be a tall order to win, and he came very close, which is huge credit to Fenip. But Pan just a bit more consistent in those no-move and NMPZ rounds. Just about. It was really, really close though.
Yeah, we'll definitely be asking Pan about that NMPZ when we get Pan on the line, because Pan shot ahead and then Fenip started working his way back into the game. I'm sure that was very stressful for Pan. Any other general thoughts, takeaways from that matchup, GC, before we get Pan on the line?
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, it was just another great matchup. I think Pan winning the first moving game and then Fenip winning the first no-move game was a little bit unexpected. I expected it to be more like maybe the Bastel versus Jewel game we saw yesterday, but really, really good stuff from both players.
Yeah, as you just said, 2 for 2 today with NMPZ. Wildcards, we mentioned in our introduction, as we mentioned before, that the quality here of these players is so high. And talking high quality players, Pan, how you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm doing very well. Thank you very much.
Great to see you, Pan. Congratulations. Let's jump right into that NMPZ. Pan, you flew ahead, then Fenip started working his way back into the match. How stressful was it? How did you win out in the end?
Oh, it was so extremely stressful. I felt like he was gonna make a comeback. I would be very annoyed if he won, but I mean, with the multis, you can't do very much when it's getting that high. So yeah, he played very well as well.
Pan, we last saw you at the EMEA Majors. It was your first time on a LAN. How is it now competing back again at home? Do you feel more comfortable?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely more comfortable here and playing on my own setup, and I don't have to worry about the crowd being exactly behind me and everything. So yeah, it's definitely a lot less stressful.
GC, over to you.
Pan, very, very well done. Congratulations, you played really, really well. It feels like only yesterday that I saw you for EMEA. Do you think the fact that you prepared so well for that and this wildcard is so shortly after that, do you think that kept you fresh and sharp? Does that help?
Yes, of course it helps a lot. I kept the momentum because I played very well in the EMEAs. I unfortunately lost to Debris though, but it doesn't matter. I kept the momentum and hopefully it keeps on going.
Yeah, no, really good stuff. In terms of standout rounds from that games then, there are a couple of big ones you had. You had the New Mexico guess, and then you had the Philippines one in the second no-moving game. I think it was Mindanao and you guessed really close. Anything there that led you towards that guess?
There was like a bunch of banana trees, and I feel like those mountains I associate a lot with Mindanao, so yeah, I also had to go for like a risky guess. I was kind of behind, so yeah, it ended up working out in the end.
Yeah, no, really good stuff. Congratulations once again.
Pan, final question from myself. Coming off that victory, how do you feel your form is and how do you feel your chances are here in the Wildcards tournament?
I feel like my form at the moment is very, very good. I didn't play that well today. I'm a bit mad about a few rounds, but I got out with the win in the end, so I am very pleased with that, and thankfully I don't have another game today, so I have the whole day to prepare for tomorrow.
That is absolutely correct. Pan, congratulations once again, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Our pleasure. GC, always great to hear from our players. And yeah, I think that's a great point that Pan raises there. You know, that win today means he's got time off before tomorrow. So preparation, some rest, of course, as well.
Yeah, no, it's good to just stay awake, stay alert, get some rest. So yeah, he'll be glad to have another day to prepare, maybe brush up on one or two things, but probably don't want to do too much. But yeah, I really like Pan a lot. Glad he's being brought into the fold of these kind of top-level competitive players now.
Yeah, absolutely great guy, and a great performance against Fenip. Moving forward to that quarter-final. All right, GC, enough from us for now on the desk. We need to head over to the casting booth, because up next, we have Cretzo versus Spaghette. Do not go anywhere, everybody. This is going to be a very short break.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX manhunt at Geoguessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. giving ownership to these communities. It's a sense of pride to know that we are giving back to our own oceans.
Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
If I can't be with you, I'd rather be by myself. No, I can't lie, I don't want anybody else. Those happy days that we once knew, so long ago, they still make me blue. I want you right now. If I could show you somehow how much you mean to me. We're ready to go. The world is waiting for you. We're ready to go.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for Cretzo versus Spaghette, two very well-known members of our wonderful Geoguessr community. But unfortunately, right now, only one of them can come out on top. I'm still Parla, still joined by GC. Big matchup ahead of us, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Another huge game. As you said, only one can make it through. Cretzo, we're very familiar with at this point. He's put in many great performances on this stage. Spaghette, another really good balanced player, somebody we've seen in the World League, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, we saw Spaghette in the World League. We saw Spaghette in the APAC qualifier. We saw him last year as well. That being said, yeah, the last time we saw Spaghette on a stage, it was, when was that APAC Major? A couple months ago?
A little while ago, yeah, a bit longer ago.
On the flip side, we had Cretzo with us in Jönköping, Sweden, a couple weeks ago. So perhaps Cretzo can follow a similar trajectory here that Pan did just now, and have a bit more momentum, a bit less rust, you know, needed to be shaken off.
Yes, I would agree. Very fresh in the memory, all the preparation he did still at the forefront of his mind, I would think.
We're getting straight into it, Rory. All right, everybody.
Indeed.
At home, moving, no move, no move. NMPZ if we need it. Two titans of competitive Geoguessr.
Yeah.
Cretzo versus Spaghette squaring off right now.
Yes, Spaghette has seen Darwin mentioned, which is right in the north of Australia, and he's locked it in straight away. Cretzo, I don't think, has found any information. And in some ways, this is not the most obvious.
Oh, wow. Big difference here off the rip. Different sides of the country, and it's Spaghette going huge.
I was going to say, that's unfortunate, because the vegetation there was... So the northern part of the Northern Territory of Australia is normally very easy to identify. That round, the trees didn't really have that classic look they normally have, so I think that was a little bit harder for Cretzo to identify there.
Yeah, and Cretzo just not getting the same information that Spaghette got.
No, exactly, yeah. Spaghette found the info, but it felt like we were maybe... It was maybe a park or something, planted trees. It had a slightly different feel to what we normally get in that area.
Very rare, absolutely huge round one as a result. Cretzo now down to 1644 points of health. Spaghette is going to like that.
Spaghette is going to like that. That is about as big a hit as we've seen in round one. And we're in Russia now. With a 1.5x, Russia can hit just as hard as Australia, if not harder.
In Russia now, doubt Spaghette is going to be rushing, however, because with that big lead, he's going to be looking to protect his health, just to be as close as possible, use all the time possible. 3 seconds left now on the clock.
Cretzo's found a sign mentioning Saratov here. So he should, okay. Spaghette gets closer there. The sign to Saratov wasn't too close to Saratov.
But still, it's only 300 points of damage, but when you've only got 1.5k, that's a pretty reasonable chunk to take away from Cretzo. Spaghette extends the lead, still unscathed going into round 3.
Yes, Cretzo there actually made quite a good save to find that sign, because it could have been worse.
Disastrous, Rory.
Could have been very disastrous.
GG on game 1.
We are in India now. Let's see what they can find. Not really sure how comfortable Cretzo is with these scripts. He might be able to do something.
Well, yeah, he's spending quite a bit of time lingering on that one particular shop sign. Now decides to move ahead, search for more information. Spaghette has sort of been moving, stopping the entire time. I don't think Spaghette has yet sort of focused in heavily on one specific area. 10 seconds left. Spaghette opens his map.
Yeah, no, little bit more lost than usual, these players, not really finding anything too great. Spaghette looks like he's trying to hedge. Cretzo doing similar. They've ended up quite close to each other for that reason.
They have Cretzo ahead, though, and now scoring some solid damage back the way of Spaghette. So that's going to be good for Cretzo, his confidence as we move into round 4. Spaghette no longer unscathed.
Yeah, very good for Cretzo to get his first points on the board here. We have this Google card with the black and white, which is found in the Philippines, and given that this is a moving game, they will be trying to find a province name. They'll be paying attention to some other small clues as well, like tuk-tuks. But one of them should be able to find a province, given we are in a more urban environment.
Urban indeed. Cretzo checking out some signs in this urban area. Spaghette as well.
Yeah, we've had 30, 40 seconds and we still... Okay, I think it says Eastern Samar, yeah. So Spaghette will know what to do with that.
Yep, great job by Spaghette. Huge sign there for Cretzo, yet to open his map with 10 seconds remaining. Spaghette presumably here pretty close, if not on the money. Cretzo now also heading into the same area, same location. And it's a brilliant guess by Spaghette. Could it be enough? No, not quite. 600 damage on that 2.5x multi. But yeah, Cretzo, 4k points behind now, GC.
Yes, no, Spaghette just had that little bit more time to scan for the town of General MacArthur. Cretzo found Eastern Samar very late, so only really had a couple of seconds to zoom into the map, and ends up down to 600 as a result. We have Australia again.
Hopefully Cretzo this time going to avoid the round 1 Australia error, both heading towards Tasmania.
Yes, looks as though they will both be in the right state here. Cretzo has a slightly different sign. He's got a little bit more information to work with 2 town names. Brighton, he's found Brighton. Yeah, he should be very close here, and he's going to send that. It shouldn't be massive damage.
Yeah, Cretzo deciding to end up by a golf course, maybe hit some, I don't know golfing lingo. Hit some 300 drives.
Yeah.
I think that's a big one.
That'll work. I mean, hole in one.
Oh, what suddenly happened there? Spaghette's gone off way north. Cretzo really on the money there, and solid points going the way of Spaghette.
Yeah, no, a big drive from Cretzo to stick with the golfing language. Spaghette ended up a little bit further northwest there. I think initially his pin was closer to Cretzo, but he just talked himself out of it a little bit.
Yeah, indeed, it happened as we were remarking upon golf. Let's forget about that though. The game at hand is Geoguessr. So that's a huge AZ from Cretzo. Alpha zooming now to on the junction of like some sort of little stream, river.
Yeah, it's a well-known ridge off the southeastern border of Eswatini. So both players will be in the right area.
Really great guesses by both players. Cretzo closer, but not to much significance. Nonetheless, always a big shout out when a player hits a 5k, GC.
Yeah, no, great scanning, good stuff. Not too much damage, but feels good. We have now... So this is something I think Geoguessr was talking about earlier with winter Russia coverage. Snow is not found everywhere in the winter coverage in Gen 4 Russia. So this could be something the players know what to do with.
Perhaps a good tell there. Great insight from yourself, GC. Spaghette moved quickly onto a specific town, a specific city. maybe got a good idea of where he is at. Spending some extra time here to scan. Cretzo taking a bit more time before he opens his map and starts scanning.
Yeah, no, I'll trust Spaghette here. If he zooms right into the town, I'd assume that's one that matches this type of coverage. There may be others that fit the bill as well, but we will see, as we only have 12 seconds to go. Oh, Spaghette is right on the money. There's a Gorod mentioned on this address, and it is the right city for Spaghette.
Cretzo was a bit further south, but has then moved closer to the same general area Spaghette is in, and Spaghette is absolutely on the money. That's a great guess. Could be enough with 4x, and yes, it is. 1-0 Spaghette.
That was amazing from Spaghette. We have to give him credit for zooming into the right town before he even found the address.
Yeah.
The address just helped him confirm it, but really, really good instinct. Cretzo in the right area, but with 600 health, not enough.
Not enough. Those small margins, small differences with those multis, they make all the difference. Spaghette taking advantage, and yes, moving up 1-0 in this best of 5. We will move on now to no move.
We will indeed. Yes, Cretzo, very strong moving player, but Spaghette is very balanced as well, so him taking a moving game there is not the biggest surprise. I think Cretzo would hope to win the moving games, but he's still very strong all around, so this can still go either way.
Would like to give a quick shout out to the swag that both of our players' avatars are sporting. Cretzo with that lucky NMPZ hat. I wonder if we'll get there. Then we've got a penguin on the side, a penguin hat on the side of Spaghette. We've got some great fashion choices here, GC.
We have. I've never seen that gladiatorial-looking one before.
Is it called a toga? No.
It's something. I mean, it's like it's an armor.
It's a breastplate as well.
Yeah.
Shout out to our armorers one time, you know.
Yeah.
That's the low-key niche that needs to be shouted out more. Our armor smiths, our blacksmiths, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm just sorry, Pala. I'm just trying to read the sign that they've got here. It's very, very faded.
Apologies. Try to do your job.
Yeah. Well, no, we're in Mexico, and this is a very faded sign. I am trying desperately to work out what it says. It's almost readable. Something Panacotos it rings a bell to me.
Let's see if a bell has been rung for either player, and yes, it has for Spaghette. Spaghette is on fire today.
Yeah, he did great there. Really good stuff. I believe he managed to decipher that faded sign. Showing us that he hasn't rusted since the APAC tournament.
No, he has not. Spaghette seemingly in good form right now. But let's be clear as well, it's not like Cretzo played a bad moving, just a couple of guesses, a bit off the mark.
Yeah, I think that round one really did it for him. I think without that, the game could have gone a very, very different direction.
Yeah, other than that round one, I should probably clarify there. Yeah, that round one was very tough, lacked the information that Spaghette had, made a bit of an error there, or a big error, but then beyond that, played a close game. But Spaghette was just ahead, as he is now again in round 2. 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yes, not much to look at here. It's Brazil. There is a piece of yellow pole paint on the pole there that both players might be trying to use. A couple of palms as well, which are quite regional in Brazil. They're both fairly close to each other around Ceará, Piauí.
In roughly the same regional neighbouring region. Spaghette, though, again, closer, and it's a reasonable distance, and with a 1.5x, Cretzo going to take, again, a reasonable amount of damage.
Yes, no, any multiply in Brazil will hurt a little bit.
It'll get you.
This should be Europe, but very hard to know exactly which country for sure. We could see them going to different countries. Spaghette's in Germany, and Cretzo looks like he might be in Hungary for now.
Well, I'm hungry to see if Spaghette can keep this lead right now, if he can keep the momentum on his side. But we know Cretzo is a tenacious player.
He is. He's talking to himself right now. What we often see in rounds like this is, as the minute goes on, the players just hedge slightly more and more and more, because it's really not very easy to tell the country here. They are in neighbouring countries right now.
Yeah, we've got Spaghette in the east of Germany, Cretzo more central south Poland. We could see a location that splits them in the middle, or we could see an exchange, once again, of damage. Let's find out. And it's Cretzo that is that little bit closer.
Yes, actually,
quite a bit
closer. Good instincts from both players there. Spaghette actually hedged more towards Poland in the end, so they both somewhat had the right idea in a tricky round. We now have Kenya with some interesting architecture, actually. I wonder if this could be more coastal. Palm trees in the distance as well. Yeah, coastal would make a lot of sense.
Yep, Spaghette just choosing to settle in Mombasa for now. Cretzo was also zooming into the same location, same city. His marker just a little bit further north. Now zooming quite deep. That would lead you to believe he has a solid idea of exactly where on this coast he's at. Maybe looking to 5k. Spaghette nonetheless locks in first, GC.
Yeah, so Cretzo's looking closer to Malindi. There's a fair distance between those two places on the 2.5x, but the safer option would be a little bit closer to Mombasa.
Play it safe, play it cool, come out on top. Spaghette with the winning location there.
Yeah, Cretzo may have been scanning for the... I think we had a large building to our east, and Cretzo may have been scanning for that. Not a bad idea, possibly findable. In Thailand now, with lots of oil palms, so yeah, Peninsula makes a lot of sense.
Our players mirroring each other right now, GC.
Yeah, no, and they have been in quite a few rounds so far this game, so it's a close one for sure.
Very close. A few seconds left now for Cretzo to refine his location as we pass the halfway point of this match.
Yeah, really good guess from both players. Fairly straightforward one, but still nice for them both to be so close. Ooh, yeah, this is a probable South Africa round, and pure landscape guessing here in a big country on a 3.5 multi. Let's see who can be closer. No poles to look at. So yeah, this is just pure landscape.
Pure landscape, but it has led both players into similar regions, at least where their initial placements have been. Now, Spaghette looking closer towards that Kruger National Park.
Yeah.
I think Cretzo a bit further away. Spaghette really scanning deep now. Actually, Cretzo now going in the same direction as well.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense, this region with the grass, the type of elevation. We don't have any massive mountains.
That being said, Spaghette has not moved his marker too much. He keeps looking at Kruger, but not really sort of committing his marker closer there. Both players end up in similar locations. And yeah, if they'd gone further east, yeah, it could have been a...
Could have been big.
So it could have been big.
Could have been big, yeah. That was indeed Kruger, which now has Gen 4. For a long time, Kruger was covered by a special card that was very easy to recognize, but now you have to use the landscape.
Now we descend to a quaint village.
Yes.
Some nice front gardens there. Rory, you a guy into gardening, or got green fingers, as we say in the UK?
No, I'm terrible.
Anyone in chat, have you heard that before? If you're, I think maybe that's a UK thing, green fingers.
Yeah, I think it sounds quite British to me, but I'm not green fingered.
Okay.
No. How about you?
Absolutely not, mate. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Yes. Sorry, we haven't talked much about the round. Both players actually looking relatively far apart now. Spaghette in Latvia and Cretzo in Poland, or between Poland and Hungary.
Big difference now. In Hungary, Cretzo now.
This could indeed be game, unless they're split in the middle in Poland.
Perhaps a huge score about to be made. Let's see, and it's Cretzo that is so close, and with a 4x multi, that will indeed, GC, be game. Tied up now, 1-1. I wonder why Spaghette went so north, went up to Latvia.
Really, really good way to bounce back from Cretzo. Yeah, that's just pure architecture, kind of suburban round. Architecture in Europe can be easy, it can be hard, it's not always so straightforward. Poland, Baltics, definitely some similarities, and then Hungary, you can get similar elements as well, so it's not always the most straightforward type of round for most players.
And now we move back towards moving. Already players in Australia, both of our players.
Yes, we had a very unfortunate start for Cretzo in Australia in the first moving game, but this one appears to be a bit more comfortable because they both have info at spawn.
Indeed, looking to right the wrongs of the past. Cretzo was zoomed in deep there, perhaps knows this road.
Yes.
Spaghette also on, well, you can see, I think, the same road on his map. But in a different, much further away, though. Let's see, and Cretzo, is that a 5k? I think it is. Yes, it is. Get it up there. We've gone gold.
Very nice. Another 5k from Cretzo. Every Western Australia clue in the book in that round, so a bit more comfortable than the Darwin location, but very nice to be able to use that information to get the 5k.
Indeed.
And all these posters, very German thing, often a good place to look for place names in Germany on these posters, often for gigs, concerts, that kind of thing. And
yeah, saw Hamburg there, and Cretzo is actually gonna just drop his marker right in the middle of Hamburg.
Yeah, I think they both have it.
Yeah, good guesses by both of our players. Steady round 2, just 4 points exchanged.
Yeah, nothing major there. Southern Hamburg. Entering what looks to be the US now.
Yep, Spaghette looking straight towards the signs. Then opting to move, perhaps going to start sprinting down this road. Yes, he does. Cretzo's now reset to the initial location and also taking a look at those initial signs.
East St. Paul, it said. Is it actually US?
Does not seem that either player has got
it's
crucial information yet.
Sorry, Pala. So, yeah, no, it is Canada. Sorry, my mistake. I think we are in the plains in Canada somewhere.
In the plains. There we go, East St. Paul again, and that does now make Spaghette react, goes towards Winnipeg, and so does Cretzo. So perhaps moving into round 4, once again, without too many points exchanged between our players.
Yes, no, we had a town name, East St. Paul, just outside Winnipeg. Cretzo's guess makes a lot of sense there. I think that was findable, particularly as it felt very urban, and Winnipeg is the big urban area in Manitoba. Front plates there as well could help to rule out Saskatchewan or Alberta.
Round 4, let's not let those multis creep up on us. Let's address at this point, we hit a 2.5, so those discrepancies can be very damaging if you're on the losing end, of course.
They can indeed. Yeah, nothing too major so far. We're in Italy now. We have Pescara and Foggia, Bologna, Bari. So yeah, long road down the east coast. But yeah, Foggia and Pescara will be in between those two somewhere. So Spaghette won't be too far off here. Cretzo maybe hoping to be a little bit more precise, see if you can really narrow it down. I think we're close to the coast, aren't we? So where they are now makes a lot of sense. Yeah, really good from Cretzo. I think he's got it.
Yeah, Cretzo, at least based on how he's playing, a lot of confidence in his placement. Spaghette in a solid location as well, but just that bit further southeast. Brilliant guess by Cretzo.
Yes, very, very strong so far from Cretzo. Nothing major in terms of damage, just making the slightly better pinpoints, the slightly more sensible guesses sometimes. Very good. Very, very good. But early days as Spaghette is still almost on 5,000 health, so still relatively even on a 3 times multiplier.
Both players finding the same sign here. Cretzo reacts quite confidently to it. In fact, locks it in
fast. Yeah.
Putting the pressure on Spaghette to react.
Alakurti is the place that was on the sign. Spaghette's found it, but I don't think it's so downtown, or is it?
It could be. We're about to find out. Brilliant guesses once again, but this time from both of our players.
Yes.
Now moving into round 6. Those multis don't mean anything if both of our players are guessing so well and that they are so close to each other at all times.
Precisely. They don't mean anything, but they do mean we get a higher multi in the next round.
Of course. It's just whoever makes that little mistake first, because a little mistake with those multis can become a big mistake.
Toktogul. It said there. Oh, it says Jalalabad actually as well. So
I think Cretzo in flow now, guessing fast.
Yeah, Cretzo playing really nicely, but Spaghette is also in Jalalabad now, so very small points once again.
GC, you're not wrong. Both players shoulder to shoulder in the same city. Cretzo, in fact, at Jalalabad Airport.
Yeah, every round has been almost the same. Both players managing really well, with Cretzo just a little bit closer every time.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. We're in round 7 now. Cretzo, 5,991. Spaghette, 4,837. It's a close game.
It's a close game.
But Cretzo does have that lead.
He does have the lead. He's just been on the money every single time, but entering a 4x, it gets harder and harder. And he's found a sign. I can't see anything particularly useful on it. That phone code is not a regional one in South Africa. It does say the R58 though, so we have a road number. Not always that easy to scan for. There is logic to them, but they're not always so easy to find under time pressure. Cretzo feels like he's narrowed it down to this area, which definitely could make sense landscape-wise.
All of a sudden, in the last 10 seconds of the round.
Yeah, there's a gap here in their guesses. They're both different size of Lesotho, so quite a big difference.
There is a gap. Could this be our first big point? And yes, it is. Cretzo, solid guessing. 4.8k Spaghette with only 37 HP remaining.
Yeah, in a way, doing such big damage and having your opponent left on 37 is almost more frustrating than just doing smaller damage, because you're so close to ending the game where you've played so well.
Yeah.
And you just know that going into a 4.5x multi, it's not guaranteed. But Cretzo will know where this town is. It's a very well-known place in France. And maybe he should... I won't tell him what to do. He's a very, very accomplished moving player.
Well, yeah, probably going to... I mean, yeah, Cretzo could win it here, even if they're in the same location.
He could, yeah. I was just going to suggest maybe an insta-send, but...
Yeah. I mean, if Spaghette is to hold on, and then we have a big country in the next round, I would suggest Spaghette trying to send it fast, you know?
Yeah, I've realised I'm actually talking rubbish, because if Cretzo 5Ks, then he has a very, very good chance of knocking that remaining bit of health off Spaghette, so please ignore me. I forgot just how low Spaghette's health was.
It's all good. It's hard to see. There's so little of it, GC.
Yeah.
Spaghette just staying on the main city itself, Cretzo further south. It would lead you to believe that Cretzo is closer, and indeed he is. That is a GG. Moves up 2-1. One game away from taking the series off Spaghette.
Yes, no, he played so well in that game. He was completely right to take his time there, because he ended up south of Sharks, and that paid off.
It did pay off, indeed.
Yeah, he had the right approach, 100%.
Yep, Spaghette now with it all to do. We'll need to win a no-move and NMPZ back-to-back. It's a tall order, but we know Spaghette is made of the finest pasta available.
That's true. And it looks like we might be in the UK here.
The best. Number 1.
Yep.
Top 1.
It can be hard to region guess, I think. Even as a Brit, it can be tough. Yeah. This is a tough one. I don't mind where Cretzo is. I wouldn't go downtown Peak District, but somewhere outside it could certainly make sense.
Again, we see a round 1 where the pace lessens. Both of our players taking a breath. Cretzo, literally, there was a big inhale and exhale there. Perhaps realizing the weight of this matchup.
Yeah, let's see. Okay. Down around Cambridgeshire.
Yep, Cambridge Luton.
Not much damage.
Not much. A steady round 1, as is often the case.
Very steady indeed. Trincomalee, I know this town, it's up on the east coast.
Oh, wait a second. We've got Sri Lanka from Spaghette, and we've got Cretzo on that east coast of Australia, which is, I think, what you were referring to, GC.
Yep.
So, Spaghette have...
I don't know what happened there, but yeah, this should be Trincomalee, which is east coast Sri Lanka. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. There seemed to be an Australia Zoom. I don't really know why.
Yeah, okay, fair play.
But, yeah.
We definitely did see an Australia's Zoom, but it is, on Cretzo's side. But now he's gone east coast of Sri Lanka. Spaghette staying sort of southwest.
Cretzo will win this round. He's laughing at himself there. I think he maybe just tunnel vision on something and ended up zooming into Australia.
Perhaps, and it is a solid guess by Cretzo. 1.5x multi will make that almost 1,000 points of damage to Spaghette.
Yeah, another really good start from Cretzo. Bit of info there. He's very, very good at using those kind of clues, so not too much of a surprise. Quite a unique looking pole type, maybe? I can't remember my India poles too well. No, sorry, it's not the one I thought it was. I thought it was the Madhya pole, but that has the crossbar slightly higher and smaller. Let's see what they decide to do here. We have some, maybe red brick?
Red brick in India, tell me about that, GC.
so I believe we have some red brick, and Spaghette's zoomed in around Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, that sort of area. We see a lot of red brick used as a building material around there.
Interesting. Well, let's see which one of our players is luckier here.
Yeah, Cretzo's gone for the Bihar guess, which could also make sense. There are some specific Bihar metas. I don't see any of them, I don't think, so let's see.
Indeed. A couple seconds left. Cretzo using it all. And in round 3, it's Spaghette that comes out on top. Whoa, yeah. Big points there with that 2x multi.
That's rather big. I think it's just a very sensible hedge there from Spaghette. Very, very sensible hedge.
Hedge your bets and get paid.
Exactly. And we have India again. Is that Madhya pole I was talking about? Yeah, I think I willed it into existence there in the next round. That is the Madhya Pradesh pole.
You're writing the script under the table, Rory.
I am. I know what's going to happen, so...
Sending it to our producers. And Cretzo likes it. Zoom straight in, places marker down. Spaghette taking more time before opening the map.
Yeah, let's see where Spaghette ends up zooming into. Yeah, he will be in Madhya Pradesh.
Yeah, Madhya Pradesh.
He seemed to be taking a more careful look around there. I don't know if there's anything particular he was looking for, but in terms of the state, this should be a pretty comfortable one for both of these players. Still quite a big state, a big span east to west. They should probably hedge it a little bit, and I think they are.
They are indeed. With no time left, we can see which player was closer. It's Cretzo.
Yeah.
With a 2.5x multi. That's some solid damage, taking back the lead from Spaghette. So now Cretzo in that driving seat.
Yeah. Takes the lead again, just hedged it slightly more and got about 800 points as a result.
Yeah, just those little refinements at the end. And those final seconds, they can make all the difference. And nice to feel that lead come back into your favor as you get into round 5. This looks like Grove Street from GTA San Andreas.
Could be. Is San Andreas in the map, maybe?
It just has that same driveway that leads into, you know, that sort of pool circular
no,
type. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. These locations are notorious in Geoguessr. These dead ends in the suburbs
of the US. US and Canada here?
Yeah.
Canada. Okay.
I think Canada. But yeah, back in the day, moving games used to spawn in here, and it would take 5 minutes just to get out to a main road. Yeah.
Like mazes.
Exactly.
Suburban mazes. Which of our players can find their way out? Find their way in, perhaps. Good guesses by both players. Cretzo closer, going to extend that lead ever so slightly, sending 300 points of damage the way of Spaghette.
Yeah, good from both players. I think we had a fairly visible plate there that I think both players were able to identify as Ontario in the end. We now have Iceland with this black volcanic looking soil, the yellow bollards. Definitely a country that it pays to know well, though, in multis. Because the points difference between East and West is actually pretty big. They both seem to have gone in West for now, which seems good.
Does seem good. Does mean that we we'll probably not see a big exchange of damage here.
No, I wouldn't expect so.
But who knows, there could be a last-second switch.
There could. We saw some of those yesterday, so never be surprised.
Yeah, that being said, right now as we enter the final 10 seconds of the round, both in very similar locations. Spaghette shooting off further north as Cretzo tracks further east. But I mean, yeah, this will be a small one.
Yeah,
small round.
Small stuff. Yeah, Spaghette slightly closer, but fairly small stuff.
Indeed. Very close game so far. Cretzo, 4k points of life. Spaghette just under 3.8k. And we are in round 7 of the second no move. Spaghette needs to win it to take it to NMPZ.
He does. We're approaching the later rounds now. Has a... I thought this was Philippines.
Well, I think Cretzo agrees with you, GC. Currently hovered over Palawan. I'm a bit biased, but I like that name.
Yeah. No. Palawan is a... We saw a Palawan guest yesterday, I believe.
Cretzo now switching, going further east.
Yeah.
Investigating some other islands.
Now, in terms of what they could be basing their guess on, there may be some agriculture in the distance. There are a couple of crop metas in the Philippines.
I think there's a solid difference here right now, Rory. This could be our first or biggest round so far in the second no move. Time is up. Who is closest? Spaghette. You have guessed out of your mind there. 4x multi, and it's not quite enough. We're seeing a role reversal here, Rory.
Yeah.
This was the seat that Spaghette was in the last game. Now Cretzo is there with just a lick of life left on death's door.
Yeah, that 40 points or so left over. Again, it's frustrating for Spaghette because he just knows it was so close to being over, and it's not over by any means in the US now.
And US is a big country.
Very big points up for grabs here.
Spaghette's going to want to use all the time. Cretzo, perhaps advisable to move fast.
Yeah, I like this.
It's tough to guarantee staying alive on such a low amount of life.
Yeah, you just can't. There's nothing you can do. 44 health with 4.5x. Yeah, you can't guarantee anything. But I like this Western Plains guess from Cretzo. We have front plates as well. Spaghette going, okay, actually they're both in Nebraska now, but Cretzo just simply has to win the round.
Yup. Nothing less than a victory will do it for Cretzo. Both around the same area, and Spaghette is going to tap that final nail into the coffin of this second move, and we are drawn up 2-2 and we'll go to NMPZ.
Yeah. Tough there for Cretzo. I think maybe he had the state. It's hard to tell, but it looks like it's just about in Nebraska, but Spaghette switched more to South Dakota based on the landscape, I think, which proved to win the game for him. Proved to be successful. So we go to NMPZ again.
We do go to NMPZ. Both players going to need a full mental reset here. No moving, panning, or zooming, just a still image and a dream. Rory, we've mentioned this multiple times at this point, but one of your initial sort of talking points as we introduced the show was the quality of our Wildcards players. And we have now 3, but the proof is in the pudding, 3 for 3 of NMPZs going to that final game.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be surprising. These guys played so many games over the course of the World League and clustered quite close together in terms of points, so the fact they're going to NMPZ shouldn't be a massive surprise. We are now seeing both players scanning around Sao Paulo, these round poles maybe being indicative of the state or pushing them towards Sao Paulo area. So given there are no multis yet, we shouldn't see anything too big here, but Brazil is quite a big country.
Was curious there if Cretzo was going to do a sun north-east switch, but does not. Sticks to his guns. Spaghette is closer in this first round. Quite a bit closer. 733 points in round 1. No multi. It's a good guess.
No, it's a good round 1. Again, quite a sensible guess, really, with those polls, I think, for Spaghette.
Now, go into the forest.
Yeah, we go into the forest. I'm not quite sure what we're looking at here. Cretzo thinks it might be Bulgaria.
Yeah, Bulgaria-Greece border, Cretzo believes, at least off the rip, but also hovering his map over further east.
Yeah, looking at Slovakia, looking at Bulgaria.
Spaghette really doing that physical zoom.
The lean, yeah.
Yeah, the NMPZ lean.
Maybe we need to introduce NMPZL.
No lean. Just strap our players up in their seats.
Yeah. Get somebody around to tie them in.
Yeah, well, I'm tied in right now to this game. NMPZ, ever exciting. I think a reasonable distance between our two players right now. It's not going to be a GG, but definitely certain chance for points to be scored. And it's going to be Spaghette once again, and with a 1.5x, now sending 1,000 points of damage the way of Cretzo. Cretzo head in hands. Cheer up, buddy. You've got to get ready for round 3 of NMPZ.
Yeah, Cretzo looks to be feeling it a little bit now. Healthy lead after 2 rounds, but still anything can happen.
New Zealand fast by Spaghette, Rory.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, I like it. I like North Island too.
So does Cretzo.
Just, yeah, a slightly rolling hill. Vegetation seems to work. Let's see.
We will see indeed.
You never know in this map, though, I will say. But yeah, it was North Island.
Yeah, good guesses by both players.
Yeah,
NMPZ.
very near Taranaki. Very near Mount Taranaki there. The beautiful volcano.
All right, round 4, 2.5x.
Yeah. Both go straight
to Perth.
Do we have the curbs there, or maybe the pole? I can't see the pole too well in the distance, but it may have that dark green bottom. And we maybe have the Western Australia curb as well. But both seemed to be very, very confident.
Straight to Perth, a little north of Rockingham.
Downtown Bunbury.
And some rocking guesses there. Cretzo slightly ahead. We're getting into round 5 now. The multis really ramping up. Rory, what vibes are we getting here? Where are we at?
Ooh. Okay, my mistake. For a second I thought this was Argentina. Sorry, I'm washed. They've both gone into South Africa.
You're not washed, buddy. Spaghette, yep, South Africa, east of Eswatini. Cretzo, similar location, going further towards that Kruger National Park, more northern. Quite a distance here with the 3x. Could be some big points.
Fair distance. Spaghette closer.
Yeah, Spaghette closer, ends up being further west. And he chips away. No, not at this point. It's not a chip. That's a chunk.
That's a chunk.
Cretzo down now to 2.3k. Cretzo, you've got to not let this occasion get to you.
Yeah.
It's NMPZ after all. Anything is possible.
So Cretzo went to Colombia there. I thought it would be more, Malaysia, Indonesia with the oil palms. I mean, you never know, especially with this map. My mind initially went to, Real, Malaysia, those kind of areas.
Well, Cretzo right now following suit.
Yeah, it's a devilish map though. There are, gravel road with oil palm. You would definitely think about around this area, but you just never know what's in store.
There is a difference between them right now.
Yeah.
I know that's in the store. We can buy that off the shelves.
It's a game-ending difference between them right now.
It is indeed, and we have 10 seconds left. Oh, but Spaghette now switches straight back, and now Cretzo Spaghette shoulder to shoulder in Malaysia. But he's considering it not a last-second switch, surely. No, not today.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, he did he? Or did I miss that?
No. He stayed, so they were just on opposite sides of the Strait of Malacca there, but Cretzo with a really, really nice North Sumatra guess.
Exciting round. Very exciting round. Lucky for Spaghette not to be so far away.
Yeah, no, Spaghette 100% saved himself with that switch.
Yeah.
It would have been game many times over, I think, on a 3.5x. Big distance between North Sumatra and Sabah. Another tricky one here.
Very tricky round.
Yeah, it could be Indonesia. I can't tell exactly where Cretzo zoomed into.
Cannot either. He sort of zoomed in and then flung his mouse, and we were left treading water. Now looks at Sri Lanka, but once again, dropping his pin in the ocean. Spaghette hovering over the continent of Africa. This is a huge difference right now.
Yeah.
Now swinging towards Indonesia.
We have a metal roof, I think, which is quite interesting. A lot of the time, Java and Sri Lanka would have tiled roofs.
Rory, I think this is going to be GG in either direction. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home, who is closer? Who has got the dub? It is Spaghette!
Wow, it was Indonesia.
Spaghette, a brilliant guess, comes out on top in NMPZ. That was a fantastic series of Geoguessr. Both players played their hearts out, but in the end, it's not the heart that wins it, it's the mind, and it was Spaghette's mind, Spaghette's brain firing off on all cylinders, placing that more accurate guess, GC.
Yeah, no, he won with the correct country guess there. Nice way to do it. Wow, that was an incredible match. So much happened that I've almost forgotten what the key rounds were. It was just incredible.
Cretzo, commiserations, buddy. You are still a much-loved player and strong competitor, but yeah, that is going to be a loss that stings, Rory. It really is.
It will sting, yeah, because it was so close.
Yeah.
Going to NMPZ, yeah, going deep into NMPZ, just going for Sri Lanka there over Indonesia in a very, very tough round. Cretzo still played really well.
Understandable mistake, in a sense.
Yeah, no, it's not an easy round at all. But plenty of 5Ks from Cretzo.
Yeah.
We've seen him before, we'll see him again.
We will indeed. All right, GC, enough from us for now. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Paula. Guys, Bloom and Ziggy back on the desk for you to talk about some games. And what a game for us to start out on the desk. I mean, that was a crazy one.
I mean, not only this game, we've been treated by 3 games in a row going all the way to NMPZ. I mean, that couldn't have been a better start to the day, so I'm very hyped for this.
Yeah, agreed. So much NMPZ. I mean, you literally can't ask for anything better. And so much up in the air. Our players have been playing unbelievably well. I mean, these are the players that were in the World League. We saw how well they played each week, and they deserve to be here. This is only one slot to go for all of these amazing players. We did just say goodbye to Cretzo, sadly, but he did play quite well. Really, I think for him, he just had a lot of those second guessing. We were talking about this, me and Ziggy. He would make a guess that was correct, second guess himself, and then we'd see him move off the correct location a couple times there. So
yeah,
just kind of that overthinking seemed to maybe be what did it for him. But any other thoughts, Ziggy?
No, I think he was very solid in the first 4 games, but just in that NMPZ game, the overthinking really got him, especially the first 2 rounds. He was in Sao Paulo, then switched further north to Minas. The second round in Bulgaria, he switched to Romania last second, just second guessing himself. Then he didn't second guess himself on that Sumatra round, was right on it there in North Sumatra actually, so right on it. That was a good guess, but in the end, Spaghette, amazing comeback there. He was down 2-1, let's not forget about that.
Yep, good point.
He was still in the right mindset, took him down to 44 HP in game 4 and then sealed the deal. And a pretty impressive NPC game.
Yeah, for sure.
That has to be said.
You talk about Cretzo's one impressive guess in Sumatra there, but really who seemed to have it down in Asia was Spaghette, who's ready now for an interview. Spaghette, how are you? Congrats.
Hello. Doing pretty good. I don't know. I was a bit nervous after like the first 3 games because I was down pretty low, I think. I think Ziggy said 2-1, so.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I kind of just figured I'd just keep playing and it worked out.
Yeah, you did it. You locked in, and as I was just saying, as we threw over to you, you had some really impressive guesses specifically in Asia. The Philippines to win that second no move. Well, not to win it, but basically to win it, taking him down to 44 health. Unbelievable. And then, winning in Indonesia there at the end. A lot of impressive guesses. I mean, is that an area you feel like you study a lot?
I wouldn't say I studied Asia specifically, but maybe just kind of living here gives me like a bit of a vibes advantage a little bit maybe. But I mean, Cretzo also got a very impressive guess in the North Sumatra round. So I think it's just, it could just be RNG.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, do want to bank on your consistency in that NPC because it didn't seem like you were doing any wrong guesses there. It seemed like you were on point every single time. Just that one thought you had about going Sabah on that round that was actually in North Sumatra. What was your thought process there, and how did you made that switch in your mind to finally just, go for the safe, I guess. I think going between main and melee and Sumatra is safer than Sour because that's so far away from everywhere else it could have been. How did you make that choice?
I mean, it's just random oil palms. It could be literally anywhere, but I thought just like the way that the palms were being grown didn't feel as much as like the Borneo style of growing the palms, if that makes sense.
Hey, if it makes sense to you, that's okay.
It worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, man, amazing game. Proud of you. Good to see you since Tokyo. Been a while, but
yeah, good to see you.
Good luck going forward, and yeah, we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
What a guy. Jinx. Guys, wow, we have been treated today. Will we get it again? That's the real question. Will we get NMPZ once again?
I might have said 3 times the turn, but we already got 3 in a row, so can't really say that again. But let's go for 4.
We'll see for 4, guys. Next up, it's going to be Malfunction versus Trctor. You do not want to miss this one. It's going to be a heater. It's about any quick thoughts about that one before we get started?
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see. I mean, we all know Malfunction as a moving specialist. On the other hand, we have somebody like Trctor who struggles with internet issues from time to time. So his moving speed is maybe not up there with the speed of Malfunction.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Trctor, we all know him just by the fact that he sometimes just makes insane guesses out of nowhere. That's kind of like what he does, because he does spend a lot of time map making. So he just knows very unique areas, and they do come up a lot in these type of maps we have seen in the tournament so far. So I think the no-move map and an NPZ-style map that we have seen so far, those are locations that do suit his playstyle, but he has to survive the 2 moving games in the start.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be easy for him.
That's really what it is. We might be looking at another one of those situations where it kind of feels like that moving main is probably either going to take it 3-1, but if we get to that NMPZ, it'll probably go to a player like Trctor. I love your point about that random niche map knowledge he has. You put him in some of those really weird, unique coverage areas, and he just pops off. We saw it in the World League quite a few times. Some of my favorite guesses actually from him were things like that. I remember a very particular Mexico round where Trctor happened to get super specific near Tijuana, and the cast, we didn't think it was there. The other player didn't think it was there, but Trctor knew, and he took the game, and he could do it again here. Obviously, we're going to see, but a lot on the line for both of them, and I know a lot of support for both of these players exists out there. So if you're at home hyping up either of these people, we want to see it in the chat. Get involved.
Yeah, I do know Malfunction always has a lot of support in the chat for her, and rightfully so. I mean, she will definitely be favored in the moving mode, especially because I don't know Trctor as somebody who will ever insta-guess. I think he has one of the lowest guessing time in the entire World League. I think he even was slower than Consus, like 46 seconds average. That is probably the lowest in the whole league, so we won't see... I don't think we will see any insta-guessing on the moving mode, so that takes away one strategy that you can use to, counteract that moving proficiency, but we will see. He could always surprise us.
Yeah, he definitely could. Yeah, we'll see what he does. I think we'll see him try pretty hard on the moving, especially knowing that even if he insta-guesses, Malfunction will have those 15 seconds, so worth nonetheless just going for it, finding the information himself. But guys, finally, we have our players and our casters ready, so let's throw it over to them to not waste any more time. Let's get into the action.
Let's get into the action indeed, Bloom. Thank you, Bloom and Ziggy, for your thoughts. GC, up next, we've got Malfunction versus Trctor. These are 2 players that I am not too familiar with. Can you help set the scene a little bit, brother?
I can indeed. Well, I can tell you, Paolo, that these are 2 of my absolute favorite players to watch. Malfunction with her incredible moving ability, Trctor with his unbelievable Europe knowledge. He's so good at Europe. As Ziggy was talking about, just so good at obscure coverage. Just an amazing player to watch. So knowledgeable about geography, so even in the moving game against such a good moving player as Malfunction, Trctor can still do something.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to getting to know both of our players. We've got Malfunction going up against Trctor. And of course, we start things off with some energy, with some moving.
Some moving, yeah. This is Malfunction's preferred mode. Let's see what she can do. We have some tuk-tuks around here. Is it northern Peru? It feels like a Pura or something.
It's a round one. Rory, let's take a breath.
Let's take a breath.
Take a breather. We have back-to-back non-stop action across these open majors and wildcards. And round ones are rare moments, usually of solace. That being said, not always. It was the last match where Cretzo had a very unfortunate Australia round.
Yeah, that's very true. Last match, round one, was about as dramatic as you can get. This one, just 2 points in it.
Yeah. Nonetheless, though, a 5K by Malfunction. Great guess by her.
Yeah.
Trctor also on the doorstep for 998. Very strong start for both of our players.
Yeah, really good stuff. Not surprised to see that from Malfunction to kick us off. We have some US reflector knowledge coming into play here. I think we've got the diamond reflector.
US reflector?
Yeah.
I've been doing this game for coming up on 2 years.
We can call them
US reflector knowledge?
We can call them bollards as well.
Okay.
But yeah, these diamond reflectors, I think these are Montana, South Dakota.
Is that just so when it's nighttime and presumably there's no street lighting here, it's like to reflect the headlights?
Yeah, that's it.
So you don't go off course and crash. Let's see which of our players stays more on the course here. Trctor locks in first. Malfunction, she hasn't even opened her map yet. And is there a difference here?
There's a bit of a difference.
There is a difference.
It's not too dramatic on a 1.5x, but there is a difference.
But they're split in the middle.
Yeah.
GC.
Yeah, Malfunction seemingly just hedging there a little bit. Wasn't maybe too sure of the stage, just going for a bit of a hedge between the two.
I'm wondering if that's light. No, I don't think it is lighting. I think Trctor has a gaming armband on, you know, which have come into fashion over the last couple of years.
I've never seen these.
Like that go on the forearm for smoothness with the mouse.
Oh, wow.
I could be wrong. Don't trust me, chat. We will try and find that out if Trctor ends up winning.
Yeah, if he wins, we'll be sure.
I will be sure to ask, man. For sure.
Trctor also a big darts fan. I don't think it's darts related, whatever he's wearing here, but good bit of trivia.
We love our trivia here. 30 seconds
Yeah.
left. I mean, trivia, technically, of the utmost importance. Who has the most knowledge? That's what Geoguessr is all about.
Yeah, exactly.
Reaching into your knowledge base, pulling out the stuff that you need.
Need a player. Yeah, West Sumatra. I like West Sumatra with this really good quality narrow road. We saw a similar location NMPZ yesterday.
This is a difference, though, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a big difference. Trctor with the sort of water hedge, 2x multi. Malfunction taking a lot of damage there, GC.
Yeah, that's rough. I actually quite liked Malfunction's West Sumatra guess there with that kind of road. Trctor shaking his head a bit. I think he maybe felt a little bit bad winning on a water hedge, but that's the way it goes.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah, he opened his map very late.
Every tool at your disposal must be used. No shame in that.
No shame. We are in Russia now. Precarious country to be in on a 2.5x multi. Malfunction having a look at the antenna while Trctor actually finds a sign. Yeah, these towns are kind of 20, 30, 40 kilometers away, so in Russia that's not a long way.
It's not.
So these might be quite small towns, not necessarily the most findable unless you know which area to scan in.
Unless you are a mega Russia expert.
Yeah, Trctor is the sort of person to know where to look here, but it doesn't seem... Let's see.
Yeah, well, we'll find out very shortly because we only have 5 seconds left on the clock in this fourth round. Both players in a similar region, and it's Trctor once again slightly closer. With a 2.5x multi, actually, it's a big hit, especially into the low amount of life that Malfunction already had. Now down to 753 points of life. Trctor at this point just needs to preserve.
Yeah, he does. Both going near to Kazan there ended up being Chelyabinsk, and Trctor was just that bit further east, which struck a bit of a blow. Trctor going with quite a quick North Island guess here. Maybe tastes blood a little bit, just trying to put the pressure on, knowing that on 3x, 700 health is enough to lose in North Island.
And it is Trctor closer.
Yeah, this will be close.
Could be enough with a 3x. Not quite.
Not quite. I thought
half the remaining HP of Malfunction. It's interesting, GC, because you were talking about that speed that Trctor moved at. I'd usually expect that out of the lower HP'd player because, you know, got less to lose. Kind of want to throw some spanners in the works, but it's Trctor that, yes, smelt that blood and tried to push the pace.
It can work both ways. It can work both ways.
Yeah.
If you're Trctor, I think he thinks he's confident it's North Island, New Zealand. He's not going to lose there. Knowing Malfunction's on 700 health, if he just sends something, he could win. He could win. He's just trying to bring that element of luck into the round.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, I like the fact that we've seen a sort of switch up there, and we see another dynamic of how this game can be played.
Yeah, this is a painfully slow road here that they're both trying to move down.
Very, very slow.
Yeah, very. I think it's Malaysia with the road lines.
Little bit of information there for Malfunction. It actually does prompt her to open her map. And then we've got Trctor tracking in a similar region.
Yeah, they've both gone around Terengganu.
And it's actually much further northwest.
Yeah, Kedda just about near the Thai border. Malfunction hitting back a little bit.
Yep, just a little flick back towards Trctor. I'm not out of here yet, says Malfunction.
No, she's definitely not out of here, especially on a 4X. We have this wintry Russia coverage again, which is found in the sort of southwestern part of the country. Quite a big area it spans, so you need to either know the coverage really well or find some useful... Oh, that's a Kursk. That's a Kursk.
By the looks of it, very good information for Malfunction on the side of that truck.
It's good info, but it's not 100% reliable because trucks...
Move around.
Yeah, they move around. You never know where it's come from or where it's going to. But she's locked it.
She has indeed. It's on Trctor to respond, yet to open his map. With 5 seconds left, going to have to move very fast here. Going quite east, sort of towards that west I should say, to the northeast of Ukraine. And it's a very good guess by Malfunction. 1,100 points of damage. Now striking back with a bit more ferocity at Trctor.
Yep, just taking a little bit of control back there. She did the right thing. We're in Sweden now, as are we.
As are we. Shout out to Sweden, and let's not forget, shout out to blacksmiths.
Yeah, shout out to blacksmiths. Okay, these towns, yeah, I recognize these. Malfunction is right there.
Maybe a correct road for Malfunction. Trctor, once again, having to respond both on the E45.
Yeah, Trctor maybe a bit too far away for now. He's adjusted it though.
Has adjusted it. Oof! Adjusts very well. Brilliant guesses by both players, but it's another 5k.
Yeah,
you keep that up, Malfunction, you might stay alive, but there's only 2 rounds left.
Yeah, no, it's tough. I mean, she played that perfectly with the 5k, but Trctor, just so knowledgeable as well, knew exactly where to look for those towns. Was never going to be too far off. And we're in Brazil, which is a huge country, so this is a big chance for Malfunction to pull a lot of points back.
Big chance. 15 seconds down on the clock. Would have maybe wanted Malfunction to move fast here, but just opting for a different strategy, and that is absolutely A-okay.
Yeah. Yeah, she can't really lose this round unless they both find the town. She's just hoping she finds usable info first. We've still got 20 seconds left. Trctor's first with phone code.
Phone code for Trctor.
It's I can't actually read it, but it must be 1819, something like that. He's in the northwestern part of Sao Paulo. Malfunction, does she have anything?
I
mean, she's okay.
Well, that will be it, surely, with the 5x. Yes, Trctor getting it done. That extra bit of information making all the difference. Presumably, as you point out, GC, that phone code.
Yeah. No, he found that phone code, he knew what to do with it, but yeah, Malfunction's such a great moving player, but Trctor is just so strong. He just knows so much. You can be a moving main, but playing against Trctor is not easy.
It's not easy. And we will now move into No Move. Is this a game mode that you expect either of our players to be more favoured on, GC?
It's hard. Malfunction's so good all around. I really think that. Trctor just has that. As they were talking about on the desk, he just knows a lot of this obscure... I don't mean this is obscure coverage, but he knows a lot of obscure coverage. He's so good at Europe. It would blow your mind how good some of Trctor's guesses in Europe can be.
Understood. Well, Trctor having to guess right now on the back foot with a small amount of time remaining. A bit of a difference. Actually, no, barely any difference at all. I misread the maps. Ignore me.
Yeah, no, really good stuff from both players. Good Norway knowledge from them.
Round 2.
Yeah, into round 2.
Trctor checking up to the sky.
That's Colombia, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a dry Colombia.
Locks in Monteria, GC.
Yeah, this makes sense. Flat and dry. I would think he's somewhat close, but Malfunction going Brazil.
Oh,
okay, we've got
wow.
difference.
Big difference. Country level difference. And Trctor and Malfunction are actually off. It is Mexico, GC.
Wow.
But Trctor benefiting from that mistake more than Malfunctions.
No, yeah, I mean, that was a tough... Yeah, that was tough, but the sun was very south. That could have been something they could have used, but you can't always rely on the sun too much, but it did appear to me that the sun was very south there. We're in Ghana now. Quite dry, so yeah.
Oh, that is an alpha zoom from Malfunction.
Yeah.
She must have very high confidence in that guess.
Yeah, it did say Bolga Tango on the sign there. Trctor. Oh no, he's there.
Yeah, he's found Bolga Tango. Trctor hot on the heels of Malfunction. Good guesses by both players.
Yeah. Right on the
Mind blown, says Malfunction. Moving into round 4. Lovely coverage here. Sharp as a needle.
Yeah, really nice. Ooh, it mentioned a school board there. It said something like Algorna. I couldn't quite read it. This seems very... Okay, I think we had a Canadian flag there. Did we have a phone code somewhere?
I'm not sure if there was a phone code anywhere, GC. I cannot confirm nor deny.
Okay.
I also did not see a Canada flag myself, so you've picked up some very fine details yourself.
Well, have I? We'll see. There's a lot to look at here. There's a transformer on the pole. I thought there was maybe a phone code, but I think I'm wrong about that, actually. We have possibly front plates on those cars in the distance, but we have a massive, massive distance between the two players here. Again, we have Malfunction and No, they're both in Ontario now. Panic
they
over.
Are indeed. Panic can officially be put to rest. Malfunction and Trctor. And the location actually splits the difference. I think, I'm not sure which player, but I think there were maybe both of our players were sort of around that area before, but...
yeah, Malfunction was a lot further west for a while.
Yes.
And that would have been game.
Would it have been game?
Yeah, it would have been game.
Oh, wow.
When she was in BC, it would have been game.
Okay, well, ×3 multi halfway point, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home.
Yeah, South Africa now. Malfunction zooming towards the south coast, which makes a lot of sense with the mountains we can see in the distance to the north. Very wide coast, though, the southern coast of South Africa. Lots of room for error here, just trying to line up the ridge, trying to line up the road. On a 3x, though. Could see some damage here, depending on how far east or west they want to go.
Yeah, we definitely could.
Yeah, I don't think I would go too far east on this, but what do I know?
Malfunction has been scanning hard for quite some time. Trctor just now with 5 seconds left, looking to place down their location. There is a distance here, GC. Could be big point for the 3x multi. Trctor closer. And it's 870. Not too much, but still building on that lead. Trying to get to that 2-0.
Yeah, building a solid lead.
Indeed, it's a solid lead for sure at this point.
And we go into urban Ukraine, which can be quite difficult without information. Let's see if they can read anything here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on, GC.
There's a lot going on. It doesn't look too easy to read. A lot of it's in the distance.
Could be a very tough round here.
Yeah, could be tough.
Even for our experts.
Yeah, yeah. You can look at the architecture and try and get some vibes there, because Western Ukraine has a certain feel to it, a certain architectural style, but it's usually not that easy in locations like this.
Well, Malfunction does gravitate towards West Ukraine, a bit central West, but West nonetheless.
Yeah.
And Trctor also, so GC could be another round without too many points going in either direction. Let's see. And it's a very good guess from Malfunction. A bit of a distance there with a 3.5x. It ends up being a solid hit of over 1k points of damage to Trctor.
No, good way to bounce back there. Doing a decent bit of damage. I think they were basing their guess off the architecture there, that western feel to some of those roofs maybe. And we're in South Africa again.
Yeah, Malfunction able to slow down the lead of Trctor.
Yeah, I like where they are now. East Coast, mountainous, very green and lush. This makes perfect sense. They should be, yeah, I mean, they'll both be roughly in the right area, but with a 4x in a big country like this, we could still see something, but they look to be quite close for now.
Absolutely right, GC, and it's Malfunction again. I think you sort of read the script with the 4x that ends up being 1.2k points of damage going to Trctor. The lead now not just diminished, gone completely. Malfunction takes the lead. It's a small lead, but it's a lead nonetheless of 200 points. 200 points exactly.
Yeah.
Locked in. The pace has changed.
Yeah, no, this white car in Australia with this landscape, very indicative of South Australia or maybe sometimes Western Victoria, but I think the landscape...
And Trctor's on the other side of this water here.
Yeah, no, he is. There's a fair difference.
4.5x. Oh, and the difference, though, is split in the middle. Malfunction, though, another winning round.
Yeah, another winning round.
She's on a roll, GC.
She's on a roll. Trctor had the vibe there, but just a little bit too far south, so ended up losing points.
And here we are in Norway. I'm staring at you, GC. It's not.
No,
I failed. I failed.
It's not a bad guess. I mean, it's just across the water. You know, parts of Norway look very similar to this. Don't worry. This is relatively newer Faroese coverage.
Faroe Islands. Not going to see too many points exchanged here. Malfunction. We just said she's on a roll. Well, she keeps it going. And the snowball perhaps starting to get larger here. That was round 9 of 10. We're heading into our final round. Malfunction with that 700-point lead.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Both zooming into the poles here. Some palms. Seeing if they can gather anything from that bucket. They won't be able to. It's an interesting pole. I believe we're in Indonesia.
Chance for either player here. The biggest multi you can get, 5.5x. Malfunction looking to preserve her health. Heading towards Malaysia, northeast.
Sorry, my mistake. Yeah, no, Malaysia definitely works here.
Trctor, I haven't seen where he's placed. Malfunction,
they're both around Malacca now.
Okay. Yeah, Malfunction changing locations, refining, 15 seconds left, does not want to lose it in this 10th and final round. That would be a disaster. Goes north, second guessing, 5 seconds left. Trctor has not budged, now does, goes east, 2 seconds. We're about to find out who comes out on top. Who is it? It's Malfunction. That snowball rolled and rolled. And it got big enough to topple the Trctor.
Yeah, no, really well done. I think Trctor there knew he had to maybe commit to something. So, not an easy round for Trctor there. He knew he had to commit a little bit, so he decided to go east, I think, knowing he had to win the round. Always going to be a tough job.
Exciting round to end that first no move. We are now tied up 1-1. Solid performances by both players so far.
Yeah, no, really good. These players have delivered. Love, love, love watching them play, and they are delivering, and they are off.
Off. Sprinting down this sun-stroked road.
Yeah, looks like Argentina.
The beaming sun, a fireball.
No, Chile, sorry. Sorry, my bad. We had a white road line, which I forgot we had at the start.
It's all good, GC. Or at the end of the day, it's all context, it's all information for our watchers at home. It's a round 1.
Really good stuff there from Malfunction.
Breathe in and breathe out. That's what our players should be doing right now, not just us. It's round 1, let's reset. It's a new game, it's a new dawn, it's a new day. What? Malfunction! An incredible guess to start things off. A 5k off the rip. Forget Wusa breathing in and out. That is an exciting way to kick off this second moving.
No, really, really good. Very comfortable 5k there. Found the road sign. 5k'd off it very, very quickly indeed. We are now in Japan, and we have the pole plate here. Chubu plate, was it? I think it was a Chubu plate with the oval shape or the rounded tops, and Trctor is just sent straight away based on that. We do have a sign from Nagano, and a prefectural road, which will be quite hard to find in the several seconds we have left.
Oh, wow, Malfunction. You are absolutely killing it.
Yeah.
Now, about 800 points ahead. That's back-to-back rounds for her. Trctor biting his lip, getting maybe a little frustrated, because if you think about how many back-to-back rounds it's been now where Malfunction has been steaming ahead, it's quite a few.
No, it's quite a few, yeah. She deserves the lead right now, using info really, really, really well so far.
Perhaps now.
Yeah.
She's in rhythm.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe finding some info here in Peru. Couldn't quite make out what it said on that poster, but there seems to be plenty to look at here in terms of written clues.
Yeah, big sign there for Trctor. Is that a map of the area?
It said
or?
Gran Chimu, which I don't recognise. Is that Gran Chimu? No, don't know where that is.
This is sometimes the irony, right, of finding information. You might not necessarily know what the information is telling you.
No.
Might be tough information to decipher.
Yeah, and it can be hard to scan for place names in Peru sometimes. Not always the most straightforward.
Bit of a difference there, north and south of Lima, and it's Malfunction closer once again. She is really piling that pressure on to Trctor. A big lead now. Over 3,000 points of HP have been chopped away from Trctor over the prior 3 rounds.
Yeah, no, really comfortable lead and a deserved lead. Peru, big country, even on a 2x, it does a lot of damage.
Oh, Malfunction. Another 5k incoming.
She's lining up the road. She's definitely giving it a go. They're both fairly close to each other.
Oof. Malfunction though closer again. Small points, but it's just round win after round win. I can't remember how many it was at the end of game 2, but yeah, this is at least at least like what, 6, 7 in a row, maybe 8.
Yeah, definitely. No, she's really entered the flow now.
Yep.
Doing really well.
Got a lovely bus there. Heading off perhaps to some sort of resort.
Yep.
For some rest and relaxation. The opposite of what our players are experiencing right now.
Wow. Good. Really good, really impressive stuff. Yeah. I don't know exactly what it said on that sign, but...
She is absolutely locked in, but it looks like Trctor's found it as well, a bit further north on this body of water. It is the same body of water, yes.
Did Trctor even have info there?
I don't know, but now switching, maybe.
No, he didn't. He just knows.
Does not switch, he just knows. He's just him, but Malfunction is her!
Yeah.
Oh my, again, not a huge exchange of points, but she's just so on point, back to back to back to back.
That was really impressive from both players. I don't think Trctor had info there. He just found the lake.
Very exciting stuff. This is so close.
Yeah, really, really close. Bit of language there. Is that Portuguese or Galician? I missed it.
Portuguese or what? Did you
or
say?
Galician.
Galician?
Well, it may not be. Let's see. Yeah, no, I think it was just Portuguese. We're in the Azores.
30 seconds
All
left
Madeira.
on the clock. All of a sudden, we're in round 6, 3.5x multi. It's a very, very solid lead for Malfunction.
Yeah.
Of course, anything can happen, but it's a good position, a position where you want to focus on just protecting your health, staying ahead. No need to take big risks. On the flip side, Trctor, it's on you, buddy.
Where's he going? He's going mainland Portugal and Malfunction's in the Azores or in Madeira. She's tried to
Big
switch.
difference here in Malfunction once again. GC, you are absolutely right. That's game.
Oh, what a performance that was. Really, 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 really good.
Incredible.
Flawless. And
she's enjoying that.
Yeah. So she should be.
Yep. Bask in that victory for now. That being said, though, we do have to head into our next game. It's going to be that second no move. Trctor now back against the wall. We'll need to win this no move and then an NMPZ. Malfunction only needs to win this no move. But I shouldn't even use the word only because it's still a tall order. Trctor has been playing well.
Yeah.
You know, this is tough opposition. We've seen Trctor with some fantastic guesses. Malfunction, what are you doing?
We had this area yesterday, the sunflower area in Ukraine.
This pace is crazy right now.
I know. I think Trctor knows where to go.
A bit further north.
He's a bit further north.
It's quite a distance. On a round 1, not going to be crazy if Malfunction is right. And of course she is!
Yes, amazing guess again. We had a very, very similar Ukraine location yesterday with sunflowers.
Okay.
I don't know if it was the exact same, but it was very,
I
very
recall
similar.
when you mentioned sunflowers.
Yeah. We will not be forgetting that one.
We shall not.
If I'm playing a game and I see sunflowers in Ukraine, I know exactly where to go.
If I see sunflowers, I'm just going to pick Ukraine every single time.
Is that a Wisconsin pole plate? Yes.
Something's going on here. You know, at the end of game 2, there was a change. Malfunction just found something else, found a different gear, and has been in it pedal to the floor since.
Yeah. No, she's playing so well now.
But Trctor there, shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
But still, Malfunction a bit closer.
Yeah.
Closer, sorry.
A bit closer. Trctor, I don't know what happened. I thought he clicked on Northern Illinois and then he seemed to adjust last second. I don't know if he looked at that pole plate or not. In what looks like... Hang on. Okay. More... Said Cretzo and Osterman. A couple of names there.
No move.
Could be, I mean, yeah, Northwest Germany makes sense here. It's this kind of architecture. Again, we had a similar round yesterday with Rallius.
Yeah, this strategy... I mean, what we're seeing is certainly a strategy that has been formed and is being acted out. And Malfunction, again, reaping the rewards of said strategy.
Yeah, not surprising to be on the Dutch border there. Architecture looked very Dutch. Let's see what we have lined up here.
Yep. Trctor doing a good job of keeping up with the pace, but going to need more than that, Trctor. At some point, you're going to have to get a winning round, multiple back-to-back, or a big winning round, which perhaps relies on Malfunction making a bit of a mistake, and right now it just does not look like she has a mistake in her.
No, she's so locked in. She's playing so well. Trctor, just like you said, he needs that one round. He needs something really, really difficult to come up.
This is probably our longest round in quite a while. Yeah. So maybe for the first time, in some time, Malfunction really wanting to make sure they are as close as possible, winding down that clock, using every second possible.
Both players a little bit unsure here in Mexico.
Difference here, GC. Time is up. Whose life is? It's Trctor's. I mean, 2.5x multi, that's going to be a big hit of damage. 1.5k.
Malfunction is playing so well right now.
Maybe the best performance of today and yesterday so far.
Yeah, it's incredible, honestly.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I can't remember the last time she was far away.
It would have been in game 1, I think.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. It could have been in early game 2, but it will be that far back.
Yeah.
Every round a winning round. All of game 3 was winning rounds for Malfunction. Right now, all 4 of Game 4 are winning rounds for Malfunction.
Yeah, Urban Rusher here, not so easy. Trying to see if there's anything that's decipherable there on those shop fronts. Yeah, Urban Rusher, notoriously hard. Really, really, really difficult. Such a big gap distance-wise between all the cities.
Yeah. And I mean, in No Move, where you just can't move, you can't go out looking for extra information. If you've got nothing on that doorstep.
Yeah, they're both in Surrogate.
Oh, wait. Malfunction maybe thinking of a switch there, does not though. I think both... Oh,
ooh,
there
wow.
was some sort of switch.
Yep.
Trctor, great job. That is the round you were looking for. Does not bring the lead in your favor, but it chips away a big chunk of Malfunction's HP. There we go. Perhaps now a chance for Trctor to get back into not just this game, but this match, because his life is on the line in this No Move.
Yeah, no, that was the round Trctor needed. It's just a bit more even again now, this game, after such a good opener from Malfunction the first 4 rounds or so. Both going into southern Turkey.
Geoguessr mentioned.
Yeah, Geoguessr mentioned. We had some mountains visible, which will possibly help them line up their exact guess here. Flat roofs, which makes sense for this part of the country. Flat landscape with mountains visible. It all makes sense. Both.
Oof. Who is even closer there?
There's not much in it. Malfunction.
It's just about Malfunction, but good guesses by both of our players.
Really
Trctor
coastal.
stemming the tide.
Yeah, they're really close to the coast there. I don't think we can see it though. Oh wow. Really interesting round here. We had maybe like a Grand Randonnée route marker, the GR6. This is a... No, I don't think Trctor knows it. So these are walking routes in southern Europe. Usually France, Italy, sometimes Spain. These white and red markings for the Grand Randonnée routes. And I don't think they should be found in Turkey or Greece. Unless I'm mistaken. I think they're mostly France, Italy and Spain.
Well, we will find out who is mistaken soon, GC, with under 10 seconds left.
We don't know what Trctor's doing yet. Trctor's going to Spain.
Oh, big difference. Trctor is going off to Spain. Malfunction locking Greece. Hands behind her head, maybe not convinced of her guess. And she was right to feel that, because Trctor is on the money in Spain.
Ah, it's really harsh for Malfunction because she was playing so well in that game, but Trctor, like we said, those tough rounds, those European rounds, Europe, difficult round, that is where he comes into his own.
Just need one.
Yeah.
And now we go to NMPZ.
Again,
every single one. All 4 matches, NMPZ.
Yeah, I mean, that's the standard. That is the standard we're seeing today.
A gold standard.
Yeah, it is a gold
5K
standard. Right, let's see what they can do with this. Looks like North America. Looks like North America, maybe. Let's see what they can do. Mountainous. Malfunction going more for Washington. And Trctor zoom more towards Utah initially. He might take a little bit of time to think about this.
Malfunction, as GC mentioned, towards Washington, stays there. Trctor much further central in the country. Utah, as GC mentioned as well. This could be a big round 1.
Yeah.
This could be a big round 1, and yes, it is for Trctor.
Yeah, quite a big one for Trctor there. 1,200 or so. Any multis, and that would have been absolutely huge.
Indeed. But lucky for Malfunction, just a round 1. No multis yet, but we go to round 2, and the multis start kicking in. We jump into a forest here, dirt road.
Yeah.
A still image. A bit of sunshine, and that's it.
Bit of sunshine, that's it. Not that easy to tell what the sun direction is. We have some pines, we have a dirt road, we have very little else. Trctor leaning in a little bit.
It's so tough.
Yeah.
It's a struggle, and you can see it on Trctor's face. You can't see it on Malfunction because she's completely lent in.
Yeah. Trctor looks concerned.
He does.
It's not an easy one.
Both players talking to themselves. The stress level, the heart rate, they all must be high. Malfunction first to drop a location, and these are going to be two very different locations because Trctor's placed northeast Greece, switches to Turkey. Malfunction now in NA, back to Europe.
This is wild.
A wild round, perhaps a wild finish. Malfunction! What a guess! Oh, no!
Oh.
16 points left on Trctor!
That is unbelievable. I did not even see Malfunction switch guess there.
I didn't see it. I thought she stayed Northern
Sweden.
Europe, yeah. Oh, wow.
16 points. Oman. Trctor can't lose any round here.
Trctor can't lose any round. Any rounds at all.
Yeah, both.
It should be relatively safe Malfunction, but it's NMPZ. I mean, at least in this round.
They're both in the same area. Malfunction can just win. If she's Trctor debating North, wow.
Malfunction, have you done it?
No.
Not quite yet. Trctor remains alive in Oman.
That would have been enough if Malfunction
it literally would
there,
have.
Yeah. If their guesses were swapped over, it would have been enough for Malfunction. And what do we have next?
What do we have here,
wow.
GC? What are we looking at?
Just kind of scrubby dirt road. Again, this map delivering hard locations. They've both gone into the, I think, the northeastern part of South Australia. Have they? I think so. Malfunction finding a straight north-south road.
There is a difference here, though, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I couldn't see exactly where Malfunction was zoomed into. I think they're in a roughly similar area, I think.
Okay.
But if Malfunction wins the round...
Yeah, if Malfunction wins the round, then it's
enough.
all she wrote! Malfunction 3-2 over Trctor.
Oh. She's really happy. Well, that's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That last second Northern Europe to US switch paid dividends. It was quite literally like an investment.
Honestly, yeah. Investing in Eastern Canada there. Wow.
Very exciting series. Credit to Trctor. Should leave also with his head held high.
Yeah.
Played a solid game. It went down to NMPZ.
Yeah.
I mean, we've already addressed the NMPZ in the room because we're seeing it constantly in the room. Rory, what is going on with these wildcards?
It just keeps happening. The players are so closely matched. They're playing so well in the NMPZ games as well. It's extraordinary. We're seeing an unbelievably high level. Shout out to Trctor. We love watching him play. We saw him show his knowledge there, but Malfunction was just unbeatable. Yeah,
absolutely unbeatable. GC, enough from us for now. Let's head back to Bloom and Ziggy on the desk.
Thank you so much, Paula. Yep, Bloom, Ziggy, back on the desk after another crazy game. What is today, Ziggy?
I mean, we fought after 3 games in a row with NMPZ. It couldn't happen again because usually 3 times the charm, we were lucky enough to have it. So we were like, yeah, 4 would be nice, but it's unrealistic, but they delivered again.
They delivered again. Yeah, and what a fashion. What a great way to put it. I mean, cinema, every game. I mean, obviously, the round to talk about here is that switching to Eastern Canada at the end for Malfunction. We'll definitely get a chance to ask her about that very soon. But not only that, so many insane guesses.
Yeah, and it started a bit different than we would have expected. We said, Malfunction would win the moving games and Trctor would take the no-move games, but actually we started different. Trctor winning that first moving game, I think because there was not an abundance of information, and that does play in his cards a bit more. Just guessing based off vibes, you see a lot of fast guesses by him even. But then in the second moving game, there was a lot of information available, and then, Malfunction was locked in using that information. A lot of very, very close guesses. But Trctor equalizing game to 2-2. Going all the way down to 16 HP in that NMPZ game, but Malfunction was just a bit closer in Australia, closing it out.
Yep, closing it out in the end. Very impressive. And she's going to move on now, as we can see here, to face Zigzag in the first quarterfinal. We have 2 quarterfinals fully decided now. Kind of crazy. It's been such a day. It feels like it went so fast because they were so exciting, but also, they absolutely went the distance. So it's somewhat crazy. We only have 2 quarterfinals set, but happy we have them. Lovely to see, and amazing games all around, and only more amazing games to come. we should be chatting with Malfunction soon, which will be very nice. And we'll get to chat with her and ask her how she's feeling. And I think it is actually ready. Malfunction, congrats.
Thank you.
How are you feeling after that roller coaster? I mean, as we were mentioning, you're kind of expected to win those moving games, and Trctor wins one of them. And how did that make you feel?
I mean, probably one of the most miserable experiences of my life, that first moving game. But I think, like, I was tilted after that. But the fact that I actually got to win the no-move game put me back in the mentality that I can do this. And then I cooked the second no-move game, or moving game, I mean.
Yes, you definitely did. Super impressive second moving game there. And then, of course, there's a lot to talk about, but I think we all want to know your thought process there on that NMPZ round, switching to Eastern Canada. We saw you moving everywhere. I mean, even Greece, which is where Trctor was. You were in Russia. And then in the end, in the very last second, it almost didn't register on our end that you had made that switch. Talk to me about what you were thinking during that.
Yeah, I don't know. I was panicking. It reminds me of in my World League game against Radu in NPZ. I sent like Turkey on Sweden or something, and it looked very similar to that. And I was like, bro, am I gonna do the same thing again that I did against Radu? Yeah, I think I got lucky sending the right thing there at the right time. I don't know. The car blur was confusing. It looked like it was like a white car or something, like European back car, but I think it was just that maybe the dirt that was blurred weirdly.
Interesting.
That's Trctor said that's why he sent Europe.
Wow.
I almost did too.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but also very well played on those no-move games. I mean, even the second one looked very good for you, except that Greece on Spain incident. I think besides that, it was also very well played in general. So, going up into your next matchup, I think we talked a lot about this match, but we saw the matchup is finalized. Your opponent is Zigzag. How do you feel in general about that opponent? Are you happy? Just because okay, moving should be quite easy if you're being confident. But are you afraid of him insta-guessing, or how do you... Just general thoughts.
I mean, you never know. I think Zigzag is my pick to win the entire thing, so going up against him run 2 is kind of scary, but I don't know. I didn't play too bad against him in the World League, and if I play like I did now, I think I could probably maybe do it, but probably not, realistically.
Fair enough. I mean, nonetheless, it's guaranteed to be a close one, especially as you were saying how you played today and how I've seen you play many times before. We know you have it in you, and you have that potential to absolutely pop off. So congrats on your performance today. And yeah, best of luck with Zigzag. Gonna be a tough one, but I believe.
Thank you.
Any final thoughts? Any shout outs? Oh, there she goes. No, it's okay.
Bye.
Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye, Malfunction. Anyways, that is it for Malfunction. A lovely chat. And yeah, a lovely 4 games to start us off. And only more to come.
5 times the charm, maybe, NMPZ?
Maybe we make it 5 times the charm. Let's see. It's going to be Harrier versus Sadzu coming up next. We're going to depart from the desk and give you the cast on that one. So after the short break, we'll see you for that.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. The time starts now. Play the GX manhunt at Geoguessr. Find me and get a reward.
alma. All they want is Sheba.
I'm a stranger, here to win, here to sin. Oh, hey, gonna make it. Game is on, I can't go wrong. I may just seem to play it cool. I may just replay it all.
Welcome back, everybody, from that short little break. It is time for Harrier versus Sadzu. As we said just on the desk a second ago, it's our turn up at the cast. I am Bloom, joined by Ziggy, and we're going to be casting this next game for you. How you feeling, Ziggy?
Yeah, I mean, finally we are able to witness the action first-handedly. We did have a nice area here to watch the games, but finally you're jumping in that game and with somebody on screen. We see Jeff on screen there. Yeah, I'm quite hyped for it.
Yeah, gonna be a good one. Who do you have on this one? Do you have any predictions you want to make?
Jeff.
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 Any Jeffs in the chat?
Yeah, any Jeffs.
Drop some Jeffs. It should be a good one. Guys, everybody lock in. We're gonna get these players straight in to the first game. Gonna be moving, as always. Yeah, you think we're getting 5-time NMPZ? What do you think?
I think Jeff is locked in.
Okay.
And we will see a quick win by him.
Okay. Let's see. I mean, Sadzu is a tough opponent, so I think it could go the distance. Let's get these players in and off on the round one, looking like Lesotho right off the bat.
Yeah, the famous Lesotho Mountains. We see a quick lock there by Sadzu, not wasting any time at all.
Yep. Fair enough. Small country, no multipliers yet. Probably not really worth trying to look for some information there. It's just going to be a couple points at most.
Yep. Harrier just, trying to make the best out of the time he has left.
Harrier is closer there.
Gets a few points. Not the win yet.
Not the win yet, but we'll see. No, Sadzu's going to put up a fight for sure. This could go either way. I genuinely don't know who I have on this one. But a nice little start. As I said, it shouldn't be too many points on a Lesotho round, on a round one. But Harrier does go up.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Harrier play in the EMEA Major, and he did a pretty good job at selling himself there because he barely lost against Lenly, and we see what run Lenly had. The only loss he had was against Debris, who ended up being the winner.
Yeah.
So if he puts up that kind of performance again today, he can go a long way. I have him one as my favorites. Like, I have Harrier, Zigzag. Those are two of my, close favorites I have, just because of how much they've been grinding, especially Harrier.
Yes.
I mean, people do not understand how much this guy has spent trying to use every single information he can or learn every single information he can to do the best.
Yeah, Harrier has been putting in the most work of anyone that I've heard of, at least amongst especially these World League players in these last couple months. Here on the round two, looks like an Italy. A lot of good Italy clues, but very obviously, most important, you got Italian language everywhere.
Yeah, and obviously this flat landscape, very indicative of Po Valley, as we like to call it. I think that's actually also the name because the river is called Po.
Yep.
So not just a Geoguessr term, actually a geographical term as well. Actually.
Yep, and they're going there. Sadzu, though, is actually going to be very close. Multi's not too high, so it's not going to be too intense, but it does put Harrier on 5,500 health as we move into round 3.
Yeah, we do get a few smaller countries to start it off, but, as the multiplier start, a mistake on a big country, it means the game. So even with 2x multipliers, no bigger mistakes are allowed. So missing the country obviously shouldn't happen anyway, but it would be crucial.
Yep, let's see what they think on this one. Both players moving the same direction, both moving east down the road, so we should see a symmetry in the information they get here, just depending on how fast they move. Harrier much farther down the road than Sadzu is by the looks of it, and he gets to Government of Sarawak, so I mean, obviously that's a big help. He's just going to go Kuching.
It says Kuching City Center on that sign, actually,
Sure
so
does.
he will be very, very close. He takes a sip even after that guess.
Wow, Sadzu there too, though. Just a couple points. 8, Ziggy. 8. Just 8. 8 in the chat. Round 4 looking like France.
It do look like France with those long outer dashes. And the wooden poles also is pretty helpful clue for France. And if the players didn't know the country already, they would have looked at the poles and they would see a small blue dot that will also tell the countries. You sometimes see it flying by on the poles, but these players don't need that. They are looking for something better, something like an area code or maybe like a national park there, but doesn't look like a big one.
Yeah, they have the D14 there, but as mentioned many times on Geoguessr casts, in France, these yellow road numbers, the D numbers, can repeat throughout the country. So you could find a D14 and it could not be the right one.
Yeah, exactly. Every single department has a D14, so you were kind of like, I don't know how many they are, but probably like 50. So you have a 1 out of 50 chance that you found the right one.
It's better than nothing.
Better than nothing, but it's a big gamble to do.
It's a big gamble, and a gamble coming from Sadzu here when he's really considering Corsica while Harrier is on the mainland of France. Okay, he's actually going to water hedge in the end, locks that in as the timer runs out, and he's closer.
Funnily enough, he is closer. Maybe he just had the coastal vibes.
Yeah, I see it.
That's fair enough.
And it worked for him. He probably would have lost if he was on course, or it would have been pretty equidistant. But nonetheless, Sadzu now holds a pretty noticeable lead here as we're in round 5, about 1,000 points.
And we are in the home country of Harrier. We did spot some UK bollards there on the other side. And he sees Northumberland, which he instantly recognizes as the region there, and quick lock by Harrier. He's obviously going to be very confident in the region here, so the question is, does Sadzu know as well?
Sadzu know it. He comes across the same sign that Harrier used, but it doesn't look like he has the confidence with that information. But he is not too far away, so shouldn't be too many. Oh, he actually was much farther south than I thought there. So that actually is going to be 1,000 points for Harrier.
Yeah, sometimes on the map it doesn't come across how far away, like Manchester is from the border of Scotland and England. It's actually pretty far away. So we just saw him next to Manchester making a safe guess, costing him 1,000 points, but I think it's better to have a UK on 3 than on 5.5x. I think we can both agree on that.
For sure. Round 6 now, and the game is even once again here.
And we see Los Rios province and a quick zoom by Harrier once again. He zooms into the border just to confirm, yes, Los Rios is that one. Will we see a quick look, or will he also try to look for the town name? Sadzu, on the other hand, also found the town name, but he doesn't have the region name.
Harrier has the town?
He has it locked in. And Sadzu pretty far off as of right now.
Yeah.
He found one of the towns, though, on the sign.
One of them. Wait, this could be some points, Ziggy. No, they're actually not too far apart in the end, but a really impressive find from Harrier there. Picks him up a couple more 100 points and makes a lead off of what was a pretty even game. Not a massive lead, but a lead nonetheless. We go to round 7. It's 4 times multiplier now. Things are serious.
Yeah, so far solid gameplay by both players. And is it another UK? Was there a yellow plate, or did I just imagine that?
I think it is.
I think it is a Canage. I've never heard of that, but maybe Harrier has, but he didn't see that town name so far.
That's what he's going to need here, really. He has public accessible toilets. Don't know how helpful that is.
Well, he zoomed in instantly after seeing the toilets, so...
Wait, he knows the toilets. We said he's been grinding. He's been infomaxing. He knows every toilet in the UK. Okay, this is a sign that'll actually help him.
That is a very good sign, especially with A9, because A9 will be a road that will show up from pretty far away. We see him scanning the environment around the A9 now, and maybe even get very, very close there.
I mean, Sadzu has a lot of information too, but he's much farther south. Okay, he moves up now.
Yeah, he had the A82 and he realized, okay, the 82 is way further north, because they are kind of numbered from south to north, so he switched further up north.
Wow, I mean, it's good Sadzu moved as far north as he did. He's not going to lose on that, but Harrier with a really nice find, a really nice guess, now puts Sadzu in the yellow on health. He's less than half health as we head into round 8. Only 3 possible rounds left to go here on the first game of this matchup.
And we're switching between UK and Chile back-to-back. This looks like a Chile poll right off the bat. This time looks like a coastal location in a pretty similar latitude. Could be something a bit further north than we just saw. And we do have a province name maybe on the sign. Couldn't quite read that. Now the question is Harrier as good in Chile as he is in the UK?
That is the question. He's zooming in. I mean, we see obviously the coast is going to be on the west, but that doesn't narrow things down in Chile.
He is way too far north right now. We have a lot of trees. You don't have any trees in Antofagasta. There's not a single tree there really. You have some palms, but that's pretty much it. We see actually trees on the mountains there, so that would be way further south. So
yeah, it
I
looks
think
like
he will realize and switch.
Yeah, he's realizing here, which is good. Because again, the farther you go north, the farther into the Atacama Desert you're going to be, and it's just barren up there. So a good switch down closer to Santiago now. Sadzu even farther south than Harrier.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, this looks pretty far south.
Yeah, that's just actually going to be in between them. Sadzu just slightly closer there, just a couple hundred points, but Harrier still holds a nice lead. We go to round 9.
Yeah, definitely good adjustment there by Harrier in the end. I mean, Antofagasta would have been game losing. Sadio, on the other hand, switched further and further south, even though I kind of liked it, because I did consider very far south there, but wasn't actually there, so only a few points gained as we go into the penultimate round, as we like to say.
Yes. What are we thinking here, Ziggy?
I mean, off the bat, it looks like Scandinavia. We are either in Sweden or Norway, judging by the vegetation here.
Yeah,
but obviously,
I like the call.
The players will look for signs, and then usually the country will be very obvious. Obviously, there is no road markings on a road like this because it's not paved.
Yep. Oh, here coming across some road markings.
And Orkanga, 700. That is pretty far north. Unless it's not a 700. Is that a 700?
It says 700 right there.
Okay, but I think Harrier will realize how far north the 700s are. And he locks it in.
He locks in near Trondheim.
Because you see the name Orkanga on the screen, and that's also on the sign. So he will be very close.
Okay, yep, there it is. Harrier closer by a decent margin. 5 times multi, 1,400 points of damage. This is looking like it might be Harrier's game on the first moving.
Yeah, honestly, the only bigger mistake he made was that second Chile round. Other than that, I don't think there was much room for Sadio to gain any points. But he has one single last chance, and it is his home country. Actually, we're in Poland. We saw the yellow stop sign. Can he use the information now? It's the final round, so he really has to make use of it.
Yep, he's going to have to be quite close, and Harrier's going to have to be quite a bit away, but it's doable. Poland is big enough. We'll see.
Yeah, it did say Radom on one of the signs, and now he has the 747. So if he remembers how the signs are numbered, because he has Opole on the sound, he thinks he's near it, but it's a different town.
Oh no.
He could be baited by the sign.
The sign is baiting him, and
Sadzu
looks confident. There. It is Sadzu closer with 5.5 times multi. Is that going to be enough? Let's see.
Oh.
It is. Sadzu takes the game 1 on a bit of a multi-merchant in the home country.
I mean, Harrier got 2 comb hunters in this game, so he can't be too upset, but he got baited by that town in Opole. Is a big town in the southwest, but he should have looked at the road numbers, because they are very, very helpful in Poland. And yeah, he's not going to be happy, because I think if he just focused on those road numbers, he wouldn't have made that mistake. It's just a very unlucky situation for Harrier. He recognized the town name, but it's the wrong one.
It's the wrong one. That is a way to go out. Wow, after Harrier looked pretty good on that moving, it really seemed like he was going to take that game. Sadzu was holding his own for sure. Otherwise, obviously, we wouldn't have gotten all the way to round 10.
Yep.
But, you know, Harrier did look a little stronger throughout that game. Let's see if he can lock back in for the no move. He looks like he's a little disappointed. You see the little shaking of the head there, but it's not over. Many more games left to go, or at least possibly left to go. Maybe we get another NMPZ, Ziggy. We'll see.
We will see. Yeah, I said it's a quick win for Harrier, but Sadzu instantly striking against my prediction there and takes game 1, but on Poland in round 10. Who scripted this?
Who scripted this? The scriptwriters have been on some stuff today. It is crazy.
Yeah, and Harrier definitely a bit disappointed there at the road numbering. It's so helpful in Poland.
Yeah.
If you guys want to get good at Poland and moving, you have to know how the road numbering works.
Yep, he just locked a little bit too much on that town name and not the roads. But we know Jeff. We know Harrier.
Jeff.
He can lock in, I believe. They're going to get into the no moving now, again, so the way this is going to work. And if anyone happens to be new, just watching for the first time, it is time for no moving. That is one 360 panorama. They can't move up and down the road anymore. And then we'll head back to moving for game 3. But we'll see how they fare on this one. I mean, Ziggy, I keep asking for predictions, but curious what you think now after seeing how that first game went.
Well, you know, after my first prediction, maybe I shouldn't be too confident anymore in my predictions, but my prediction is this going to be a close one.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, Ziggy. You'd hope so, right? Especially after today.
Analyst, by the way.
Analyst, by the way.
Analyst, by the way.
True. You're killing it. You're killing it, Ziggy. We appreciate you here at Geoguessr. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Happy to be here with Ziggy, guys. I hope you're enjoying me and Ziggy as a duo.
I mean, yeah, this is the first time we're working together on the official Geoguessr broadcast. I mean, obviously we have worked together on the Rainbow cast in the past, but you know, now we're on the big stage.
Shout out to anybody watching who used to watch the Rainbow tournaments back in 2022.
Yeah.
Good times.
Geoguessr Sundays.
Geoguessr Sundays. I mean, it's a Saturday today, but we'll get a nice Sunday tomorrow. Can't wait. Who will make it there out of these two is the question.
Yeah, the good thing is we will not only see one person making it to the World Championships, we will see 2.
Yeah, from this weekend. There's so much on the line this weekend, and these players, especially here in the wildcard, have been playing like there's so much on the line. And now we're finally ready to get into that no move after a little pause. We appreciate you sticking with us and hanging out. It's time for the no move. Let's do it. US, by the looks of it.
We had to load up the action again after so much happened in game 1.
Yep.
They took a second. Quick breather there, quick drink from Harrier, and now we're back. As you mentioned, US, double yellow middle line. Very indicative of US and Canada pretty much, but also a lot of countries in Americas in general.
Harrier is ratioing me and going in Canada.
Oh, so I just followed your call and now I look bad.
Yeah.
Okay, noted.
And we go to Canada. Let's see what Sadzu thinks. It could be. I do like Canada though.
The pole tops do remind me more of Canada, and we see a quick zoom by Sadzu as well in Canada. I think Harrier was in Quebec, so we do have quite a difference in Canada, but now they're right next to each other.
Quebec. Yeah, should be pretty close for round 1. Shouldn't be too many points. No multis. They're both in Quebec. It is the US. It is the US. Sub me in. Sub me in, Ziggy.
Project Bloom.
Yep.
You're a project.
I am a project.
So what's the project about?
Blooming.
All right.
And round 2.
Round 2. Yeah, just had to get a quick ask there on what the project actually means. I'm sure other people have thought about asking you about that.
For sure. If anyone's curious, they can come ask me in my Twitch chat or something. But for now, we're going to cast...
Sneak you promote.
It's round 2.
All right, going into Brazil here. We had a very dry landscape, so I think both players will think about northeastern Brazil here.
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe a Ciara, Pernambuco. What would you go here?
I mean, Pernambuco is almost like the standard guess people make.
Yeah. We'll see what the players think. 30 seconds to go, halfway through the round.
Not a lot to work with, really, as to make a even better guess to nail down the region in the northeast. So we see maybe 2 Pernambuco guesses.
Yep. Looks like it. Timer running out here. Just 10 seconds to go. If they keep these guesses in... Oh, no. Sadzu actually considering quite a big change here, so it could be a couple points.
Yeah, I think he spotted the trident pole, which is very common in Maranhão, but I don't know if he actually thinks it's there. Wow. And it was actually Paraíba, as it turns out. Just downtown Recife.
Yeah, Recife.
Where did you learn Portuguese?
From my Brazilian friends. They've taught
Do you want to shout them out?
Shout out Mercy.
All right, shout out Mercy.
Round 3, Australia.
Australian bollard.
Yep, Australian bollard, all white lines.
This is what a meta enthusiast wants to see. Pretty much everything you need for Australia here, but as to region guesses one, we have a big split here. We have Queensland from Sadzu and Harrier on the other side in Victoria. And we have a lock.
It's locked. And it's Harrier. What?
Jeff is on it.
Jeff is on it. That wins him the game out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. And that's a quick strike back there. Goes down in a tragic fashion there in a moving game. But you know what? He's locked in again.
He's
quick win.
Locked
3-round win.
Wow. Super impressive stuff from Harrier. I mean, he played so confidently, so amazing in that first game into moving. ends up going to Sadzu just on that round 10, but Harrier locks back in and a really impressive no move in 3 rounds to take us back to the moving. It's now 1-1.
That is definitely a great start to the game, and that means there's a higher chance we get to an NMPZ because, I mean, it is possible.
It's possible. We're getting 1 game closer. It's tied up now. We're basically moved back to a best-of-3 format. But they're on moving now again, where you might presume Harrier would be favored, but Sadzu did end up taking the first moving. So we're going to see what happens. Anything can happen with the skill level of these players. It is so close. I mean, these are those players that made it to the World League in the first place, and then we're just out of that qualification directly for the World Championship. 1 more slot left to go. Deciding it here, 16 of them, and only 1 will make it.
Yeah, Harrier did have the chance in EMEA, but was beaten by Lenly, who ended up being 3rd place. So let's hop right in as we have a beautiful location for Gelotris. We have a turkey here with Coast North. We have a lot of tea. So my instant guess would have been Riese. But it seems like Sadju has different ideas.
Seems like it. I mean, yes, they're both on that northern coast, which makes sense, just lining up that water. But we'll see here. No multis yet, so shouldn't be too many points. Sadzu considering where you were thinking.
Yeah, he's trying to find that port that is kind of like lining the coast there.
Wow, but Harrier is gonna be closer. Yeah, Sadzu was just looking over there. He actually might have been looking at the right port there at the end, but didn't switch it.
Yeah, I think he didn't really see the T, because that is pretty helpful to use. Riese and kind of Trabzon as well have a lot of T, but it's also a strategy to just go to the scanning, because that port did look very recognizable. If you see it on the map, you will probably instantly find it. As we have a nice shit cam in Finland here.
Yeah,
not the best camera quality.
Worst quality camera coverage. You can see Harrier in. It does reset back to spawn, but yep, should just be Finland. Finnish road lines. The trees look very Finnish up in this area. It all lines up. They're both clicking pretty central south. Just kind of hedging, hoping for the best. Timer's going to run out. It is going to be Harrier closer. He's going to continue to chip away some damage, holding a flawless into round 3.
Yeah, interesting one, because Sadju didn't have any sign that gave him any clue there, so he was just like, he didn't want to compete with Harrier in that moving, because so far Harrier was very consistent up to that final Poland round.
Yeah, good point. Harrier is lethal with some good information, so not wanting him to find any. And quickly on this round 3, he's zooming in very confidently into this little pocket in Bulgaria.
I couldn't tell you what he saw. He saw the town name and instantly zoomed in. Maybe he recognized like it's a regional name or ending. Like prefix or suffixes are helpful in some European countries, like Hungary is a good example. It has a lot of suffixes. So maybe he recognized one of those, but he is back to moving. He just had a quick zoom in the area he thought it would be.
Yeah, looks like it. Another underrated skill amongst moving players is that ability to start off with a general region guess to then decide where you're going to scan, things like that. So he could be making that sort of general region guess, thinking, I think it's over here in this pocket, and then decided to zoom in to maybe try and find that small city. But it doesn't look like he did, and in the end, both players are going to be pretty close to each other here in this northern part of Bulgaria. Sadzu farther east. It is where Harrier first looked. Wow, but he didn't end up actually finding it in the end. He still picks up 1,100 points there. Really nice start here for Harrier on this moving game.
Yeah, really a very quick find there from him. I mean, he zoomed in instantly. I really want to ask him about that one if we get to interview him, but we have a beautiful location for me because we are in New Zealand. Beautiful location.
Ziggy, the New Zealand expert, that's definitely, would that, you say that's your specialty?
Yeah, but we have a good sign here for Sadju. Porirua is a town north of Wellington on the coast. We also have the street signs that are indicative of the city as well, but I wouldn't expect anyone to know them because only if you really, really focus on a country, then you learn a street sign for every city. But Harrier, he had a sign for Porirua as well and ends up finding it after a quick scan. So that's going to be a good amount of damage if Sadju is going to be very far off.
Yeah, you can see Sadzu's still trying to find it, and he's actually moved on from the North Island thinking, oh, maybe this is South Island at this point, but he makes a pretty good region guess in the end. He's not going to be too far away, but Harrier's going to extend the flawless.
Yeah, again, Sadju had a good sign with information. I think he even scanned over it, so he did have the chance, but as you said, a good region guess to save himself there, because that could have been even more devastating. But Harrier, flawless so far.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if Sadzu had ended up moving a guess down to the South Island where he was looking, yeah, would have been devastating. But he's still alive, he's still above half health. The multi's just racking up. We saw him use that larger multi to his advantage in the first moving. Maybe he can do it again here. We're on the Philippines. Sadzu thinking Davao, because it looks like it might say Davao on that little sign.
He can't quite read it, but it looks so much like it says Davao City. But meanwhile, it says Cebu City for Harrier. So who is right here? Is it Davao City? Because it does say Davao City on that sign again.
Yeah, wait. Let's see. Timer's going to run out.
It's
going to be Harrier. Wow, Harrier with... Oh my god!
It's over! Flawless game! Harrier takes it, just like that!
Just like that, Harrier, what are you doing? There's the moving we were expecting from you. He's done it in the second moving. He is one game away from taking it.
Yeah, I'm so confused. It must have not said Davao, just something very similar, because as we saw, it wasn't directly in the Cebu City, so...
Yeah. I think Sadzu saw a sign that said Danao, like an N instead of a V.
Ooh.
In the end there. But nonetheless, Harrier found it. Works out well for him. We go back to no move, just that 1-360 panorama. And a difficult one here, looking like Russia, and Harrier considering Sakhalin.
Well, you say difficult, but for players like these, I think both will pretty much instantly recognize the Sakhalin just by how the coverage looks, and also the antenna should be blurred if they want to confirm it's Sakhalin. A pretty niche meta to know, but Harrier. There's another area that has a blurred antenna, and it is near Sugut.
Yeah, it looks like he's possibly considering that other option.
But the trees are so short, I do like the Sakhalin shout. Yeah. Because it does look very like cold climate.
I do too. Harrier has kept his pin there in Sakhalin, but it just looks like he's possibly considering this other option. I will say though, even on the island of Sakhalin, Sadzu's much farther north, so though it's round one, we could see some points.
Yeah, Harrier really thinking about this one.
Sadzu locks it in, Harrier keeps it there. Who is it? It's Sadzu on the far north of the island. 1,800 points on a round one.
I honestly didn't know that Sakhalin was this big.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge.
1,800 points.
It's a massive island.
That is definitely a massive island. Speaking of massive islands, I think we might be on Hokkaido, which is pretty close to Sakhalin, actually, so we're not moving very far geographically.
Yeah, we just took a trip south.
We also see the Hokkaido arrows there, I think, on the top of the road, so that will confirm Hokkaido for both players as well. As we see, Sadzu actually going for the island gas, for the small island gas.
Harrier thinking a different island off of Hokkaido. Wow.
Yeah, for some reason it doesn't feel like the mainland, because I think on the mainland this would be a main road.
Yes, that's a very good point. This being a dirt road like this feels a little strange for it being mainland Hokkaido. We'll see what the players think. They're trying to find something that lines up, because if it is an island, this could be 5Kable. You could find lineup if you get to the right island.
Yeah, but what's weird is that there's a bigger road in the top with arrows, so we might actually be on the mainland, just on like a small bay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Difficult to access. But we will see Harrier actually switching to the island itself.
Let's see, timer runs out. Who's closer? It is going to be one of those islands, and it was in the area Sadzu was looking at first. He does end up dealing even more damage there, but it would have been really, really devastating if he had kept it up on that island.
Yeah, I think what's funny is Harrier's guess from last round would have been closer to the location than his guess now.
Yeah, that's a funny point to make.
It wasn't that far north in Hokkaido.
Wow. Well, round 3, here we are. What are we looking at here?
I think we saw an Australian sign there, that pedestrian sign you see there.
Yeah, it feels very Australian.
That's definitely an Australian sign, but as to where in Australia, I would guess here. There's the flag.
There's the flag. There was another flag, though, that I could see. Looked different.
I didn't see one, but we do have a lot of palm trees here. That is not helpful, though, really, because Australia has such a long coastline along the east coast that has a lot of big cities like this. And honestly,
this is a difficult one, Ziggy. I'm not sure here. This could be a lot of points. 2 times multi. It's not a ton. Could be worse, but Australia is massive. Let's see where they go. Whoa. They're on opposite sides of the country here. Harrier over in Perth. Sadzu in Queensland. I mean, 2 times multi. It was just as I was saying. This could be it. This could be it.
This is gonna be it, I think.
It gets locked in. The timer runs out. It's New South Wales in the end, and Sadzu is gonna take it. We get an NPC.
You know, Harrier flawlessing that game 3, and now we have a reverse flawless by Sadzu, and that means NPC.
NPC
5 times.
5 times. 5 times, everybody. We are getting treated today. It is NMPZ time once again. And wow, to have 2 back-to-back flawlesses from each competitor against their opponent. Insane way for us to take it all the way to NMPZ. It is time for our tiebreaker. It is no moving, panning, or zooming. It is one still singular image. Let's see what our first round is.
And obviously these are pro players, so even this image probably will be enough. Usually with a forest road like this, just slam Slovenia. And we do see a quick zoom by both, at least in the vicinity of Slovenia, and a quick look from Harrier there.
Oh, but it's Ukraine.
I would never in my life guess Ukraine. I thought about Slovakia maybe, but Ukraine is definitely a stretch there, and
very difficult round.
That is a hard round.
Very difficult round, and they just went so fast on it, and it's pretty inconsequential in the end. Round number 2.
The country here is going to be very, very obvious at least. We have a tie pole there with the holds. Now, as to where this is, we do have a water ditch, which are very, very common. Like these canals are very common near Bangkok. So that's why people call them the Bangkok canals. It's a pretty good meta, I would say. I think it's pretty consistent.
Sadzu actually going pretty far from Bangkok there, and Harrier close, and it works out for him nicely. A couple 100 points there. Harrier's sitting in a nice spot here to start with the NMPZ, but it's NMPZ, Ziggy. Anything can happen, and we move on to Brazil by the looks of it.
Yeah, at NMPZ, your lead doesn't really matter.
Yeah, leads can mean nothing here. Oh, maybe Colombia. I actually do like the Colombia shout as well, especially if it's going to be east of the Andes. Can have a similar vibe to Brazil, which is maybe why I thought that. But Sadzu actually looking like he might think it's Brazil.
Yeah, he's thinking about Brazil, but I think those painted fences I do like a bit more in Colombia. But that pole in the distance there almost looks like it's Brazilian, but I think it's a Colombian one.
Wow,
we have a Brazil.
Sadzu goes Brazil, and it is going to be Colombia. Harrier there, 2 times damage. He takes it on round 3.
Round 3 and another flawless, so 2 flawless wins by Harrier there. 3 wins in total. Wow.
Wow, unbelievable games. These games today have just been crazy.
Yeah, we definitely will have a lot to ask Harrier there. I mean, that was a roller coaster for him and for us as well. But entertainment nonetheless.
Entertainment nonetheless. The cinema keeps on cinema-ing. I'm making that up. I'm making that up for today because of the amount of cinema that we're getting.
Are you sure you're a native speaker?
Yeah, I'm a native speaker. And I'm making up words, because why not? But yeah, wow, what a game. What a game. I love your point about those 3 flawlesses in the end. Harrier getting 2 of them, Sadzu getting 1. Just goes to show you how close of a match that really was overall. But yep, in the end, Harrier taking it. Guys, we'll head back over to the desk now for them to break down this game. Paula and Geoguessr.
Yo guys, hey, Paula here. No, I can't do that. No, I tried. We talked about the accent thing earlier today, but not quite the case. I am Toby, joined by Geoguessr. Thank you so much, though, Bloom and Siggy, for casting yet another NMPC game here. Geoguessr, we are being, blessed really all day long with insane games.
Everyone is getting blessed, whether you are a moving player, whether you're a no-move player, whether you enjoy NMPZ, we got everything settled today. It is amazing.
It's crazy, and this game really was no different from how the previous matches have been. So much back and forth, literally impossible to predict the outcome. But I feel like that's what happens when we reach this echelon of play, when players are so evenly matched, regardless of whether they have their individual strong suits. When you have players of this caliber in best-of-5 formats, we are bound to see some of these games go on.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen this matchup before. Harrier was playing Zatsu in the World League. And also in the World League, it wasn't that close. I mean, Harrier secured the win there as well. But it also went to NMPZ back then.
Yeah.
And now, on the best-of-5 format, once again, they go all the way to NMPZ. And once again, Harrier secures the win.
And you know, we have Harrier or Jeff ready for an interview now. I do hope that it is Harrier we get to talk to, though, because oh my, Harrier, what an insane roller coaster ride of a matchup. Talk to me just right now, the emotions going through you after that match.
Oh, Jeff, that was not the way I expected it to go, Chris Kamara, but yeah, I mean, that's 3 times now in an actual, like, a proper knockout tournament that it's gone to NMPZ, but I won, that's what matters. In knockouts, that's the most important thing. The moving game was crazy, like, to get pulled last round, and I saw a stand that said a pull, and I was like, but why is there these road numbers here? So I got baited by that, and then I was like, wait, why are the road numbers not add up? And yeah, that was quite tragic. But I kind of deserved after the Chile round. I should have scanned for Iloko a lot earlier. Happy with the no-move game, quite clean. Second moving game, that was much more like it. That's the performance I expected to play. The other no-move, I was kind of mocking it. I mean, I saw blue car 23, and I was thinking like, wow. And then I saw green poles, and like, maybe it works, but something's off. But yeah, there was a yellow plate, which was a bit unfortunate. So yeah, I should have trusted the yellow plate, but I just had to guess it, and decided you got closer than NMPZ, and I was like, right, Colo, send. I remember a game against someone in the league where there was like an East Colo round on no move NMPZ, and I'm like, right, just absolutely smash, destroy the keyboard, just send Chris Kamara, just go for it, you know. We've got Eastern Colo pose, just go for it, and it paid off.
You know what? I was gonna ask you questions, but you kind of broke down the entire matchup there. So good on you for leaving us with nothing else to ask. Now, I will say I feel like in that last, I mean, just to go to the very end of it here, in that last NMPC, I feel like yesterday and also for parts of today we've seen that Colombia-Mexico split a ton of times where people 50-50 that. This time around ends up being a Colombo-Brazil split. Talk to me a bit about that final round that ended up winning you the game.
Well, shout out Max. He helped me a lot with Colombia for the Andorra Wildcard last year, and that, I believe, was one of the roads that he taught me. So shout out Max for that, absolute legend. But yeah, I thought the polls looked Colo, and then Mexico, with Gen 4, I'm more confident, but Gen 3 Colo Mexico's like horrible. So I can understand the toss-up, and the fences in East Colo can be quite weird and Brazilian, so I can totally understand Saju's guess. But I'm just happy I got the NMPZ win, Chris Kamara, and that's what matters, Jeff.
That is the only thing that matters. Congrats, Jeff. Very, very well played. I pretty much only have one question. We have talked about pretty much everything. But in round 3, we had a sign saying Davao, but it was Cebu on the trike. Was that throwing you off?
Yes.
Was there something you... what was the thought process to trust the trike, even though trikes can travel and the sign doesn't?
Yeah, that was a bit of an in the moment kind of situation where my first thought was somewhere around Visayas or Samar, Late, Panay. I just had a vibe for that area, and I was like, okay, Cebu works for Cebu, the soil works for Cebu, and I was like, you know, I just got to send it. Like, I didn't see anything that said Mindoro, so I did miss that. Or sorry, Mindanao. But once I saw Cebu, I was like, give it a few seconds. Does it make sense? I feel like it just makes sense. And in these pressured moments, you just have to trust your instinct, and I trusted my instinct in the moment. Yes, there might have been a risk, but that's Geoguessr, you know. There's no such thing as 100%, you know. Like, you gotta sometimes just go what your gut feels, and I, you know, trusted myself. I was like, yeah, does this like Cebu Chris Kamara? I was like, of course it does, Jeff. Let's just go for it. And there.
Good stuff,
that's
Jeff.
how it is. Smart play there, Jeff. Very well played.
Definitely. Congratulations, Harrier. Always a pleasure to have you on board, and best of luck in your match to come. A joy to hear from the Jeff Master himself, Mr. Harrier. Parentheses, YT, parentheses ended. Always pleasure having him on board. You never know who you're going to get to talk to, but great that we got to have a full-on breakdown from him here. And now an announcement for you guys who maybe have already or are looking to get yourself a World Championship ticket. Yesterday it was announced, we're going to say it here again, that there are some pretty big names being added to the World Championship weekend. The sidemen are going to be present. The YouTube group from the UK, a collective and entertainment group loved for their humor, challenges, and events. They're making their Geoguessr World Championship debut in Copenhagen in the end of August for the World Championship. And not only that, but we're going to have some incredible music artists as well. Mapei, Iconopop, and Nikki and the Dove are going to come and play at the Championship Festival. So if you thought you'd gotten a ticket already and you were quote-unquote just gonna get to watch Geoguessr, nope, it's a whole festival weekend of Geoguessr, music, and content creation happening in Copenhagen. So we hope to see you there. If you hadn't already gotten your tickets, maybe now you're gonna hurry up and get those those tickets locked on in because we wish to see you in Copenhagen in the end of August. But for now, back to the games we go. And you know what? We have Mada and V89 ready to play. So maybe a 6th NPC? Casters, what do you say?
Thank you so much, Paula. No, just kidding. Toby, sorry about that earlier. But yeah, V89 and Mada. This should be an interesting one. It's kind of a matchup between showing all of the emotion possible and none of it. What do you think's going to happen here?
I mean, we did see kind of the similar thing yesterday with Jim Timidator versus Gorka. We saw Gorka with a lot of hand gestures there. So I think we're prepared for Mada, but you never know. We had a nice go home shirt or like a banner behind him. I don't know what that means.
What was that banner?
We're going to ask him if he wins. But
yeah,
he has to win first.
He has to win first. We'll see. I think this could go either way. I think Mada's going to be favored on the moving here overall, but V89 a very tough opponent. One of those guys that people feared for a long time before making his way into this actual professional scene. And now he has another chance here to make it to the World Championship still, and we'll see what they can do on the moving. Round one, we're off, Ziggy.
Yeah, and we're off with a nice Canada round this time. I think it's not the US, but correct me if I'm wrong because you corrected me, or I doubted you for a second there, so I'm sorry, Bloom.
It's okay,
But this time,
it's okay.
I'm
I think you're
quite
right
confident.
on this one. I think you're right on this
one. I do think we have Manitoba poles there, and I think we also have the plates for it, so we see a quick lock there by V89.
Yeah, there's that big difference in the way these two players are going to be playing throughout. V89 just sees that one meta clue, that Manitoba pull, and he's just going to insta-send. Mada still is going to take the time to look for that information as a player who plays moving much more, but the timer's going to run out with them being pretty much equidistant here. Not much to write home about. Mada just a little bit closer.
Yep, as you mentioned, he took his time, but if you see an insta-lock by V89, there's no pressure anymore. You have 15 extra seconds to maybe find some sign, so why not use it anyway?
Yep. That's always gonna be the case here. Now, round two. What are we looking at?
Well, it says .se, so we are definitely in Sweden.
Now,
That looked like
what would you guess on this?
I mean, it looked like we had an 08, which is pretty far north, I think, but
I kind of like
this
this
doesn't look like north.
Honestly, it could just be Stockholm here. We need some more signs, Ziggy. We need some more information. Possibly some signs here for Mada. Yep, he's got a road number.
Yeah, 275. So he will take a very good look for that one.
Is he gonna be able to find it with only 15 seconds left to go? It's looking much farther west. V89 just sticking to Stockholm.
Yeah, it looks like a very big city, but he just can't find this road number. So he should be near a big town, but he just can't find it.
Timer's gonna run out. It is just gonna be Stockholm there, exactly where we're casting from. 882 points there for V89. Mada shaking his head on that one.
Yeah, I did not recognize that as Stockholm, even though we've been here for a few days already.
Yeah.
Didn't seem familiar.
It was a little bit outside of the central part of the city there.
Oh, yeah, that's the reason.
Yeah. That's our cope. We go on to round three, looking like Portugal here, and Modest has actually found that town, I think, right away. He's just locked in.
Yeah, I think he just saw the road number 822, instantly found it on the map, and just locked it in between the two towns he had on the sign.
Wait, the 89 is at the 823, hoping the 822 is going to be close by, but he's not going to find it, so that's going to be Mada finally dealing some decent damage here on the round three. 1,700, almost 1,800 points of damage.
Yeah, it shows that Mada also knows how the game mode works. He, even with information, he will insta-guess, even though, you know, usually he'll probably take his time on the rounds, but if he has information like that, there was no reason to spend any more time on that, really.
Yep, just use it, make the quick guess, hope the 89 can't use it. And it worked out. Round four, back in Brazil.
Back in Brazil, and the hunt for the phone codes begins.
Yep, that's all it is. Every time on the moving on the Brazil, it's a race for the phone code. That's your most helpful information here to find. That's a 98 there.
Yep, 98 is São Luís and surrounding areas, northern Maranhão state. So a very quick zoom from Mada there. Meanwhile, it didn't seem like V89 found his sign yet, so this could be pretty good damage if he doesn't make a crazy read guess, and he's very far off.
He's far off. 2.5 times multiplier. Gonna be decent. Mada, 102 kilometers away, deals 39-10, and V89 is on 193 health already.
I was about to ask, is this game?
Is that game?
It's
done,
almost game.
It almost is, Ziggy. Round 5.
And with that said, 193 HP to his name. That means no more mistakes.
No more mistakes, and we're on Bangladesh here on the round 5. Vietnam has to be closer every single round if he wants any chance at taking this moving game, and he puts pressure on very fast, goes northwest instantly. Mata's going to use his remaining time, try and find some more information if he can. He's checking out some signs, but doesn't really look like he can use them. Yep, just going to have to make a guess, and he's going pretty central south here. Let's see who has it. Timer's up. Wow, it is going to be Mata there, and he's going to be closer. Not an insanely accurate guess, but much closer than V89, and he takes the game 1 moving, and we go on to the no move.
Yeah, just as you predicted, Mata should be stronger in moving mode, and actually, V89 taking his chances here, insta-guessing.
Yeah.
In a round like Bangladesh known for having an address on every singular sign.
Yeah.
Actually, though, Mata didn't find an address.
He didn't.
Just had a slightly better region guess and takes the game.
He does it. Yeah, as you said, aligned with that prediction I made at the beginning. Look at Mata here. He's hyping himself up. You know he wishes he had a crowd around him.
Yeah, sadly, the viewers at home can't see his camera. They actually see only his avatar.
True.
So
True. We see his camera right now.
We see his camera.
You guys wish you could see his camera because he is hyping himself up. I'll tell you that much. But yep, we're getting up into no move. It's going to be time for that 1/360 panorama.
Yeah, maybe Mata's a bit sad that this is online for him because he likes to play with the crowd. I mean, we've seen him.
He sure does. He comes alive when he has a crowd around him. So he's really hoping to make it to that World Championship where there will be a big crowd. We're going to have 3,000 people.
And the sidemen.
And the sidemen. Oh, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Let's see which of these players makes it there. Again, this whole weekend, we'll be getting 2 more players decided of who will be in that World Championship. But right now, it's Mata V89. It's round 1, no move, and we have a Ukraine. V89 is locked in pretty far west here off the bat, while Mata is quite far east. And V89.
Hello?
V89?
5.4 kilometers.
5.4 kilometers. I'm at a loss for words, Ziggy.
I didn't see what he saw, but he saw the vision.
He's so calm. What was that?
There must have been maybe something with the car because to me it looked very eastern or middle because it just looked very normal. I didn't see any bigger hills which you usually get in the west, so definitely an amazing guess and just another quick lock.
And he just does it again in Bangladesh. I mean, it is also what we were saying at the beginning. It's that dichotomy between Mata, one of the most animated players, and V89, just deadpan straight face, even after impressive guess like that on the round 1. Round 2 back in Bangladesh, and once again, just like the way the moving game ended, Mata is going to be closer on Bangladesh. 528 damage, but V89 still in the lead.
Yeah, I think Mata reacted more to that insane guess in Ukraine than V89 did, because he even gave him a GG. Because
he did.
That's a crazy instant guess.
Insane instant guess. We'll see if V89 can make any more like it. Round 3, looking like Serbia here. Mata thinking kind of far south. You can see some mountains. It's a little more hilly and things like that as you go farther south in Serbia. So that could be helping them with their guess, but nonetheless, pretty central for both of them.
Yeah, pretty standard round. Both just checking the car for no antenna. Obviously, very good clue for Serbia, and 2 very close guesses here.
Very nice guesses from the both of them. Mata dealing a nice clean 100 points of damage.
Imagine how Geoguessr would be if the health is like out of 100 and not 5,000 or 6,000.
It would be one round game?
No, I mean just, and it's also scaled down. Like,
oh, the whole thing was scaled down. I mean, could be.
Yeah, just imagine not calling it a 5K, but like a 50K, 50 points. Just a 50 points.
I think 5K is much more exciting, Ziggy. Round 4 now, looking like Mexico. A small sign there with not a lot of information, but maybe it said Jalisco because they are both there.
Yeah, we also have a lot of blue agave, which is very common in Jalisco. That's maybe what they use. I didn't see the sign. It's pretty hard on a very small monitor. I really have to.
Yeah.
You know, Toby was gaslighting the viewers that he was saying we have a big TV screen or something. Like he said 85 inch.
No.
I'm looking like on a laptop.
Yeah. It's a little bit hard sometimes for us to maybe see those plants that you were talking about, but in the end, you made a good call there for the Jalisco. The players knew it as well. And we go to round 5, which should be on Nigeria. V89 just locking in central, just kind of click, label, go next. And Mata's thinking like he's going to do the same. Let's see if he keeps it there.
I mean, to some people, it looks like a middle click, but I think it's an educated guess. It looks a bit dry, but not the super dry coverage you get in the very far north, east, and north. So I think it's a fair guess by both, and
it's right.
On the right road from V89.
On the right road from V89. Wow, that's super impressive, and it deals 552 points of damage, even though they're both so accurate.
Yeah, we see a quick side air by Mata being like, I got so close, but he's just closer.
He goes, what do you want me to do there? I mean, V89's on top of it.
And we go back to Mexico this time.
Yep. Looking like Mexico, very dry, so should be farther north or in the Baja area. Yep, and Mata's thinking Baja.
Ooh, I did not think Baja at all with this whole vegetation. There's just too much vegetation going on. I think it's just the western coast.
I like that call.
Baja is a very risky guess. I kind of like more V89's guess, western coast. I don't know what Mata sees that makes him go Baja here, because I didn't see any cacti.
Good point. Good point. You do get a lot of cacti on the Baja Peninsula. We're not seeing any here. V89's going to lock in Nayarit, which I agree with Ziggy. Seems like a pretty good guess here. Mata, if he keeps it there, this could be huge for V89. 3.5 times multi on the round 6. Is he going to move it? Mata ends up zooming out. He's considering switching off of it, but he doesn't. So the timer's up, and V89 is much closer there. 3.5 times multi. He takes it.
That will definitely seal the deal. Yeah, I'm not sure what Mata saw there. I was very confused. I mean, you thought Baja at first, so you have to tell me how.
A little bit, yeah. It's just the dry vibe. But yeah, as we panned around more, you made a great point about no cacti. Definitely seemed like by the end there, the more educated guess would not be to go Baja.
But even then, I mean, V89 wasn't like completely on the guess. He was just like had the general area down. That's a pretty hard round to get. I think there might have been like the cacti. Maybe that's what he based his guess off. There was just like one cacti.
Maybe.
And maybe that led him to Baja. We will see. It is 1-1 though. Equalist game.
1-1. And you know what we said last time? It was 1-1, Ziggy.
That means higher chance for NPZ, right?
Higher chance for NPZ. Let's see. Let's see if we get there. We have basically reset, in some sense, kind of back to a best of 3. We are in Canada, as you mentioned. BC, very good guess here on this round by the looks of things. Yeah, they're both so close.
Yeah, pretty standard BC there. Very quick guess again by V89, so maybe that will be his strategy after he lost the first moving game by trying to, you know, keep up with it. But we see Mata just finding that crucial information like the phone code in Brazil just faster.
Yeah.
And this is actually a repeat. This was in a different tournament. I do quite remember this.
Interesting.
I don't know in which one. Viewers at home that watched every single major, this was in one of the majors.
Someone in the chat, call it out.
Somebody in the chat will know what I'm talking about. I remember this location vividly. I think it might...
Hey.
I don't know which game it was, but I remember this exact sign, and we spawned in the exact same location.
Interesting. Well, if either of these players watched that tournament, maybe they'll know, but it doesn't look like they necessarily remember it. They're just scanning themselves. V89 has found that one town to the south of him. I wonder on his zoom level if he could see any of those other towns too.
Yeah, they were just very small towns, I remember, but he also found Carizal Bajo.
Oh, wow. But actually, in the end, you saw Mata making those last-second moves, those last-second switches, narrowing down that guess, and in the end, he gets a very impressive 5K.
Yeah, gives us the animation 107 meters, just in that threshold of being a 5K.
Yeah, nice stuff. Now on to the round 3.
Yeah, everyone made a quick zoom onto the plates because they're very helpful in distinguishing the states in the US. We have an Interstate 64, and I don't know what state sign that is, to be quite honest.
Yeah,
it might be one of the smaller states.
I think so. Will they be able to find that is the question. Both players have actually moved on from the sign. We have Richmond, Yorktown, and Jamestown. He's thinking Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, it says VA on the truck, so that will stand for not V89, but Virginia.
Good point. Good point. They're both going to know. They're both going to be in Virginia. Mata a little farther west. No, now he's actually east of Richmond.
Yeah, it said Richmond on the sign. So.
Wow. Mata, it's that moving expertise we mentioned. That's definitely his preferred mode and his most dominant mode. We're seeing it here. He's going to really want to pick this one up if he wants a good chance at taking the match still.
Yeah, and we were speaking earlier about the Brazil round that was very helpful. This time, the area code is at spawn instantly, so we see a very, very quick zoom there. It was 99, right? Or not 99, 69.
I think I missed it. I didn't get a chance at seeing it there. I'm trying to look and see if V89 now gets to find one.
Okay, he has to find Brazil first.
Had to zoom around the map a little bit, but he got there in the end.
Meanwhile, Mada's moving. He moved out of the town a long time ago.
Yeah, and again, it's just that difference in the moving skill.
And it does say 69, that is Rodonia, and it even ends in Pimenta Bueno is the town name. So the question is, can he find it?
Scanning for it right now as we speak, and V89 is in Pará.
That will not be correct.
No, it will not. This is going to be massive damage
and he found
for
the town.
Mada. He found the town. Timer runs out. Mada with... Is that another 5? No, not another 5K, but the 4995 will take it. He's done it.
Flawless victory by Mada once again. You said it's not a 5K, but more than 5K damage to V89 there, knocking him out, which means 2-1 in favor of Mada. I mean, we saw the first move game by V89 and it was pretty convincing. If he can pull that one up, I don't want to jinx it, but we might be in for the 6th NMPC game in a row.
Ziggy, we might. We really might. It could fully happen. V89 is a lot more comfortable on no move and NMPZ. So we'll see what he can do here now. Mada sitting only 1 game win away from making it through this round.
Well, you know what? This is not quite the new Vietnam coverage, but also pretty rather new country with Kazakhstan here. Looks quite dry, so somewhere south I do like.
Wow, wait.
But we have a big difference in guesses here.
Yeah, massive difference in the guesses. Mada super far southwest. V89 so much farther east than him. This could be really big points for the round 1, even without the multi. It's gonna be Mada much closer. A great way for him to start that no move, being up 2-1.
Yeah, a total difference from our first no move game. That was just a very quick lock by V89. He just spinned around once, plonked it down, didn't look at anything else.
Yeah. I mean, it's V89 is one of those players who, in the World League, like MK, had one of the fastest average guess times. We're seeing it here.
Yeah, but this time it didn't pay off, but it could pay off in other rounds where he just makes a quick guess and confuses Mada.
Yep.
He's very lucky it was round 1 though, so he cannot make that mistake again.
Yeah, very good point. With the no multis, he stays alive, but he's already on 3,500 health in a round 2. Probably the lowest we've seen on a round 2 today.
Yep. Probably, as we see a border guess between Slovenia and Croatia by V89, Mada in a very similar area, so we won't see any big points here.
Yep, not going to be much at all, but Mada closer once again. It's noticeable for Mada to chip away more damage there, just extend that lead, even though it's not by much.
Yeah, he'd definitely be in a good state right now because he's up 2-1, and not only that, he made a very impressive guess in the first round, and that's going to be pretty big for him. And this is, wow.
Wow.
What a road this one is. This looks, if you've seen this before, you were probably 5K this. This looks quite unique.
Yeah, this is more the vibe of Baja. We saw Mada lose on Mexico before by guessing in Baja, but this one, both players now in Baja, this looks quite good. V89 really trying to line up this bridge here if he can. He's got a bridge, but it doesn't look right.
Yeah, both of them just trying to scan for every single river they can find in this peninsula.
Yeah, and again, V89 zooms in on that one bridge he did have, but as you can see with the players looking directly down, that compass is lined up north-south. That helps them line up the roads relative to the map, so you can tell whether or not you're going to be accurate.
Yeah, and so far nobody finding anything they're happy with, so are we maybe not in Baja?
Maybe we're not. Let's see here, Ziggy. Timer's going to run out. 2 seconds left to go, and that's it. It's going to be Mada closer. Wait, with 2 times, that's huge. 2,100 points of damage.
And just a complete switch from what we saw in the first no-move game. I mean, it looked like V89 was just on point every single time, but now Mada just flipping the script here on him.
Yeah, let's see if V89 can make any sort of comeback here on South Africa. Mada very confidently zooming in and placing a plonk down within only 10 seconds. V89 yet to open the map. He's gonna know for sure this is South Africa. You have those outer yellow road lines. The inner white road line there is very typical of South Africa, and Generation 4 coverage narrows it down to South Africa amongst the southern African countries.
Well said, but we have a huge difference in guesses once again. I mean, we're not getting any close guesses other than Slovenia. Again, this could switch the game in V89's favor if he is correct. Mada is very confident in the area, though.
Yes, he is. I mean, they both seem relatively confident in their respective areas. V89 has locked in first. Timer's gonna run out. It's gonna be Mada closer. I really did like that guess, and with that, 2.5 times damage, he's gonna win.
Flawlessly. Has to be mentioned. I think that is 2 flawless games back-to-back for Mada to close out this game. That means the first game that ends on no NPC. It says go home.
This is the calmest Mada reaction I've ever seen. Aura from Mada here, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the interviewers will ask him what that means, because I'm kind of curious now.
Me too, but yeah, really impressive game. Nonetheless, V89 did hold his own, but in the end, Mada definitely showed that he was the stronger opponent, especially on the moving, making it so far, really using that information well.
Yeah, he used a combination of the town names and area codes well, also the science, just a lot of 5Ks, a lot of close guesses, so very well played to him, and that second no-move game was insane.
Insane, unbelievable stuff there from Mada. Love to see a flawless. We've gotten a couple flawlesses on our cast, but just one for this game and one for Mada to take it to the next round. With that said, we'll head back to the desk where they can break it down for you guys.
Thank you so much, boys. Yes, the NMPC streak has been broken. Finally, a 3-1 result. Mada, in great fashion, comes out victorious. And what a great play by him.
I mean, the 3-1 really speaks for itself. I mean, he was very, very dominant, especially on moving. I know that's what we know Mada for.
Yeah.
He's a moving specialist. He did show that, but also in the no-move games, especially the last one, that was insane.
Yeah, I mean, he plays 2 moving games, round 4 Brazil win, the other one round 4 Brazil win, and then here in the end of it, we go into South Africa, but yet another round 4 win. He really, I mean, made some very big hits early on. Do you think it's him? I mean, obviously it is him playing really well, but is it also V89 maybe being shaken a bit in some of these results? Because it's been very far ago, or long ago, since we've seen so many round 4 ins.
Yeah, especially on the no-move games, I would say V89 definitely underperformed. I know him way better than that. I think that was a bit of a shaky performance from him. That's not what we are used to see. On the other hand, I think, not in a disrespectful way, but Mada really overperformed. That was insane.
Yeah.
That was some crazy gameplay. He was really on top of his,
We're definitely seeing a lot of these players play their absolute A-game performances, which is why you have such a hard time when you see, oh no, someone has to get eliminated. Like, they're both playing to the absolute best of their ability. But of course, in the end, there can only be one victor. There's only one reward in the finish, or in the end of this tournament, a spot at the World Championship. And who it's gonna be, I mean, coming into this tournament, we might have predictions now. I don't know, because everyone is playing so well. But here we have him, Mada on screen. Mada, my man, how are you feeling after that game?
I'm feeling pretty nice. I mean, it was kind of a not that hard win as I expected, because Castora usually plays like very, very good no move. But I guess like he's not been playing that much in the later months, and so the last no move game kind of felt a bit easy, at least for me.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, while he might not have played to the best of his ability in this match, or maybe this matchup didn't showcase exactly what he's capable of, you, on the other hand, played absolutely incredibly. I mean, after that first game with the win in Brazil in round 4, was that the motivation going your way? Were you just feeling it coming through for the rest of the match? Just talk me through some of the emotions there.
Yeah, I was feeling a bit nervous, which is weird. I feel like I feel a less nervous when I'm in a LAN environment rather than being at home, which is crazy. I mean, this tournament should not really be that important for me, so I'll try to play with less pressure as possible, you know.
Makes sense. And is that part of the reason maybe for the sign in your background? Is that like to try and create a LAN banner vibe, or what's the story behind the sign behind you?
I mean, it comes from actually an AC Milan thing, because like we are angry with the people that rule AC Milan or stuff like that. So we actually put out outside our home this sign. But actually, I wanted to reuse this because I feel like competitive Geoguessr should be played on LAN. And as we saw yesterday, playing it online it just changes everything. Sometimes the best people don't come up victorious, which is very, very sad. And that's what happened yesterday to Manuelson. And I'm so sad for him. I'm thinking about him, like, really, really sad. Yeah.
A frustrating situation for all of us, of course. But again, I mean, your performance today has been incredibly impressive. Joe, just anything from you?
Yeah, I would say most of the times your guess spoke for itself. There's not much to ask. But maybe there is one. Did you practice more no move? Because that was insane. That was not the Mada I'm used to.
Actually, I feel like it is the MEA major, like, kind of a wave that came through this tournament, because I have got like a lot of exams and stuff like that in the last 2 weeks, so I haven't practiced at all. But the condition kind of keeps himself, you know, it hasn't passed that much time from the MEA. And I feel like at the MEA, my level was very good, but I was unlucky with some very, very, very bad decisions. So today we'll try to change that.
Hey, you were right when you had to be. Very, very well played, Mada. Congrats again.
Exactly. Incredible performance for you today so far. And congratulations once again, Mada, on making it through to the next stage of the tournament. Looking forward to see you playing in the games to come. There we have it. That's Mada, victorious today, humble, down to earth. But I get what he's saying. He's one of few, if not almost the only player that is more comfortable in front of a crowd, in front of those rolling cameras, than he is sitting at home. We have a break coming up shortly, and then after that, it's going to be Clement versus Genji. Denmark versus America. That's going to be it after this break. So see you guys real soon.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX manhunt at Geoguessr. Find me and get a reward.
Shiba is committed to responsibly sourced fish and supports coral reef restoration. Shiba, buy now.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Loved you from the first time you called me lame. Loved you for your wits and your wicked games. Yeah. Always on my mind, always in my brain. Yeah. With you the summer came and went in a day. And I've been craving you since the first time that I sat by your side. Oh, and I've been on my knees thinking time is gonna fix me inside. No, nothing's gonna make me forget. And we're ready to go. The
2 matches left to figure out who will make it through to the quarterfinals. Next up, we have Clement versus Gingy. Don't want to give Clement the home turf advantage just yet, because he has to make it to Copenhagen first. But if he does, a Danish player at the World Championship would be incredible. We know we're going to get one guaranteed through the Danish wildcard, but if honestly, I feel like for Clement, if he could cement his position here, that would mean more to him in a way than winning the Danish wildcard should he not be able to bring it home here.
I think so as well, especially if he makes it and gets that spot through this tournament.
Yeah.
He's also allowing someone else to have that opportunity
That is
to play.
true. Two Danish players at the World Championship.
If I was Danish, I would aim for that.
That's true. That's true. Well, we'll get to see. Of course, he first has to beat Gingy, last year's America's champion. Definitely not an opponent to take lightly here.
No, not at all. And also Gingy is a player that's like so different from all the other World League players, I feel like, because he's so hard to read. No one really knows what he's good at, what his expertise are. So therefore, yeah, I'm always looking forward to see Gingy play.
Yep, first guess in from Clement to kick things off here. Last game was a quick one. We'll see if we're going back to slow-paced NMPC territory with this one, or if it's going to end earlier. Little damage done. He had to kick things off.
Yeah, but what I've seen from Gingy is definitely his expertise in Mexico.
Yes.
He has done so many very, very well guesses on Mexico. We have also seen it in the Americas Majors last year, where he came out as the winner.
Northern Croatia, as far north as you can get almost for Gingy. Early lock-in on his part. Clement opting to go for info rather than map scan on this one.
Yeah. Just putting some pressure on probably. Or just knowing that it has to be somewhat of the rough region over there.
Oh, huge hit coming through. 10.
Big 10. Big 10. Love that.
Ooh. That's gonna burn.
Yep.
There we go. Into round number 3. Making swift use of this as we go to more homey territory for Gingy.
We have some, what we call US mailbox. Do you get the US mailbox outside the US? Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Is it most likely to be in the US? Yes, it is.
Also, yes.
And both these players go different directions. I'm surprised Clement tries to go a bit more out of this. What do you want to call it? Is it a town? Just pass through some buildings.
Yeah, I mean, a hamlet maybe. We saw Doyle. The only thing I can think of when thinking about Doyle is that character from the Harry Potter stories. But Doyle Elementary, isn't that one of the characters named Doyle? I believe so.
Doyle? Dobby?
No, not Dobby. Okay, in any case, we are. Oh, there's a phone code there. Yeah, exactly. 915, I think.
That is in Kentucky. I think it's Western Kentucky, not Western Kentucky.
You know what? There's somebody...
It's Tennessee, not No, it is Kentucky. No, it's Tennessee. It's Tennessee.
Okay. Back and forth we go. They seem to be in disagreement too. It is going to be Tennessee, not Kentucky, even though people always, like, whenever I stream Geoguessr, people always say if it's in the US, you're in Kentucky. And this was close. Gingy thought so as well, but this time around, nope, not quite the case. It was, in fact, just across the state border.
Yeah. I still had the shape in my head of the area code area, but I didn't remember if it's Kentucky or Tennessee. That's also important, and the players need to remember that as well. As we move on over to the next round, we are in France. Got the new small cam.
North of Lyon, pick here from Gingy. Is it more hilly than north side Lyon? I mean, would you go more southeast of the Alps, maybe?
Yes, definitely. Around Lyon, especially south and east of it, you can have those mountains.
He ducked in north, though. We'll see if he's going to be closer. Actually, Clement is going to be up there as well towards Geneva. We'll see if he's going to get it. It's going to be even further up towards the north side of the Swiss border.
Yeah, just along the border, you also have those mountain ranges.
Beautiful.
You usually don't consider that part immediately with mountains because it gets flat pretty quick the further inland you go. So good on them committing that.
Exactly. Here we are, round number 5. We're speeding through these. Gingy so far down by almost 1,000 health. As so see what this one takes. Oh, nice jump up on the bridge there.
Yeah, that was a good technique. Especially also giving him a good info here. Road 32.
Not opening his map off of it though. Asia Road. Oh, that's where we are. Just plonk Asia.
Just that one road in Asia.
Bangkok is where he's going to go, kind of defaulting a bit down towards the south. And he was there. His first click, first pin down was actually very close to the right spot. But still, with Gingy that far out east, that's 2,000 damage.
Yeah, gotta respect the commit. I mean, it looked pretty flat, which usually tends to be more of an eastern clue in Thailand, but definitely also happens in the middle. And now it looks like we are in Russia. It looks very flat green, which you usually have around Omsk. You can definitely see it a bit further west, southeast as well, south of Novosibirsk is an area where you also can have that, and Gingy moves more towards Novosibirsk, whereas Clement goes with the default guess.
Exactly.
Which I kind of understand. He's still at full HP pretty much, so you don't want to risk and play it safe, but Gingy needs to turn things around.
You look at Gingy's map, it's just one city over, but there's actually quite a bit of distance in between the two here, and with the multiplier, this could get really spicy, and indeed it will. Clement victorious in game number 1.
Yeah, I can definitely understand Gingy committing a bit more east, because with how the game went and his health bar having not that much left, he had to try something.
For sure, definitely. Now full mental reset. It's morning for Gingy, of course, over there in the US of A, and we'll see now if he can strike back here as we go into no move.
On to no move. I would say they are pretty even. Clement and Gingy both. I would say it's their play mode.
Their playground.
They prefer the most, yeah. Their playground, no move.
Does it then put more pressure on you for Gingy when you lose the moving round? That could, I mean, while this one could go either way, is moving then the one that you would want to have locked in before going into this?
I'm not quite sure, because on moving, I feel like it's somewhat the same, because there's also... It's not that I would say that Clement is way better than Gingy on moving. Definitely Gingy also someone who has queued a lot of moving in competitive.
Yeah. Casual Indonesia water hedge. Can be dangerous if it ends up being far west.
You can do that in round 1, I guess.
Exactly, I was gonna say it gets very scary later on.
Yeah, there's not any strong clue for any
mobile
certain island.
What? Is that water you have out there? Or is it just light clouds? I can't really make that out.
I'm still thinking about the round before I look around, because is it really Indonesia? I mean, it has to be with that.
Mobile
yeah, this Indonesia, I guess, with that pavement. And that guardrail as well, and the looks and it not looking distinct is always something that makes me consider Java, because it's pretty much default guess.
Well, one is towards the south. Gingy stays on his boat. We'll see who ends up being right. It is going to be further towards the west, actually, up towards Sumatra.
Yeah. Can't even tell if that's still the tip of the Bangka Island or if we are on Sumatra, but somewhere in that area, that's very difficult to get.
Definitely.
That's very difficult.
Into round 2 we go. Back into country we've been to numerous times over the course of this tournament already.
Oh, most definitely. If you have practiced your India, your chances are pretty good. We have those thin, long palms, which you see exactly where Gingy has his pin down, West Bengal. You see it generally along the east and surrounding Bangladesh. And would you look at that, they are both pretty much on the GAL of West Bengal.
Exactly. Sat just south of Durgapur. We'll see if they're going to both opt to log in. Clement will be the first one to do so. If Gingy doesn't move his cursor here, you'd have to imagine this is a 50 damage round. And the multipliers will only ramp up. But let's see. Any last second readjustments? No. He's going to stick to this one as well.
Time is up. Both there, but actually in the pocket up.
Yeah.
A bit further north.
7 kilometers apart.
Hey, the prediction was pretty good. 50.
Definitely. Still flawless game for Clement. I mean, stay still. We only won 3, but nonetheless, able to survive the first 2 without taking any damage. Let's see what we get here in round 3.
Yeah, and it looks like we are back in Indonesia. This time, a little bit more to work with, I would say. A little bit more vegetation. We have some buildings. And once again, a lot of palms.
I mean, Clement is sitting up right where the last round was.
I'm trying to spot a pole, because those are very helpful in Indonesia. You have region-specific poles, which we don't have here. The grass on the side of the road is something you usually see on Nias Island in Sumatra.
Yeah.
but this doesn't look like that island.
You see the
so
cables.
we could still be close. Therefore, I like Gingy's guess. It's pretty close to the islands.
You see, I mean, I think they're doing exactly what you're saying, or at least Clement is kind of trying to decipher what's happening through the trees here. Is there something in the background that could give me clear indication here? 4 seconds left to work. They're both going to go Sumatra. It would seem close to one another as well, somewhat central on the island, and it's going to be for good reason out in West Sumatra.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it is kind of hard to be confident about it because you never know.
Is this a plunk Nigeria and skip?
This is Nigeria. I don't know if we like plunk it instantly. I think they would look around.
How do
get
you,
some
I mean,
more in.
one thing is we have dry north versus wet slash more green south, but how do you differentiate, for example, Lagos on the western side towards the southeast?
So towards the Lagos area definitely gets a bit more sandy, flat with a lot of palm trees.
Okay.
The further east you go, it gets flat with palm trees. Hey, that was actually around Lagos, even though it wasn't that sandy. I mean, we had the palm trees, but I would have also ended up where they guessed because it was pretty green, flat with palm trees. That's a default guess.
Yeah.
And then you get more mountains the further east you go, and drier the further north you go.
No move round here. Flat landscape. Oh, okay. We turn around and look towards the water and have some very special buildings and some text as well.
There's some text. I thought we were on Prince Edward Island with how red the dirt is. Seems like they are both on Prince Edward Island now.
This could have been a fun NPC location, looking away from the water. All you have is the straight road, and then you go, oh, is the road, like, this dirt red enough to be there? Like, do you dare to go all the way out of the coast?
That's really what makes an NPC so hard, because there could be a huge mountain behind you.
Exactly. What you see
could
here
be
from
an
Gingy's
ocean
POV.
behind you.
Exactly.
It could be anything.
Exactly. This POV from Gingy right now, if that was what they had to work with, whew, good thing that ain't it.
Could have ended up somewhere else, but I think they would still have picked up on the PEI vibes, the Prince Edward Island vibes, and they actually take their time and try to region guess it, even though I don't think there will be a lot of points.
I mean, I think they're both playing they're both playing a playstyle right now. It's like, you know what, if you're not gonna hurry, I'm not gonna hurry, but when I get it right, I'm gonna send it instantly. So they're kind of toying with each other in their playstyle right now. I like it. As we go from Prince Edward Island into somewhere very different.
Somewhere very different it is, and I think it's the old coverage in Senegal. We have those rifts. We have talked about that, Toby.
Yeah.
Right before this
This is
game.
not Albania, guys. This is not Albania.
Yep, we were going through all the countries where you get those rifts, and on the old coverage in Senegal you also had it. It's a good clue to use, but still very hard to read and guess.
Definitely. We've had both Peru sky rifts today, now Senegal sky rifts as well. Learning a lot of stuff every day, chatters. That's how we improve and someday try and contest these pros and then get wrecked once again.
We do. You need to know everything.
Oh yeah.
There's
Just
so
learn
much
the
more.
world.
Seems like they both end up again in a somewhat same rough region.
Yeah, southern side of Toba is where they're both gonna seemingly lock in. And usually when you have two players that close to one another, it's for good reason. It is going to be a bit further towards the east, but nonetheless, pretty decent guesses on both their parts, just a couple 100 kilometers out. But I feel like that's some somewhat central build of Senegal, whether you're central, east, or west, it's going to look similar regardless.
Senegal, as I already said, is a country that tends to be a bit harder to reach and guess within the country where you are. There are some distinct roads, but besides that, it can be quite difficult. And now we move on to the next round, once again in Asia.
Small camouflaged pole there in between the trees. That's what they were looking for in the Indonesia rounds last time as well, but this time around they're way easy to spot.
Yep, there's also one metal pole in the distance, which you see more in Malaysia.
Mainland against Sabah.
That's a fair split. That's a fair split.
Gingy didn't put it down yet, but he's definitely hovering over there. Now Clement is looking this direction as well.
Yeah. Definitely also no stickers on the poles.
Yeah.
Which you can see on mainland. It does happen. It's not always guaranteed that you will find a sticker on it, but if you consider Borneo and you don't have a sticker as well, you should trust your gut and go with it.
Gingy went Sabah and has stayed there ever since. Clement started mainland and is now headed out here as well. Should it be mainland, he's going to be frustrated with that one, but it seems like they are both going to commit towards the east. And it is mainland. No, Gingy went back. I didn't even realize. I never saw in that game.
as well.
I thought it was locked down east. The cold there from Gingy.
Just another
What?
day for Gingy. Just
Wait,
another
so
day.
he locked mainland first and then hovered Saba without ever putting his market down?
Yeah, I think we were just too focused on Clement.
Yeah, I never
there,
noticed.
Because he was hovering north and south. But yeah.
Interesting. So
Not
a
the easiest
slap
location,
back.
so-
Not at all. I mean, but interesting nonetheless that Clement starts there, goes off, and initially what I thought was Gingy goes off and then comes back on. So a switcheroo in the middle of that round gives Gingy the game, and we're now back to moving again.
Yeah, game 3 already. Going pretty quick here. Even though it feels a bit slower, they take their time. I did expect this to be a plunk-off, honestly.
Okay.
Because those aren't really main moving players.
Well, Gingy is starting to embrace a bit of that now as he's setting up, I think, somewhere east of Kazan. It seems like, yeah, Clement is going to join him in between those two bigger cities. And for good reason, further up to the north was the right spot, but they got the region down.
Yep, it's somewhat of the rough region where you have that blurry antenna, very good clue for that region. Once again, you see it in more places in Russia, but if you combine it with the looks and the landscape, you can send it. And it is Indonesia once again. Saying Semarang as well as a pretty big city. Clement just slams it down with the hope that Gingy didn't find it, but he did. He's trying to get a bit more precise.
I mean, if you give in 15 seconds, might as well see what you can do with it. Oh, baited!
Oh. They both got baited. Hey, that's fair. I mean, how do you not trust it? How would you ever go against it?
It wasn't a car. Stores don't move. I mean, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do?
I don't know what they were promoting in Semarang was something.
That's where you go, guys. Maybe you should have moved.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have moved in the moving game, but nope. They followed the first and only sign they saw.
Oh, Pau is a very big city in the south of France.
Clement, of course, being as French as he is Danish, having
Gingy doesn't have that sign, and therefore his guess is very different right now.
He does now, but does you see it? Look up, my friend. Oh, his pan was literally swung around the sign, never saw it, and this is going to be Clement correct down on the south side. There was like whatever the opposite of a magnet is on that pole top for him. Never saw it. He looked below it, to the right of it, all around it, but never saw Pau.
Yeah, that's very interesting, especially because it wasn't like hidden on a billboard or something. It was like a very clear down sign. So
sometimes the most obvious things are the ones you see the least, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, and that's also something moving players get trained to while practicing moving.
Yeah.
I feel like really picking up where you have to look.
You look for all the niche things all the time, and then sometimes you have something literally just big neon signs straight in your face and you don't see it because you look for all the details.
Yeah, definitely. Right now we are in Bolivia. We already have what I would assume is the 5K from Clement. We are looking right over the bridge there. Gingy still needs his time, still scanning for it. Very interesting guess.
Clement is on a good pace right now. That's a 5K for the Dane, setting him up for a very good success in this moving game. Gingy now hovering at just over 2,000 health, and Clement still flawless.
Still flawless. Let's see if he can continue doing that. We have that rounded pole plate, which is in the Chubu region. It's in the center of Japan. Now, besides that, you can use mountains, maybe, but you get a lot of them. Even in Chubu, there are a lot of valleys that are possible here.
I can only recognize one mountain in Japan. And that's the one that's on all the t-shirts.
That gets mixed up sometimes. You better believe me.
Fair enough.
There are a couple of them, but yeah, shouldn't be too many points, but at the same time, it depends on how precise these players will get here.
Exactly. Northeast of Nagoya, as you said, into the Gifu region, for good reason as well. A bit further towards the north, but both with very qualified guesses.
Yeah, only 20 kilometers difference will lead into no points at all.
Oh, sorry, continue.
Yeah, as we are heading over to round 6.
And this is also now a situation for Clement where he wants to lock this game out. I mean, he already has that big lead. Finish it off now before those multipliers, which already are high, gets even more game deciding.
Yeah, definitely. Now the multis are your friends. Sometimes they are your enemies, sometimes they are your friend.
Yeah.
It always depends on the situation you are in. And for now, it is definitely in favor for Gingy.
and will only become more so.
And it looks like, once again, Clement has a better sign, gets into scanning, whereas Gingy is also scanning. I don't know what he used.
Yeah, no, it's funny how these two play this, because they play moving, but they spend more time on the map than they do actually moving around trying to get info, so...
Yeah, I mean, those...
It's just a different approach. And wow. Ooh. Is that a 5k again? Clement! That is insane!
That is insane, and that could have almost been game. I mean, Gingy has a good region guess, even though he didn't really have the same information. But it pays off to look on the map and look for it, I guess.
Clement saw a sign with a city straight ahead and a city to the right and completely locked it in. Incredible guesses for now. Go down towards Serbia, dual language on the boards here.
We have some signs. They can be a mess in Serbia because the road numbering system changed after the coverage got released.
Okay.
So the numbers are all wrong, but we don't have any numbers here. We only have place names, which definitely helps way more. So let's see if they get good usage of that.
Yep. Clement a bit further towards the north. Gingy down towards the east, and finally, Flawless ripped away from Clement, but again, heading into round 9 now, Clement just wants it over with.
Yep, not only breaking the Flawless, but also staying alive, which is the most important quest for Gingy right now.
Small country like Serbia, you're not going to win anyway, so as long as you can stay put for the multipliers to exceed, that's good for you.
Yeah, and he is putting the pressure on. He's trying something here. We are in Ecuador, not too big of a country, so this is good for Clement. He takes it extra time, and once again, he gets to the right signs.
Yeah, Clement actually moved past that sign, stepped back for a second, and now I don't know if he has to win Showa, but opts to go somewhat Central Island. There you have it. It's going to get it with it. The central save play on his part is going to get him the win. 2-1 to Clement. And smart decision making in the end of that one.
Yeah, definitely, once again. And Gingy also realized he had to try something, but right after guessing, he knew that the 15 seconds are just enough for Clement to find the right information to close out the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have full respect for Gingy's playstyle there, going, we got to gamble. There's small countries. I can't rely on getting a big country in the final 2 rounds. I got to make some points happen here now, early on, and unfortunately for him, didn't quite work out the way that he wanted it to.
Yeah, definitely a very tactical game, I would say.
For sure.
It was a lot of mind games and trying to commit something here and there. We saw it earlier on the Russia run as well, where he committed towards Novosibirsk because he knew he's in a situation where he has to try something.
Yeah.
Very similar situation in the last game once again. But now we head on over to the no move.
Yeah, Gingy puts his pin down on Ireland initially. Now looking to go in between Glasgow and Edinburgh. So a little indecisive for countries. What are you thinking here, Geoguessr?
Yeah, once again, no polls makes guessing definitely way more difficult. Clues for Ireland are, for example, the grass in the middle of the roads. That's something you see a lot in Ireland. We don't have that here, therefore that is also making it a bit more difficult. So it's pretty much only using landscape. And it is, you hate to hear it, but it is all about vibes.
Yeah. Have Clement out on the very tip of the peninsula in Erie National Park. Snowdonia. Nice name. And we'll see here who's going to be right on this one. Time up, runs down to 0, and it's actually going to be way further down towards the south.
I don't know how to get that.
And they didn't either.
I'm here to give you some insight, some expertise, but I cannot explain how it's there.
Skip, go next. Don't record. Delete what. We go into round number 2, where, I mean, help isn't exactly that much better, but then again, instant Bulgaria zoom from Clement. We'll see if Gingy follows.
Yeah, we have the flag on the antenna, which you see a lot in Bulgaria, but the season doesn't fit. I think Bulgaria, especially in Gen 2, was mostly only winter coverage.
Okay, I mean, Gingy is in Romania.
I do like Romania more, because that would fit with both the flag on the antenna and the season.
Well, let's see if he's going to be right about this one. He could need it. He is down 2-1. But it's going to be Clement.
Hey.
Geoguessr stands corrected with 1900 damage done to Gingy.
The reason he's so precise here makes me think that Clement probably knows a little cluster where you have that season. Because I know Clement is someone who put a lot of research into learning seasons and cars. So
There
I
you
wouldn't
go.
be surprised if Clement knows that that specific season is more common in that area of Bulgaria.
And it's a study of niche information. 0.00 whatever chance that you're gonna get it, but the one time you do, not only that, being able to then stretch and reach as far back in your subconscious to pull that out and put it to use in a competitive game like this, that to me is what separates the really good Geoguessr players from the best.
Definitely, and if we're looking at the health bars on round 3, those guesses will give you this lead.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Eastern Thailand or Central East Thailand for Clement. We'll see if Gingy opts to go there as well.
Once again, red soil flat landscape, very, very common in the east of Thailand.
So most likely would be close. And indeed they are. Gingy daring to go a bit further out there will be closer with it as well. 500 damage, flawless, broken once more, but still quite the journey to try and claw back in this one.
Oh no, we are just getting started for this no-move game. Round 4, we are in Australia. Didn't see it too often, I would say.
True.
I mean, compared to other days, I would say, I mean, we had a couple, but still, love to see it.
Yeah.
Because it's always fun to watch them region guess Australia. It's a big country, can get very difficult. A lot of areas look very similar.
Don't get Roma trees everywhere.
Yeah, in this case, it's... don't know which one to use. I mean, there are a couple trees, a couple hills.
I mean, Clement is kind of hovering Canberra here, and it seems like Gingy is somewhat agreeing a bit further up towards the north, though.
Yeah, I like the New South Wales hover here from both of them. Usually in Victoria, you can also get similar landscape, but we have this dry, long grass. It doesn't look that tropical, though, not so much like Queensland. It looks dry, a bit hilly. That usually fits for New South Wales.
Let's see if they're going to be on point with it. They're nearby one another, or at least they were just before. And it's going to be Clement closer on this one again. 100 kilometers close to the target. And then Gingy amounts to 800 damage done. So Gingy now sat at half health. Clement, we'll see if he can get back in this one. Because if he can't, that's him signing off for this season of Geoguessr.
Yeah. Also, once again, Clement being very precise there.
Oh, yes.
Not only getting the right rough region. It's actually, for Australia standards, very close. Definitely giving Gingy a hard time here. Now we once again have a very flat landscape. We had a hover towards the Netherlands. I don't know, that one building doesn't really strike me as it. Would imagine to see a little bit more
in the distance as well.
Not that again. This may be a better clue, especially that dark building there. Like those dark woods is something you also see a lot in the Netherlands. Could also be on the Belgium side, maybe. I am not certain, but
it's so flat though. I'm just trying to think how this could be Denmark. All these windmills? I don't think it is, but
also
we're definitely north coast. You know what? No, we're not. We're going south. You think Clement is laughing this one off too?
Yeah.
Wins the round being in the wrong country deserves a little meme.
It does happen, and I don't think you can blame him on a round like that.
Oh no, there was no showboating involved in this whatsoever. He thought we were in the Netherlands, and well, Germany's where we were.
Yep, I guess that makes sense, because
oh yeah,
the vibes were right, but the buildings looked a bit wrong for the Netherlands, so yeah, Germany does make sense. Also has some super flat parts. As we move on over to Brazil round. Looks very dry. And with those poles in the distance, you see them a lot in Mato Grosso. And north of that along Para as well.
Guess locked in for Clement here. São Jose and Progresso in between those two smaller cities.
Yeah.
We'll see if that guess can maybe win him this match. 3.5 times multipliers, and Brazil can't be costly. He's going to be closer. And it's going to be close by quite the margin. That should easily be game. And indeed, it will be. Clement out victorious 3-1, taking down last year's America's champion, Gingy.
I was just about to say, the road he's on is a very, very long stretch. But him being right between the correct towns there, I don't know how he got that. But definitely a very deserved win playing like that.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's just the South American buff today for him. I feel like his first 5K he had in that other round that also pretty much set him up for victory. This one as well. Really, really well played. Not so much Danish bias on my end. Just, I mean, we saw, I think for the first time, a matchup where one was just on the day of outplaying much better than his opponent.
Yeah, definitely no bias. I mean, I can just say the same. Clement played out of his mind. He was very, very precise on his guesses today. Very consistent as well. Didn't really do any mistakes. I didn't spot anything.
And you know what? He's going to have to continue to do that if he wants to continue in this tournament, because his opponents are only getting better as we ramp up this tournament. But for now, let's get back to the desk and let them break down this match we just witnessed.
Thank you, Toby and Gelotris. GC, this was a matchup about consistency and precision, just as Gelotris mentioned. It was a solid performance by Clement. He you know, got the momentum going and didn't really let go.
No, he didn't let go. It was a very professional performance, I would say. Only major mistake really was that Malaysia round. Other than that, he seemed very comfortable, very confident, very accurate for the most part.
Yeah, were there any expectation? I mean, because we didn't get to do, we were on our little break. We'll speak to Clement shortly, but was this what you expected going into this matchup? Did you expect to see Clement be so strong?
I think so, yeah. Clement's a really, really strong player. Gingy, really, really talented player, but maybe a little bit less prepared going into this.
Yeah.
Whereas I think Clement has been more thorough in his approach, and we saw that come through in the gameplay.
We've got our bracket up on screen now. You can see our quarterfinals, how they are coming together. And yeah, Clement just booked his spot in quarterfinal 2. Perhaps this matchup was another story of one of our EMEA players coming off those recent EMEA majors being a bit more warm also, GC?
No, that could definitely be a factor. I think Gingy, a longer wait to play after the Americas regionals. Clement clearly in great form, having just played EMEA a couple of weeks ago.
Indeed. Talking Clement, we've got him on the line. Clement, how you doing, bro?
Hello, I'm doing fine, and you, Pala? Thanks for asking.
Very well. Me and GC very much enjoyed watching your game upstairs. It was a very strong performance, at least from our perspective. How was that matchup from your perspective? Did it play out as you expected that it would?
I mean, yeah, I think it couldn't have went any better, to be honest. Like, I knew getting into this matchup that Gingy wouldn't be an easy match for me. I mean, he's won a major by itself. It's a huge achievement, so I was quite a bit scared having to face him. But I was able to really control well the moving games, which I'm very happy about, because that was not what I did at the Europe majors. But yeah, everything went very well. I mean, I lost a no-move game, which I kind of expected could have happened against Gingy, but yeah.
When you knew you were going up against Gingy, did you come up with any sort of specific plan, or was it just a case of making sure you were locked in the moment when you got on the server?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely kind of had a plan. My goal was really to control well the moving games by playing more slowly and getting to the information as much as I could, because I do think that Gingy is a much more of a vibe guessing oriented player who can be very, very good by insta-sending on moving, which fortunately for me he didn't really do. We didn't really have rounds that were suited for it, so yeah, that was my strategy.
GC, over to you.
Clement, very, very well done. Nice to see you play so well in those moving games in particular. Well done. I wanted to come back to a couple of guesses. So you made a really nice Bulgaria guess in the second no-moving game. You seem to have some very specific knowledge there, because I think that would have fooled other players. Talk me through that one.
Yeah, I mean, that one was kind of lucky, I guess, but it's just I've seen that particular coverage a bunch of times and definitely missed it as well. I think I've seen it twice, like in the past year. But yeah, that courage, I think, with the like the mountains around very forested, is very hard to get, because it's summer coverage. Usually you would expect some winter coverage in Bulgaria, in Gen 3. So it's very hard to get unless you've seen it, I think. But yeah, I was fortunate enough to have seen it a bunch before.
Yeah, no, lovely stuff. You seemed very controlled and confident throughout the whole match. Was there any point at which you felt any nerves? I know there was that Malaysia round in the first no-move game. Did that throw you off at all, or did you feel okay?
I mean, I kind of expected something like this to happen. Obviously, I got pretty thrown off because I was quite sure it would just be Saba with the lack of black stickers, although it did feel kind of weird. I think there was rubber tree plantation, so something was definitely off on that round, but yeah, other than that, I just stayed locked in. I knew that losing one round, when no move round, is not that big of a deal at the end of the day. Especially on a BO5, when I knew I had another moving game, I still felt quite good and stayed locked in throughout the second moving game, and that worked well.
Great, really good. Any shout-outs, Clement, anything like that?
I want to say a big shout-out to Manuel, who was very unfortunate yesterday and honestly played very well, so I hope to see him again in an official tournament. And yeah, other than that, shout-out to everybody cheering for me and everyone on GG Call as well.
Clement, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again on moving forward into those quarterfinals. Yeah, we're going to have to let go Clement pretty quickly there because this next matchup is almost ready to go. Rory, any final thoughts on that Clement win over Gingy before we move ahead to Foul versus Armani?
No, I think just as I said before, just Clement clearly really, really well prepared and hot after EMEA. Gingy maybe slightly less so, but we know he's a great player, so hopefully we see more great stuff from him.
And final question to you, before we throw it over to our casters, Foul or Armani? First time I'm putting you on the spot,
yeah,
buddy.
No. There's so much I want to say about both these two because I love them. Foul is one of my favourite players ever, so I have to give it to him.
All right, both top players, everybody at home. This is surely going to be a top competition. Let's head on over to our casters, Toby and Gelatris.
Thank you so much, boys. Great breakdown as always. Nice to hear from Clement after that matchup there. But now it's time for Foul versus Armani. You know what, Gelatris? I mean, I hear Rory say, my boys, my best friends ever. I heard you say the same. Who's more the best buddies, these two guys coming up?
I mean, with a bias, I have to give it to Armani.
Okay, so we got the desk and the casting booth cheering for each their favorite boys. We got Foul on the side of Rory or GC, and we got you on the side of Armani. Exciting stuff.
How could I go against my boy?
Against your boy, Armani. I'm all for
He's
it.
a beast in NMPZ. He's, I would say, without a bias, I would say up there with one of the best players in NMPZ. But in this game mode,
I was gonna say yes to get there first, right?
Yeah.
And even then, does he actually want to get there? Would he rather just finish it out early?
It is really more about the moving and no move games, and realistically, Foul is just way too well balanced in those modes.
Exactly.
So Armani really needs to lock in this game.
If you're unsure about where you are when you play these games as we get this game started, look at the small text on the sides, because there you'd see Republic of Senegal be mentioned up on the top of that sign, and that is what sent, probably alongside a lot of other stuff, sent Foul towards Senegal. We'll see if Armani can find a sign that says the country is in, or if he will just magically know according to other things.
You'd
have
many
to imagine.
There's so many things. I would say, especially Senegal is one of the countries that has so many country-specific clues.
One thing that's annoying with Senegal is that there's so many different cars.
That as well.
Like how Google cars. So much different coverage, which can confuse me a bit at least. But he's gonna go Senegal, so is Foul. Wait.
And
that's
just
5K.
start off like that.
My man Foul, 5K to kick things off. Damage won't be insane, but nonetheless, a good confidence booster to get things going.
And starting off like that, I would imagine that Armani will start to switch up his playstyle now.
Already?
Because I feel
After
like
one round?
He knows Foul didn't deal a lot of damage. It wasn't crucial, but it's still scary that he 5K'd so quick. So therefore, I feel like Armani will get a quicker pace, and he just sent it down there.
You know what? You might be inside the minds of Armani, because he did exactly what you just said, Joe. Now it's going to be up to Foul. See if he'll follow suit out on the peninsula, out on the axe handle of Thailand. He's going to go down and join him in Krabi. It's going to be a bit further towards the northwest, but good guesses from both nonetheless.
Both players pretty close. Armani picking up some points here, though. And as I said, if you give out too many times...
Armani's brain, how does it work? What does he do now?
Armani is aware that that playstyle is very risky. You can't just slam it down on every round, because if you give your opponent 15 more seconds on every single round, it is gonna be a very risky playstyle.
And is it worthwhile insta-sending on a guaranteed Colombia? I say no, but Marty says yes. So you know what? I will eat my words and let him do as he sees fit. You have to be obvious. I say obvious because even for low-level players like me, the Colombia cross is one of the first metas you learn. We saw it on multiple signs there. So when in doubt, go Colombia. They both do, but on the opposite side of the country.
Yeah, once again, similar guesses, and once again, Armani just a little bit closer.
Yeah. 5K nullified, Armani now ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, look, this is Canada.
Canada. Yesterday
with
you would have said that, but we learn here. We learn here.
Oh, right. Yes, yesterday it was Canada. Today we are, in fact, in Norway.
And once again, Fao is just so experienced in moving.
Oh,
Look
he
how
found Sandy. He
quick
knows
got
the
that.
city.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that was...
I mean, we have the road numbers as well, which are very well sorted in Norway.
Okay, because I was going to say, that's a small city to find.
That will help you to narrow down the area, but seems like Armani's also in the same rough region. A bit further west, though.
I mean, that's an incredible login from Bao. He was on that road instantly. So a nice turnaround from 2 rounds lost in a row now. With multipliers helping things out a bit here, we're back in action.
Yeah, didn't only get the road quick, or the right region quick, but he also got the right information quick.
Yeah.
And that's what makes those moving mains really that strong.
Definitely. Let's see here. As Fao sends it down the road, Armani to join it, but they're going in each their direction. One is going south, one is going north. Now it's a roll of the dice to see who gets the best info first.
Definitely. On a location like this, it's not so easy to tell which side is the correct one to move.
You come out of the T-cross, Fao looks down one way going, well, there's nothing there. And then he looks the other way, oh, wow, yeah, there's nothing here either. I guess I gotta pick one of them. Yep. Now he's starting to go, but Armani, big intersection for him now here, but still no good info available.
I think Fao will catch up to him because there's a bit more elevation here, and seems like Fao also has some good signs here.
I feel like it's rare to see people move for so long in Finland. Normally they get a pretty good estimate of the area they're in early on, but here they're really playing based on what they find. I mean, very opposite to what we saw with Gingy and Clement spending a lot of time scanning on the map. These two guys are very much location focused.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, I mean, Finland is definitely very hard. Especially if you are just surrounded by buildings. You can't,
no science.
Yeah.
Couldn't get out of the urban jungle. Exactly.
It's tough out there, but we just move one country over. Have those short dashed lines.
So we've just gone Norway to Finland to Sweden.
That's
I know where the next round is gonna go. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, well,
if we're doing the full Scandinavian tour. As Fao is going to get down towards the south. He has Armani close to Vector as well. And he actually gets it.
That's what I mean.
5K.
He just insta-send it, gave out 15 seconds, and that's just enough to 5K.
Incredible. Incredible. Some might argue that Skåne is Denmark, so maybe we got kind of a Denmark round in this time. So, you know what? I'm all right with us going to South Africa.
Looks like Denmark. With a lot of imagination.
Well...
with a lot of imagination. And once again, I don't know if Armani will now stick to this playstyle.
Yeah,
because once again, he switched it to the insta-send, realized, okay, 15 seconds is enough to Fao, so I might as well should also try to get a bit closer.
Could do.
And maybe insta-send on a route like this, where you don't have information.
And they're right next to one another. Again, it's going to be Armani close this time around. That's insanely close, given that it didn't zoom in further.
He didn't have anything to make that guess.
Exactly. That was just vibes.
And
I mean,
those
literal
are the
vibes.
rounds Armani is waiting for here, whereas Fao needs to avoid those rounds.
Round 8. What do we do here? Armani quick to log in east side. Okay, now going further up towards the north, straight towards Chernobyl, actually.
Yeah, very, very quick guess. Once again, I mean, he did a lot of pans, but seems like that was enough for him to make a guess, whereas Fao isn't that far off.
No, definitely not. They're both going up alongside the big river splitting Ukraine in half. And for good reason, it was all the way up there.
I mean, would you look at that? I mean, that is a very, very close guess once again. I mean, Fao is also just right over the body of water there.
He's not being thrown off. He's definitely not being thrown off by the pacing.
Standing at this precise is just insane.
Armani, you're getting a lot of love from your man Telotris over here. You can see the smile on his face every time we get a good round. Yeah, I appreciate it. That's what we're saying. I mean, among players, everyone is fans of one another.
In general, I'm happy to see a game like this where we have an expert like Fao, who knows a lot of place names and all of that, like the moving informations, and Armani who just uses landscape.
Exactly.
And the contrast makes this match so interesting.
Definitely. Both in Tamil Nadu here, good info available for Fao, both text, script, and locations too. But as a matter of fact, this was further south, and in round 9, damage will be pretty much none here, but that could have been a game-winning round had any one of these two players gotten that one. At least just a little bit closer. 5 times multiplies, and India 300 kilometers off.
Hey, it was just a couple of kilometers south, and you win that game.
Round 10, 355 points separating the two. Insta-send Cambodia? Oh, he does it. He does it. He gambles.
I guess you have to.
You got...
But at the same time, will Fao get to any information?
He gets Cambodia 300 points. I mean, this is a couple of kilometers apart. Oh my.
Oh.
He's gonna get it. Yeah, he was already in. I was thinking the other way around initially. Wait, that was 301. Had that been the other way around, they would have ended on a tie. Had they swapped positions, that would have been a tie. I don't even know how that would have worked.
I mean,
round 10 tie?
Are there any...
They were 301 apart, and he beat him by 301.
I actually don't know what happens if that's going to be the case.
I think, honestly, there's decimals.
Probably distance?
I think there's decimals that we just don't see. So they always have points, but I think it actually might be like 300 point, but we just only see the whole numbers.
They also have like meter distances total at the end. So
I've never considered looking into the tiebreaker system of individual rounds like this, but now we're gonna have to, because that could have been an actual tie in round 10. That would have been something. But anyway, it's going to be an Armani win to kick things off in moving as well, to mention.
We had that a lot today, actually.
Yeah.
We had that a lot where the favorite actually gave it to their opponents.
That was fun, though.
But once again, I've been praising Fao for his moving skills, but he's also very, very strong on no move, so nothing to sleep on. Still a tough matchup for Armani.
Is there enough text there in the distance to hover Sri Lanka on the green sign, or are they based it on other stuff?
I would say it's the camera that's pretty low.
Good word again.
Besides that, I mean, looks like it.
Wide blur, low cam, looks like it. Vibes, call it what you want.
Actually, what are
Fao
those
is
polls?
there, but I mean, you have to call your bro
Wait,
Armani, because he's not agreeing.
What are those aren't Sri Lanka polls?
That's what, It's
India.
okay, Fao thinks better of it.
Fao-
He's smiling too.
Okay,
He was like,
I was
no.
actually also autopiloting. I was like, okay, small cam looks like they're okay. And then I looked at the polls and I'm, okay, those are not Sri Lanka polls.
Oh, Fao is gonna be happy. He didn't look at him, look at his face.
Save.
He realized that he knows the world is watching. He was like, oh my lord, that was sideways early on. He's already down 1-0, like there's no room for those mistakes, but good thing for him is that he corrected himself.
Yeah, that was very important. And now we have those rock walls and octagonal poles. You only need those two things. Octagonal poles, rock walls, send Yucatan.
Okay.
That's how Geoguessr works.
Fair.
Not all the time, but sometimes.
When it works, it works. When it doesn't, you blame the game. I don't know.
I mean,
let's see if it's gonna be correct this time around. Indeed, it will be. And what an
both of them are right
plunk.
on it, man.
Great plunk. One teeny tiny town over. Armani wins the round.
As we go on over to the next round, which is Italy. Based on the signage that we have, kind of looks like a big city. Kind of looks... I can't really... is it northern? I can't really tell.
No?
I can see this even being a bit further south, and that's what the players also think.
Yeah. Armani locked in. Let's see if Fao opts to follow suit.
Fao is way, way, way further south, whereas Armani's in the full valley up north.
And it's gonna be up towards the
right city.
What an insane guess. Armani gets it locked in. Half health swiped away from Fao. Whew.
What did he see?
Did
he even see anything?
I'm not
did he
sure.
just recognize it? I don't know.
I thought his text said Vienna because it has name hovering. I was like, bro, what's going on here? But it was Verona. That makes so much sense.
Maybe, yeah.
Shakespeare Town, Romeo and Juliet, City of Love, all that good stuff. As we go back to India.
Again. I mean, now Fao also is in there immediately.
Not Sri Lanka.
Good to see. And it looks very sandy dry, which you usually get more along the northwestern parts of India. Also some Hindi language, so it shouldn't be Gujarat.
Change of pace here for Fao. Gonna be the first one to log in. Amani now to follow suit, a bit further towards the south, but it's gonna be Fao with an incredible guess. And that is gonna be a massive hit here. 3,600 damage, retaking the lead here in game number 2.
Right in the middle of high round. I don't know if he had...
And that was only round 4. These guys are heavy hitting.
for that, or if that was vibes. Nonetheless,
He's
very,
walked
very
the road.
great guess.
He has walked the road. In Geoguessr.
In Geoguessr.
In Geoguessr.
We have white cows.
Oh, okay, then we are
those
in.
the Goya's cows, or...?
Why do you always look at me? It's supposed to be the other way around.
Yeah, I was looking for confirmation.
Oh, yes,
Don't you know your cows?
Yes, we have them in
Okay.
Denmark too.
Well,
some of them are white, some brown, some black,
both
some
of them
spotted.
Both of them disagree.
Yep.
Love to see that. Both not in Goya's.
Yeah, definitely. Both down towards the south, though.
of it, yeah.
Yeah, both in Sao Paulo, or right on the border, actually. Let's see, and for good reason. It wasn't Piranha, a bit further towards the south, but it's going to be Fao closer once more, and multiplier starting to stack up.
That hurts.
And one state over in Brazil is still 200 kilometers out, so Amani now down to just 600 health.
That definitely hurts, and with 600 health on 3.5x in a country like this,
yep,
which should be once again Brazil, is scary.
Definitely, and now you get your Goya. No white cows, though.
No white cows, but I would say somewhat the similar vibes.
Yeah,
as we just
minus
had.
the cows.
Minus the cows.
There might be. Was that?
And now they both go. Yes.
I mean, I think if you look along the left side of the road, there might be some tracks from some cows that walked past there once. Maybe that's what they were basing it off of. But it's gonna be Fao close, and it's gonna be game for him. Back-to-back Brazil wins. Take a sip, my man. You are victorious. 1-1 is the scoreline. As we now go back to moving, and hopefully for Fao, with that win there, motivation back into moving we go. He can get something going.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, especially if you are a moving player and you give that up, you tend to be a bit more locked in on the second chance.
Definitely.
Of proving yourself.
So now they've both taken around on each other's favorite game modes.
Yeah.
You
I
could
mean, as
argue.
I already said,
Wait a minute.
so many times, and
Wait a minute, Jörg, we're
quiet.
northwest Jutland. Go north, further north, all the way north, all the way up to the tippity top. All the way.
He's moving up there.
He's
moving
getting
up
there.
The map goes further up and further up. Armani's
It's all the
still
way up there.
making moves.
Oh, my man.
Quite interesting that I don't know what Fao is exactly looking for.
It's a commune.
For the commune he's
Yeah,
looking,
exactly.
okay.
So it's a municipality that is usually with big cities involved, but he's unfortunately in the wrong part of the... they both are down there now.
Yeah.
Go north, my mans. I don't know if it's cheating. Oh, he has it. Amani found it. It's right in... Oh, wait. I say he found it, but of course we don't know where they're looking.
I don't even know if he
There you go.
at that time.
Fao has it now. You're in Commune. I mean, again, municipalities aren't obviously only the city, so it can be. Some of them are pretty big. In Jutland especially, because there's plenty of space to roam around. But Fao is definitely going to be close on this one.
Yep. Round 1.
There you go.
Good confidence boost. It is Denmark after all.
You know what?
But still, I mean, that's
damage in
respectable.
round 1 in Denmark?
That's respectable.
I'll take that.
That's respectable.
Yeah. It's like Brazil or Russia.
Okay.
He was on the opposite side of the country and did 400 damage. Oh, small countries
Now,
represent.
We head on over to a big country.
Yes.
We are in Japan. Both of these players once again look at the polls. Where's Fao got a good sign here?
It's a 31, but it's a teeny tiny 31, right?
Yes, it's a prefecture road.
Can't use those for too much, unless if you know the area you're in. I was gonna go south of Osaka here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he used. We have the
beautiful area down there, by the way.
Yeah. The pole attachment is right for that region. We are in Kansai.
They have a festival once a year where they run with 4-ton wooden trucks, like 200 people pulling them, sprinting around corners. It's terrifying. But
Sounds terrifying.
I saw it last summer. It was definitely something to see. Let's see if they're going to be close. And it's actually going to be all the way down there. Fao again. off to an incredible start.
And that's just 200 more points than in Denmark.
Yeah,
true. You know, Denmark matters, I guess.
True, Denmark matters. Well, matters enough to get a world championship, I suppose.
Yeah.
Which we are very happy with, by the way. Thank you, Geoguessr.
Thank you very much.
Let's see now. I 5k'd Jørgen Kommune. Let's see what you can do here.
I go between Gaziantep and Schandorfer.
You know what? That's fair. We'll call it. Let's see if Chad agrees with this one. There's a trash bin, the only one on this street, and unfortunately, the text has been wiped off.
We should be in Schandorfer.
Oh, what do we see there?
Harrier. That's a suburb of Schandorfer. It doesn't show up on the map. So no point in scanning for Harrier.
Oh, tell that
it will not show up, but Armani has some very good signs. We have Bidanche. We are on the D400.
Yeah.
Pretty close to Schandorfer.
That's where trash bins can be the downfall if you trust too much in your meta. And
yeah, I mean, they are like that. They are always helpful, but you gotta know.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta know where those places are, and yeah, Harrier is.
And you can't fault him for looking for it, because you're pretty much always given the location on those bins if you look long enough. But not quite the case. Armani, in the meantime, might actually have lined up something incredibly well. No, a bit further towards the west. But I think given that Fao didn't see what he was looking for, taking that amount of damage there is something you'll accept.
Definitely, I mean, with those signs given, or not given, Fao made a great guess. And we head on over to the next round. What do we have? We are somewhere in Asia, it seems like. We are in the Philippines, I guess. There's some English on it.
Urban Development Department of Human Settlements. Are there other settlements than human settlements? Department of...
Wish I had an answer for that.
Department of Fish Settlements?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could see that.
How many departments for settlements do they have? Now I'm curious. I mean, now I need to know. Why do we have to
this looks so interesting.
Why do we have to specify that it's a human settlement?
We will not find out. But we will find out where that's happening.
There is a water tower. Is that like the American ones where they tell you the city name on them, or can we not be that lucky?
Don't think you get them in the Philippines.
I mean, nonetheless, they're both insta-hovering Davao.
Yep. I'm not sure. I think it's.
Oh, now it changes north. Armani swapped off. And it's going to be even further north. So good.
Is it another instance of a Davao sign not being in Davao?
You know what? It very well could be, because they were both down there, but then Armani goes north coast instead, and actually turns out to be even further up towards north.
Don't trust your Davao signs in the Philippines.
True.
They can be very tricky, but you can't trust this bollard. This should be a Nevada bollard.
Double yellow lines, not Norway confirmed.
Nope. Big body of water. Long stretch of a road. You could theoretically already scan for it. I mean, Fao already has a vibe.
Definitely. Any home turf advantage.
Like double checking it.
You might have the lake here as well.
Yeah, Armani's on the same one now. I think he was scanning a bit further north.
No, it is the same one.
Initially.
It is the same one.
Yeah, they're
on the 95.
On the 95.
Do we get the first 10K of the day?
Hey.
Of the tournament?
Especially on this matchup, I would love it.
Oh, yeah.
On Fao,
Fao Armani 10K.
Moving game 10K.
Oh, but
that would be interesting.
So many lakes with roads that make sense here. Are they looking for the specific parking lot that we just had up there? Maybe the little bit of a pimple on the road to try and line it up?
There's a lot you could do. You could like maybe line up the land on the other side, your own road, the body of water, how it flows.
Armani up there to stay, Fao up to change, and Fao's going to get the 5K because of it. Incredible round for him. Now setting Armani down at 3,300 health.
Yep, that's a lot of damage actually, given that they are pretty much both in
the were one lake apart.
region of Nevada, but it's such a big state.
Yep.
And now we have those Northern Territory poles, which you can also see here and there. I think you see them on a couple of roads in South Australia. But given the looks, the mountains as well, it looks like Alice Springs, which is where Armani has guessed, and I would assume that Armani would also pick that up.
Both gonna follow one of the most central cities in Australia. Minimal points, 10. It's a grand total of round number 6 as we go into round number 7.
Pretty much only a stall round. And it looks like once again, Armani already zooming in. Didn't even move around.
He's just going. He's playing no move in this one.
I mean, he looked on the side of the truck, but now we have a mile marker for foul.
Good marker for foul. If it gives you the info that you're looking for, of course.
Definitely very helpful if you manage to use it right.
They are in the same area. I think Amani is a bit further towards the north, but not by much. And it's going to be foul close. Actually, was further west before. Made a last-second change. So still, though, 1,000 damage done, 100 kilometers apart.
Especially going later into the game.
Exactly.
Getting closer to the final round. You don't like to see that if you are behind.
Definitely do not.
Because you kind of need that room to turn it around. And on the other side for foul, he wants to secure the win here, of course. Looks like we are in the Americas.
The northern ones.
The northern ones, yeah.
To be more specific. Can we be even more specific than that?
Even more specific.
Do you
I wanna say
dare?
it's the US.
Do you dare to call it?
Looks more like the US to me. These players are probably looking for... Actually, never mind. That pole top there.
What about that
we
flag?
have a flag as well. Maybe I should look at the flag before I look at the poles. But yeah, we have Ontario poles.
Foul, home turf, country, or home country.
Oh,
I
why'd you
should
look
say,
at that?
Oh, wow. City locked in, lining up the 5K. Is this where it's worthwhile going for the 5K? I get that he wants to do it, home country 5K lineup, but
I mean,
in this case, there was under 15 seconds anyway, so it didn't matter too much. But there you have it, yet another one, 3 meters to the pin. Foul with yet another 5K, and that's going to set him up really comfortably for round 9.
Not only from Canada, but also B-Step.
Yes.
He is such a great player. Region guessing Canada in this case.
I mean, this matchup, this match in particular, this moving game has had foul written all over it. Yes, he has taken 2,000 damage or close there too, but now Amani trying to change the pace here. He needs something happening in the Ukraine.
Yeah, and once again, you can get away a couple times with it, but if you give those 15 seconds over and over and over again,
further west, is that going to be enough?
Hey.
Yeah, it is. There you go.
It is.
It's going to be game 2-1. Foul separates himself from Amani. Amani took the first one. Amani, and then foul comes back and reminds him, bro, moving, that's my thing.
Yeah.
Go back and win no move. We'll take it to an NPC.
No, he definitely showed him who the boss is. Left for us is another no move and potential in NPC game.
Potential in NPC. We broke the streak, but we could go right back to it.
Yeah. And we have seen it before that the roles have changed, whereas Foul took the no-move game.
Yeah.
Let's see what's happening this time.
No move. Foul would love to seal the deal here, not to have to go into an NPC. But of course for Amani, for Chidotris and all the Amani fans out there, they want to see this go all the way.
Yes, and we have an Austria, I guess. I'm not sure. I don't know how often you get the car visible in Austria. Probably a bit more nowadays.
Amani
the front of the car.
Okay. It is actually up there. Okay. Oh, Amani. I don't know if that was frustration. Maybe I was gonna say surprisingly upset after that round because it wasn't that big a round.
No, I think he considered the US because I did as well. Because we had the front car visible.
Oh, if that's the case, then I'm happy.
Especially under pressure, you overthink it. And he was like, wait, did I just troll? But no,
we have seen
Amani.
some of the best players in the world make some of the biggest blunders in the world with pressure being added. And that's just a little pressure. In this case here, Amani knows if I don't win this one, I'm out. My year of Geoguessr is done.
It is a do or die.
So, for sure, you cannot really apply more pressure on the man than what he's suffering through right now.
I would love to have a better look on the gate down there. Like those gates you
There's
usually
cows.
get.
That's Goya, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a white
regional
cow.
cows is more a Brazilian thing, and it could be an European thing. Maybe I don't know about it.
I feel like we have the cows all over. Oh wow, Amani is jumping from northern Spain to France, Germany to Czechia. Foul is all over the place as well.
Confused.
Oh, guys, that's where you just go German and you hit Europe. Let's see what's going to end up happening. Amani is in southern Germany, Foul in northern France. They're not that far apart. It could be down in Spain. It
is
won't be Luxembourg.
I thought the mountains are too big for that because the gate actually looked like the ones you get in Luxembourg, but I was like, nah, these mountains are way too big.
Luxembourg, the country of plunking Western Europe.
Yeah, after ruling that one out, I was so confused and I was with them. having so many thoughts about it.
That's funny. Was that our first Luxembourg location in this tournament?
Yes.
It must have been, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's funny. Luxembourg cows, now we know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Seems like it.
Now we know.
And we are back in a forest.
No one can fool you, Geoguessr.
This location could fool me because once again...
A forest, but which one?
Dirt road as well. Just pointing out what we have.
You're a super observant.
I'm just stalling.
For any of the blind viewers out there, let Geoguessr tell you everything there is on the screen. Do we have... I mean, Foul was hovering Sochi for a second, like very southern Russia. Now going back towards Hungary again, kind of borderline Slovakia.
I don't know if that's a hedge. Because it would be crazy if that's Hungary. Could be Poland maybe
Hungary,
as well.
pretty good
Looks a
hedge.
bit northern to me.
Yeah, pretty good hedge if you're just thinking it's southeastern Europe, but it's going to be down in Croatia, east of Zagreb. We've had quite a few like northeastern Croatia rounds in the last couple of games. This time around, they're not as obvious as some of the previous ones might have been for these players.
Yeah, but I remember the other one that was also not that obvious. The Croatia, because we also had a Hungary-Croatia split on that one.
Where is the CIA in hands when you need it? That sign right there seems like it has a lot of info available, but we can't make out any of it.
What's good to use is the short bar on the power pole, which you get more towards the east of Canada.
Okay.
So pretty much like Nova
Foul is
Scotia.
all the way out there.
He pretty much belongs to both places where you get short bars, and of course, who am I to
country.
tell that? Foul definitely knows that.
You would have to imagine, right?
As the record holder of Canadian province streaks.
Ooh. Probably
But
other
on
records
this one,
too.
he's not so sure, it seems
Yeah,
like.
exactly. I mean, it's a 50-50 multipliers. They are high, but you don't want to let Amani get a lead by going to the correct island here, right? So you're trying to play it smart.
But Amani kind of thinking the same. He's hovering over back and forth.
Do you go northeastern tip of Nova Scotia to kind of hedge in between the two here? I'm not sure, but it seems like Amani is going to go down there as well. It's going to be Foul. No, sorry, Amani is going to be closer on this one. Foul was down here, ups to go off, and that's 2,600 damage. In Canada, too. Imagine if that's going to be the decider.
I mean, he's smiling it off.
Yeah,
There's not
you
much
can't-
more you can do about
Exactly.
it. He started off there. I guess he saw something that was maybe more likely for Newfoundland.
Iceland.
Now we are on Iceland.
Not as tricky of an Iceland round as the one Pan had in the EMEA Major.
No.
But still, with multipliers and a lot of coastline here, a lot of distance that can decide things.
Best country to play if you want to practice your scanning skills, I would say.
Yeah.
Iceland.
Yeah.
It's definitely always a scanning
And
fest.
explain scanning skills very briefly.
Pretty much you try, especially if you have a big body of water and mountains and long roads, which Iceland has all of three of them.
Yeah.
You try to line up the road and the mountains and the body of water to find on the map where you are. So you pretty much open the map and try something that fits.
You try and paint the picture effectively on Google Maps. Let's see if they've done it correctly. Amani, first one to lock in. Foul soon to follow. 1 second left to work with out on the tippity top on the northern side of Iceland. And it's gonna be Amani on point, 11 meters off 5K skills. And we are going to NMPC.
Toby, I was in my element of explaining how scanning works. I didn't even realize, and he also didn't realize that he is on the 5K.
That's like winning the Norwegian Fjord lottery.
Yeah, pretty much. For Armani, this
did it.
That was insane.
Foul is like, bro, what just happened? I was in the lead. Then he wrecks me in Canada, and then he takes Iceland too. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, you could have clicked the middle of the country, which always feels bad in Iceland because you know it's probably not there.
Yeah.
But in this case, it would have kept him alive.
Just like that, wham, bam, Foul falls, and now we are in NMPC. Foul is playing with the lead, but now it's anyone's game here. Amani, we can see on the webcam, jumping side to side, trying to get in the groove. Foul staying more composed.
Armani is in his element now.
NMPC.
NMPC is pretty much all he plays.
This is what Amani wanted to avoid. No, sorry, Foul wanted to avoid.
Yeah. Starting off in a somewhat more difficult round, I would say, because it doesn't look like the most generic Uruguay. I would say...
Ooh, Foul is going south there off.
I can tell. Is the license plate long? Once again, the screen is so small.
Our 85-inch monitor isn't big enough to see if the license plate is small.
in Uruguay you have longer plates.
He's joining him. Amani is thinking about going south of Buenos Aires. Very southern tip of the province. He's going to go east coast instead, and it's going to be down in between. And oh, you can see the face of Amani. That was the smile. There was a... I mean, that's annoying.
Still a wise choice.
Definitely.
That did reduce a little bit of damage.
Definitely. So, Foul strikes first. Not a big strike at that, but still. Out here with a small lead. And now, what in the world do we have here?
What in the world? We are in the world. That's correct.
Exactly. I didn't say what in the
More
mask
so,
that we
where
have here.
in the world is what I'm asking myself right now.
Give me something to treat the expert.
Is it? I mean, it looks like. Are we driving left?
They're both U.S.-Mexican border.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense because we don't have a car visible.
We're driving right,
but we have a dust
on
trail,
the left
right?
side. Yeah, exactly. So
Then
we're looking backwards.
We should be in Mexico, U.S.
We should be in Mexico, U.S. You can't just say that.
Okay, do I have to pick one?
Yes. We should be in
I would
North
say
South
looks
America.
Looks more like US to me. The
Okay.
road looks more US.
But you're in the border too. You're
Yes,
agreeing
yes,
with both of
definitely,
what
yeah. It
these
looks
guys are
very
doing.
dry.
Whoa, Amani's looking at South Africa.
No, I mean,
no,
I was thinking that as well, but the dust trail will indicate that we are driving right.
Okay, yep, yes. That's, ooh, guys, you're scaring us. You are scaring us. They're both gonna lock in on the border. Who's gonna be right? It's gotta be Amani closer. Yep, down towards Monterrey. Quite a bit of distance to it as well. Ooh, foul. I think a lot of people had foul favored in the matchup as a whole, but now that we've entered NMPC territory, all of a sudden, those bets might be off.
Yeah, definitely. It switched and we have a follow car in the distance.
Yeah. And a
Good
dust
old
trail.
Toyota. And we have a dust trail indicating the driving side. But it looks somewhat interesting. I don't know why it's looking so dry, which you usually get more along the coast of Mombasa, but the vegetation and everything else does not look coastal.
Foul first to log in. Amani to follow. It's going to be a bit further
around
towards
Mount
the
Kenya?
north. Yeah. From the eastern side thereof. Little to no damage being done here. 140 is all it is. And it's now 1,600 points behind. We go out into the open plains.
We do that, and it looks like, yeah, Mongolia.
Big enough country to do big damage, especially if you're going east on this. Foul hovering central initially, but he's... So his pin is central, but he's looking east. Amani is west, though.
I know Fao is a very, very good Mongolia player.
Okay.
But he did study a lot of the car as well, which we don't have here.
They are right next to one another, effectively, with where they're placed right now. No last-second adjustments for Fao. Good for him that he didn't opt to go further towards the east. It's still going to be 200 kilometers off, though, so down to under half health now. Round 5 is where we're going.
Still hurts. It still hurts.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 1.1k. We are in round 5, and even now, every guess matters even more. We are in Brazil. We have a pole in the distance. I don't know if there are any indicators which are regional, because we have some of them in Brazil, but I don't see it here. Looks very lush green, a lot of more Amazonian looking trees, or more tropical trees, I should say.
You have the pole there in the distance. That's not any regional assistance.
Yeah, as I
the
said,
double,
I don't
like
see...
bipole kind of thing.
No, I don't see anything on it. Because sometimes you have like a certain sticker on it, or a pole paint.
Yeah, we need the
certain
CA
insulators. Yeah. I mean, we need a bigger screen.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what we do.
Yep.
More pixels. We need more pixels.
We'll take both.
Yep. Or binoculars. Maybe that works too. Let's see, 10 seconds to go. Neither of the two daring to lock in on this one. You have Fao all the way down towards the Bolivian border. Amani is up towards the east.
They still consider a lot of regions. And it is Fao closer.
Is it going to be close enough for game?
That
though?
will be a lot of damage, but Armani will stay alive, but that is the lead, and it is a big lead for Fao now.
Definitely. Armani just wanted to get this one over with. Not going to happen, and now it's anyone's game once more. Fao retakes the lead at the goal line.
Back in Europe, we have two zooms immediately towards Serbia. Whereas Amani's taking a better look. Fao is zooming in and out. Seems like they are both not confident enough to send it.
You say that, but Fao's gonna log in. Central plunge. He's gonna go, you know, hand off to the side of the stage. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. They're both agreeing, but it's actually Romania. There's an instant wave as well. Good sportsmanship on both their sides.
The second guessing was there for a reason.
Oh yeah.
Something was off. But love to see that they both ended up with the same guess.
Now, is this round gonna be game?
On to the next round. My immediate thought was, is it Asia? Or
That's what Amani is thinking. Fao is in Thailand, though, and Amani is in Indonesia. So unless if this is northern Malaysia, this should very much decide the game.
There are places in Mexico that looks like this, but I think we would see the car if it is.
Maybe.
So we should be in Asia. It looks like left drive. So both of these countries do make sense. Thailand, Indonesia.
Definitely do.
At the same time, I feel like those roads are usually, but that goes for both countries. But I feel like in Thailand, you almost always have it paved.
Season on the line here. 10 seconds left to work with Amani. Jumping back and forth on Sumatra. Not daring to log in. Fao. Hand off the mouse. He's sat in Thailand. Still Malaysia to separate the two. Who's going to be right on this one? Season on the line. It's going to be between them, but Amani is closer. And it's not going to be enough for game.
Now he is in the lead.
Stays alive. Lead retaken once more by Amani as we get into round number 8.
What a back and forth, and now it looks like we are in Fao's territory.
Instantly up towards the northeast. They both go straight towards St. Pierre.
Even if they both are in Newfoundland, there's still enough room to make a decider here if someone's on point and someone isn't.
Fao, quick login if you could bring it home in your home country. But he has lost a big round already there. Amani's going to be closer once more, but 19 kilometers ain't going to be enough. Just 200 some damage. Stop playing with your food, Amani, and put an end to this. Wins another round in Canada as well. Round 9.
The stress level is rising. We don't have anything to work with here. It looks kind of wintry. You could use the season. We are in Bangladesh. It's a big split.
Yep, central and west.
We could be in Khulna, we could be in Mymensingh if it is winter coverage.
Amani.
And that's a big split.
Locks in close to Dhaka center. Fao still over towards the west.
I think Amani's playing it safe. He knows he has way more health than Fao. He tries to play it safe in the middle, guess.
Let's see who's gonna get it.
We have them both locked in, and it looks like
it's gonna be Fao! Fao closer, 90 kilometers on. It's not enough!
My God.
We're going round 10!
And now Fao is in the lead!
It's not enough!
Round 9.
250 points separating the two in the very final round of NMPC. You can see Amani's face. He doesn't know what to do here. Are we in Ghana? He's smiling. He doesn't know how to react.
I think he's smiling out of the stress he has. He has so much pressure on him right now. Both have it.
They have the season on the line right here with 220 points separating them. 320 make that sorry.
Fao seems very calm and collective, whereas Amani is like, whatever, this will decide it. It is the fate.
It is almost exactly double the points here. 270 up to Fao.
This round will decide.
Yes, there's no other way. It's round 10. It has to, but who will get it? Amani needs to be, 15 meters closer, but he has to win it. It's going to be Fao closer, though. And there you have it. It's 3 freaking kilometers. 3 kilometers apart decides the game and gives it to Fao. I am at a loss for words. Amani probably fainted. Someone go check in on him, because what a way to have your season come to an end. 3 freaking kilometers apart.
Toby, I don't even know what to think about this game. We have a back and forth, and at the same time, they somehow land up in the same place once and twice and third. I don't even know what just happened.
I mean, you know what? Fao doesn't either. Amani, sorry, bro. We've said it yesterday. We'll say it today as well. Oh, sorry, Amani. But again, congratulations to you, Fao. Holy hell. What an absolutely...
3 kilometers apart. Hey, I mean, the last rounds, like, it almost felt like in the final rounds, maybe the lead is gonna switch again.
They were back and forth so much.
Yeah, with the same distance over and over and over again. I couldn't really tell what's happening.
Foul gets the start, then Amani strikes back, but the fact that Foul claws back in, and then that final round, please, Desk, make sense of what we just saw here.
Toby, Judge, we're going to try our best. GC, correct me if I'm wrong. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Definitely one of the best series that we've seen so far across the Open Majors and the Wildcards. And maybe one of the best NMPZ maps we've seen of all time.
Yeah, I would actually agree that that NMPZ game was unbelievable.
Ridiculous, like back and forth, and then to go down to that final round and Foul just being that little sliver closer. And also getting ahead on that round 9, incredible. Just so
honestly
tense
unbelievable.
and so close.
Yeah, I think Foul, like that game could have gone either way, the NMPZ game, but Foul is just so strategic, and he just knows how to play those rounds, and there's a little bit of luck there, but he locks in so well. He's so strategic. He knows exactly how to play every round. Credit to him. Armani, massive credit to him as well. He's such a good player. So good in NMPZ.
Armani truly fought his heart out, but it was Foul that fought the hardest. You can see our updated bracket up on screen now. Our quarterfinals are set. Very shortly, we will be speaking to Foul. In fact, I can see he is ready and on the line now. Foul, talk us through that NMPZ. Firstly, let's get it whilst it's hot off the press.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even sure it was Ghana at that point. That was really, really sketchy. And then the Canada, I thought I could win on that because I knew it was West Coast, but then he pulled out a better guess than me. I was like, okay, it's getting a bit sketchy. Bangla, I knew it was Kulna. I was debating whether to go further south or further just like middle. I didn't think it was going to be north. But, if I had moved a little bit, I would have won. And if I hadn't won this game, that could have been pretty frustrating for me. But
yeah,
it ended up working.
I mean, coming out of round 8, you were still on the back foot. You were in the losing position. And then you swung things in round 9. Just talk to us a bit about what it was like to head into round 9, knowing how crucial it was. How were the nerves? Were you on top of them?
To a good extent, I would say, yeah. I felt pretty in control, at least, obviously. I mean, you're 2 rounds away from what could potentially be being out of the World Championship for the year. So there's a bit of nerves, but I felt fine. I knew that, 5x multis, 5.5x multis, you can do kind of anything. So, you just got to lock in and make your guesses, and that's what I did.
Crazy NMPZ, crazy final 2 rounds. GC, over to you.
Foul, well done. Very happy for you there. Lovely performance. Yeah, the Bangladesh round stood out for me. That's, I think, where you won yourself the match, but you've already talked a little bit about that one. You made some very nice Brazil guesses across the match. Anything to say on those?
Yeah, so in the NMPZ we had one that was kind of tricky. I wasn't sure. The poll looked like it could be Rondonia, but then the landscape looked maybe more Mato Grosso, but then I didn't think the poll worked for Mato Grosso. I was worried about where he guessed like Pará, Maranhão. So I started moving over towards Mato Grosso. I was worried about a lot of things, to be honest. But yeah, it ended up working well. So I'm pretty happy with that guess.
Yeah, well done. Talk to us a little bit about your focus and mindset. It's something you do so well. Is there any particular approach you take to that, or does it just come to you naturally?
Mostly just resetting between rounds. I mean, if you see me drinking water every round, I mean, 1, it's a nervous habit, but 2, it helps me reset. So, that's something. And then just knowing that, whatever happens, if you stay in the game, you can win. I mean, we've seen it so many times where people come back from, 2-1, 2-0 maybe even. So, yeah.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Any shout outs maybe to win or to lose?
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to our La Ligue team here to win or to lose. I'll save the rest of my shout outs for maybe the finals.
Yeah,
win.
Yeah, I hope we see you there. Well done.
Yeah, Foul, best of luck. Thank you very much for your time. You move ahead to those quarterfinals. All right, yeah, huge performance there by Foul. You know, Armani did what he could, but it wasn't enough this time. That was just such an entertaining matchup, GC, and it really showcased just how high the skill ceiling here goes.
Yeah, no, it really did. I mean, when players have favored modes, we're not necessarily seeing them win in those modes. It just goes to show how good everyone is. Armani stepping up there, taking a moving game. Foul taking an NPZ. Anything can go either way. Armani just played great and made that an amazing series. Either players could have won. Just incredible stuff.
Indeed, GC, thank you as always for your thoughts. Well, talking about going places, we are going to go shortly to a small break. And then after that, Foul has to get going once again because he's going up against Clement. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. Your time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at Geoguessr. Find me and get a reward.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Dive in with me to see how the Shiba Hope Grows program is bringing our coral reefs back to life. Giving ownership to these communities, it's a sense of pride to know that we are giving back to our own oceans.
Stream Reef Builders now on Prime Video.
Jump into the car on a Friday night. I wanna drive with you. Looking for a bar in the nearest town. I've never seen a sky so blue. We don't ever play it and the night is young. It doesn't matter what we do. There ain't nobody like. There ain't nobody like. You look so beautiful. And I'm so lucky to be yours. And you're taking me. Talking about yourself and you make me
Ready to go once again. The quarterfinals of our wild cards start now. Clement versus Foul to kick things off. Both of them had strong performances in their prior matches. GC, which way do you see this matchup going now?
They had really strong performances. Clement was scary against Gingy, really, really good. Back-to-back games for Foul. Might be a struggle for some mentally, not for Foul though. I still have to favour Foul. 3-2.
In terms of just raw momentum, I think the argument here is that Foul going back-to-back, that adds some positive, adds positivity to his chances. There's also that argument he could be a little tired. I don't know, but Clement wasn't playing too long ago either. It's definitely an even matchup. Two titans of our scene about to go head-to-head. Remember, there's only one spot available from our wildcard tournament, and so if you are done, you are done.
Yeah, no, I think the positive for Foul is that there's no chance for him to build up the tension again. He's just right into the next one.
Just flowing.
Yeah, so
flowing.
Let's see.
Well, Clement wants to get things going with a bang, wasting no time in round one.
Yeah, we had I think a province there near Spawn in the Philippines. Foul just trying to get some precision.
And perhaps he has found that there. Yes, he has. That will be a strong start for Foul in round one. Not many points of damage will go the way of Clement, but nonetheless, it is a round win for Foul. Keeps things going, keeps things rolling, GC.
Yeah. He's already doing his thing again in round one. We have something Latin America here. Was it? I was trying to spot the back of that sign. Foul has found some information.
He has indeed. Construction. We've got numerous details there, whilst Clement focuses on a different sign. In fact, they're both in the exact same area, looking across the street in both directions before they cross. Of course, now zooming in on Ecuador, using that information at hand.
Yeah, Clement is looking at some regional borders. He may be able to read something here that we can't see.
Could be very useful information, perhaps information that Foul has not had a chance to get yet. And not too long left for either player to get more information. 5 seconds now, so we will find out very shortly who is the closer.
Yeah, we had a split either side of the Andes there. Ends up being down near Guayaquil.
Yeah, much further south. Foul, though, just a little closer.
Yeah, nothing too drastic so far.
Absolutely not. Just 134 points of damage for Clement that Clement has taken so far.
Yeah, we go into, I believe, the same country again with this lower quality coverage. The taxi gives us some information. There are always 3 letters on the top of the taxis in Ecuador, and they are learnable and they represent cities.
All right. That is perfect to know now. I'm sure both players up to speed with such metas.
Possibly. It's more of a, I'd say it definitely is something that moving players are maybe more likely to know.
Okay, so a chance here that there is a difference in that knowledge base.
Yeah, okay.
Clement quite confident with that zoom and that lock.
Yeah, there is some information there. Pasaje el Oro. Looks like he's found Pasaje, maybe.
3 seconds left.
Yeah, Foul's not too far away from there, I don't think.
Oh, it's a brilliant guess by Clement. We're now on that 2x multi in round 3. It will be a decent first jab at Foul. Clement now leading.
Yeah, no, a good find from Clement. He's actually shown today that he's pretty good at finding stuff on the map, so shouldn't be too much of a surprise.
Right now we're starting outside what looks like a church. Which players' prayers will be answered?
Yeah, let's see. Some lovely red brick architecture here. Very telling of that Northern Europe area around kind of Netherlands, Belgium, Northwest Germany.
Foul finding a sign here that instantly draws a reaction and a lock.
Yeah, we saw this exact Landkreis yesterday, actually.
Landkreis?
Yeah, we saw exactly the same one yesterday. Foul finds it, knows exactly where it is, locks it in.
Clement perhaps did not find that Landkreis, goes a little bit further east.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be too many points. 2.5x. Pretty similar amount of damage that Clement previously dealt to Foul. Foul now returning the favour and just about snatching back that lead.
Yeah, no, quite even. Clement there with the red brick architecture, knew to go northwest, so he was never going to take too much damage there.
Clement, very confident. That is a alpha zoom if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Locks it hard and fast, barely even moved.
Yeah, he's gone into the spit of land on Kaliningrad, and Foul is in Hungary. I think Clement has this.
Oh, wow. We've got a big round here for sure. Clement definitely does have this. Foul is like 2-3 countries over, and that will be game 1 done and dusted.
Yeah, it's tough. Clement with a great insta-send there, played it very well strategically. Sometimes things slip your mind. I think Foul maybe forgot about the coverage. I think under the time pressure as well, it can be a little bit confusing. Game 1 to Clement, and it's big for Clement to take a moving game.
Well, we did see just now Foul taking a sip of his water. If what he told us in our interview with him is correct, then hopefully now a mental reset, forgets that, moves on to this no move. But Clement, yes, I love, you know, the confidence there. If he's got a strong idea, just to put it on, lock it in, create that pressure, and it did make Foul stumble a few countries away, GC.
Yeah, no, it definitely was a bit of a stumble, something we don't see from Foul too often, but Clement really playing well strategically in these moving games. It's been a pleasure to see. He did it against Gingy as well, played very well.
He played very well versus Gingy, very, very well.
Both players looking in eastern Turkey. We get this coverage in various parts of the country, but this green landscape definitely fits this area. They're both quite close to each other. Maybe somebody in our studio could tell us even more about where to guess.
Big G.
Yeah, we won't see anything major here.
Sure, Gelatrus is hooting, hollering upstairs. Clement closer once again, round 1. 321 points of damage dealt to Foul.
Nice guess again from Clement. He's had a lot of those very, very close guesses today, within about 20, 30 kilometers.
Clement off the rip, opening map, hovering over eastern Ukraine.
Yeah, it will.
Foul also in a, I mean, further east, in the southwest of Russia.
Yeah, it will be there with this winter Gen 4 coverage that we've seen a few times today. But then that's not really enough. You have to be able to region guess this area too. I'm not sure exactly what Foul locked in. Clement's gone quite north.
I think both in the same general region. I could be wrong. Either way, our actual location sort of splits Clement and Foul in the middle.
Yeah, just near to Voronezh there. Clement slightly closer, not much enabled with the multis. Clement takes a few points. We have Western Australia here, a few clues for that. The curbs and the yellow signposts. But I will say Western Australia is quite a large state.
It's very large, a lot of different options there. Foul wants to be first to act. I mean, Clement already, it's quite a distance from Perth here compared to Foul. We might see some substantial points of damage come through here. Let's see GC. The actual look once again. I mean, it's closer to Clement, but it's sort of splitting them in the middle. 2x makes that 500 points of damage going to Foul.
Yeah, Clement had the inland vibe there. It felt maybe a little bit more remote. Some very red soil. Definitely like Clement's guess there. Some tuk-tuks visible.
They're at this point a reasonable lead.
Oh, we have these tie poles and lamps.
Reasonable lead for Clement, 1.5k points ahead at this point.
Yeah, we also see an 061 phone code, which won't be useful. Tie flag.
Why would the 061 not be useful in this instance, GC?
So, yeah, there are regional phone codes in Thailand, but they kind of jump and skip numbers, so 3s, 4s, and 5s are useful, and then I think it skips the 6 and goes to the 7.
Okay, I see very useful context there for all of us. With 10 seconds left, we will shortly find out which player has used the context around them on the map to better secure a guess.
There was a number written. Okay, well that would be 03. It looked like there was an 04 something written, but I don't know. It was handwritten. It was quite messy. I don't think it was really telling us anything. But yeah, Clement with a bigger hedge, maybe, let's say, and he takes even more points.
Yep, Clement extending that lead. Foul now approaching half HP as we're in the halfway point of this game. Round 5 ×3 multi. Certainly a chance for Foul to battle back, but nonetheless, it never feels good to work off that back foot.
No, Foul not where he wants to be. We have Norway now, which is a very big country on a 3x multi. We have quite a lot of vegetation, particularly on the cliffs here, so maybe wouldn't go too far north, but these players don't seem to be too far south either. They're both thinking relatively middle.
Considering their options here, GC, aren't they?
They are indeed. And yeah, Norway is just one of the scariest countries on multis. Such a big gap between north and south.
Tall, long, awkward.
Yeah.
Can create a lot of second guessing, but sometimes you just need to stick to your guns, stick to your first commitment. Right now, both players, I want to say in a similar region, but no, it's not really. Clement's much closer, and that's quite a bit of coast. With a ×3, it's almost 2k points of damage, GC. Foul really, really on the back foot now.
Yeah, no, it's a lot.
He already was before, but he's almost toppling backwards, GC.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of damage. It looked like they were fairly close to each other, but Norway, very long country. Clement again with a super precise guess for about the 20th time today.
Clement just playing lights out Geoguessr right now. Unscathed in game 2.
Yeah. Indonesia. Foul going for Banker Belitung. Slightly red soil. Maybe he's seen something on the poles. And Clement's in Kalimantan, so massive difference here.
Huge
this will be
difference.
game if one of them's right.
Who is right is the question, GC. It's Foul! 3.5x, make it 6.9k points of damage, sending Clement out of the server.
It's enough. Cold reaction from Foul as well, just remaining locked in as always. Really, really nice banker guess.
Big, big difference means big, big points. Foul getting the dub in game 2. Now drawn up 1-1. Clement was looking on fire, but Foul put that fire out.
I know, that guess was, maybe there were some houses. I know there are some architectural matters for banker. I don't recall seeing any houses, but maybe we had some. Clement was actually playing really, really well in that game, and just a one-hit punch from Foul to bring it back, well, to bring it to 1-1.
Indeed. Clement was full HP there, right?
I believe so.
From full HP to 0 in one fell swing.
Yeah. And we're in the US. Clement has found a national highway, US highway. Not necessarily that easy to scan for unless you know the state. Foul has found a clue for Tennessee. Clement is in Tennessee as well, and I think he's near the US 64. Maybe not huge damage then in this round. Selma, I see it there on Clement's map. He's just west of it.
Great guess by Clement. It's a round 1, but a reasonable first stab at Foul.
Yeah, I think he just had that slight advantage there because he had the road number.
Yeah. Really solid work by Clement, not letting that prior round in that prior game affect him as he moves forward, back into moving.
Yeah, Chile here.
Straight away finding his feet, off down the road, looking for any information. Foul in a similar direction. Clement first to find a sign here. Doesn't really linger on it for too long.
Oh, and he's found something useful. So the road numbers in Chile go from A in the north, sequentially down to the south, so L somewhere around the middle, and Clement is just scanning to see where the L's are.
Foul has found the exact same sign.
Yeah, he'll know roughly where to look, I think. I think with 20 seconds left, I think both players will get somewhat close, you would expect.
You would expect. Great to see both players find the same information. Foul was lagging slightly behind, but now has a chance to catch up, maybe looking for a 5k. I think they're in the exact same spot.
They're both really close, I think.
Great job by Clement and Foul. Clement
double,
just edging slightly closer, but that is a double 5k.
Yep, the players can shake hands and move on.
They can indeed. Both players performing wildly in that round 2.
Yeah. Germany here. Foul will be looking at this sign for a land crisis.
No land crisis there in this instance, though, GC.
No, I thought maybe it might be on the other side of the sign, but maybe I'm wrong. He's found some other signs. He seems to know something. He zoomed in quite specifically.
Clement, southeast of Leipzig. Similar for Foul, a bit further south. Maybe considering a switch to Nuremberg.
He is. He seems to be looking elsewhere now. He does like to stick with his guns.
Yeah, he's not going to change his spot, GC. And it's Clement again with a rock solid guess.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Clement really close today?
Yeah,
really impressive.
Just on the doorstep, very, very often.
Yeah,
that consistency, and it's paid off so far.
Yeah. Do you notice this phone number, Pala, we were talking about earlier?
Number?
Well, we have an 034 in Thailand, which will be normally around Bangkok. I think 034, yeah, maybe it's west of it.
Well,
so this is a useful Thai phone number for once. We do see a lot of mobile codes. Both players will be close.
Clement perhaps looking for the 5k once again. And he's so close.
Yeah, I think he's there. Yeah.
And he is there entirely. That is once again a 5k. Clement, brilliant guessing. Also a solid guess by Foul, but Clements takes the dub.
Yeah, no, really good from Clement. He's somebody who's really stepped up his moving and pinpointing over the last year or so. He used to be a bit more of a vibes player, but he's really learned so much and is very, very fearsome as an opponent.
That constant learning and evolution of a Geoguessr player is so important. There's always more to learn, always little holes to fill in that knowledge base.
Yeah, beautiful location here, by the way, in South Korea. Yeah, Foul has a sign. We possibly had a couple of phone numbers too, so plenty of little bits for the players to work with.
Bit of a difference here.
Yeah, there is a bit of a difference. Foul is locked into the Daegu area, but
Foul now also, perhaps going to swing back to sort of where Clement is. If Clement is to stay there, of course, that too could change. This definitely seems to be one of the more mystifying rounds so far. Both players not looking entirely comfortable. Who ends up sitting in the hot seat? It's Clement! Wow! Clement with another fantastic guess.
Yeah, he's winning so many rounds today. It has to be said.
Once again, going into round 6 unscathed, GC.
Yeah, he's playing exceptionally. That's all there is to say. He's just doing so well.
But as we saw in that no move, Foul was at the deficit, Clement was unscathed, and then Foul felled Clement.
Yeah, it can happen. It
can
happen.
One fell swoop. And definitely can happen again.
Clement found a... Kanakkale is quite... Apologies for the pronunciation, but...
Oh, wow.
Quite a noble town in the west of Turkey. And Foul doesn't have it, but is actually quite close in European Turkey.
And the marker closer to Clement once again, but won't be too many points of damage going the way of Foul.
Yeah.
Solid guess with what seemed to be less information than what Clement had got at hand.
Yeah. Bit lucky for Foul because it was right in the eastern part of the region there. So Foul could have maybe taken a bit more damage had Clement been right on the money, but we move to Mexico. Very dry. This kind of location probably indicative of somewhere northwest or even Baja, as Clement is zooming into. The blue car here would fit for that, as with the landscape.
And it is the type of zoom that you know, it gives you the feeling that Clement is confident with where he's looking, where he's potentially going to guess.
Yeah.
Foul yet to open his map. We should also remember that lead has built up to quite a significant one at this point. 6k versus 4.3. Round 7, 4x multi.
Yeah, and Baja California, really, really big peninsula. Not always the most straightforward to region guess unless you've practiced it a lot. So we could see a fairly big difference here.
Yeah, there is a difference. There's a big difference. Clement closer once again with a ×4 multi. It won't be enough, but it's a big hit towards Foul. That lead extends once again. Even more, GC.
Yeah, no, it's another massive hit from Clement. He keeps making these hits, never quite big enough for it to be game, but he's just chipping away more and more each time. But Foul is alive. Is this the Netherlands?
If it's the Netherlands, that's definitely going to, in terms of points, favor Clement.
Yeah, relatively
tougher
small.
to make a mistake there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Easier
absolutely
to preserve that health.
Did it say Almere? Yeah.
Foul wanting to act first, perhaps try and bump that multi up if he can survive this round.
Yeah, I think Clement will just make a hedged guess here. Foul found some really good info, and Clement's actually really close to Almere there, so yeah.
Good hedge. Foul winning round, finally giving Clement the tiniest of scratches.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Had that been a bigger country where Foul had found the info, it could have been a massive blow, but Clement just clicking fairly central in a relatively small country, not taking much damage at all. Still nearly flawless in round 9 in Colombia. We had... I think we had...
Okay.
Do we have Antioquia pole paint there? I don't know what Clement saw.
Clement saw something
so
that made him move.
Yeah.
Made him lock.
These markers, you can work out where you are on the road. And Foul caught a look at it, so I assume he is on the right road, the 62.
Oh, Clement! If there's a way to do it, that is it! Once again, so close. 7 points off the 5k. Now up 2-1. A great guess. We're not sure what he saw, but he saw something, and it gave him a near perfect estimate of the location.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I mean, it was flat, so it made sense for that border area, but he may have seen something else. Just another, he's on fire, another sensational guess.
Clement is on fire. Foul now. With it all to do, back against the wall.
Yeah, dry valley in Kyrgyzstan here, near Narin, would appear to make a lot of sense. Or Foul, maybe going for a slightly more northern one near to Bishkek. I think we've mentioned before that Kyrgyzstan is a country we see less and less of in competitive Geoguessr these days.
You did mention that yesterday, I recall.
Yeah, let's see who's on the money here.
Exactly, whose recall will be better of Kyrgyzstan. Foul, first to lock. A difference, and Clement wants it's actually very far south, and Clement's just that little bit, quite a bit closer.
Yeah, that's really, really far south. I don't think the coverage goes much beyond there, unless I'm mistaken.
But we move on to round 2.
Yes, we have Mexico here, and we have some info that spawn. It says Miahuatlan, but might not be that easy to scan for unless you know exactly where to look.
Foul already juggling options.
Yeah,
where he wants to lock.
Foul scanning. Clement's looking in Oaxaca.
We saw Oaxaca a handful of times yesterday, or at least a couple of times.
We did indeed. There are a few things these players might be considering. We have this black Google car, which can be quite regional in Mexico. But both players kind of looking across a fairly broad area here.
They are indeed. We are about to have only 10 seconds left. This has been a very measured round 2. That would imply usually that neither player has the strongest grasp, but sometimes it's just about who has the best grasp.
Foul has it.
Foul has it?
Yep.
Yes, he does! GC, what a call!
Yeah, really good. Really good from Foul. It's only 1.5x, but it's a good start.
It's a good start, type of start that Foul definitely needs to get his head back in the game, build back that confidence.
Absolutely. Australia now. Clement zooming in towards Queensland. Quite a lush feel to this grass. I could definitely see it landscape-wise. Foul going into the same state. I think we also had maybe a short reflector, which can be indicative of Queensland. So both players probably quite comfortable with the state here.
Foul definitely comfortable with the state since he locked first. Clement now having to react, going much further north, then swings back middle, sort of around where Foul is, who is the king of Queensland. It's going to be Clement. Clement, you would have been crowned in better style if you'd stayed where you had previously had your marker.
He's kicking himself
Of
there.
course.
He would have taken Foul down to really, really low health had he stayed up there around Mount Isa. He clearly knew the coverage, or thought he knew the coverage, but he wasn't quite confident enough to keep it there. Again though, Clement just knowing all these places, he's honestly, his performance today has been outstanding. I keep saying it, but really, really has.
Got a big difference here.
Oh, we do.
We've got Czechia for Clement, we've got Sweden for Foul. 10 seconds left. GC, I don't know if you have any sort of suspicion of where we're at, but right now, there's a huge difference between our players.
There is a huge difference. Right now, I just feel like Clement's on fire.
The question is, does he remain on fire? No! Foul! With a brilliant guess. 3.8k points of damage back in it. I wonder what sent Clement to Czechia.
No, it's a tricky location. European forest round like that without too much information on the road. Never easy to be too confident in the country there. Foul could have had the game there, but it was just that little bit too far north.
Little bit too far north. Clement, as you said, he's been on fire now. That light beginning to dim just slightly, but that does not mean he cannot throw gasoline back on and keep the fire raging. Foul, though, wanting to keep hold of that momentum. And with the 3x multi, that is going to be game. We are going to NMPZ.
Foul, having to play NMPZ for the second time in a row. Wow.
No move, no pan, no zoom. Just Clement, Foul, and a still image.
No,
GC.
that's twice that Clement has been just playing so well all game, and then Foul, just with 1 or 2 punches, has just managed to take the win.
Good reference. That is indeed what happened earlier in this matchup. Clement storming ahead with a confident, consistent lead, and then Foul just needing 1 or 2 rounds to bounce back. And where do we bounce back to? All of us together into NMPZ. This is it, everybody. Whoever wins this moves ahead to the semi-finals. Whoever loses is out. Their season done.
Yes, huge game this. Clement going straight into Sylhet in Bangladesh. Foul, very good Bangladesh player, opting for a guess closer to the Khulna area. We saw how good his NMPZ guess was in Bangladesh in the last match.
It would imply that he has a good guess here, and that is the case. That will be a good round 1 start for Foul.
Yes, good start. Not the biggest country, but again, Khulna for Foul, proving to be fruitful.
Talking fruits, our lovely Clement, also known as the Clementine, needs to squeeze all of the juice. He needs to make sure that he is as locked in as possible, as he has been this entire day.
Yeah, both players zooming into Germany. Foul going East Germany. I don't know if he's seen anything that's leading him that way. Clement edging slightly more eastwards. Both players clearly have a similar vibe here.
They do indeed. Probably going to be not too much between them.
No, not too much.
Small exchange of points.
It should be. Foul's still thinking hard. But as we've seen, he doesn't like to change from his initial gut feel too much. They're both actually really quite close to Leipzig now.
We used to have esports events in Leipzig.
Oh yeah?
Yes, we did. Some time
Good
ago.
ones?
Yeah, they were cool. They were cool.
Well,
the location splitting the difference between our 2 players here. Clement just slightly closer.
Yeah, Wolfsburg there, I believe.
Here we go onto a dirt road. To me, this is unidentifiable in any way. GC, your expert brain, what do you see?
I see 2 players trying to work out the round.
Foul is going towards Georgia-Florida border. And then we've got Clement looking towards Czechia again.
No.
Czechia, Germany, Poland.
No, this is a tough one. Pine Forest.
Oh, he's going even further east. Latvia now.
These trees are quite short for...
It could be a huge round.
Foul's going back to Europe.
It could be the match. Yeah, now Foul joining Clement back in Europe. Actually now both over very similar areas of northern Poland.
Yeah, is it possible that we would maybe see the... I'm just trying to think. There may be some car...
Water hedge right now by Clement. 5 seconds, GC.
Yeah,
a
5
very
seconds.
curious round of
Foul's going back.
Geoguessr as Foul switches back to that Florida border. Time is up. Who's on top? It's Clement.
It's Ukraine, but he's not close enough to deal enough damage.
No, he's not.
No. Oof. Yeah. Wow. What a difficult round. Those trees.
What a tough round.
Those trees did feel off somehow. Very hard to get Ukraine there, I would think.
That curious corridor shall be remembered. And then it ended up being in Ukraine. Neither player finding it exactly, but Clement ending up closer. Round 4 now, GC.
Yeah, round 4 now. Urban, Thailand. I don't see anything too specific here. I think both players will just be trying to hedge and survive. Unless one of them wants to try and do something really bold. I mean, Clement can win the game here. Foul much less likely to be able to win the game here. If you're Clement, you might be thinking, do I go for something bold and just try and do enough damage to end the game here and now?
Well, it's Foul that wants to lock in first. Clement in a very similar region.
Yeah.
Foul, 1.4k HP. He's got to be so careful here.
Yeah.
Can't really afford mistakes, you know, with the multis building 2.5x right now. Next it will be 3. Clement closer once again. And that will end up being, yeah, almost 10% of, or just over 10% of Foul's life.
Yeah, no, really south there near Pattaya. I don't know how you get that. I think, you know, as we said, both players just hedging and surviving.
Tough call. Now in round 5.
Yes.
Of NMPZ. Whoever wins this through to the semis. Fast zoom from Clement.
He's gone straight into Punjab, and Foul looking more towards Eastern Uttar Pradesh, Bihar. We have some red brick. It's very flat. I mean, Punjab all the way to Bihar is very flat.
Clement reconsiders. Foul locks in.
Yes, Foul.
It would imply confidence from Foul. Perhaps
maybe.
Rare unconfidence from Clement. But yeah, that's going to be enough.
Clement wins.
Great job by Clement.
Wow.
Secures the GG. It was not indecision. Clement knew where he was at, and it was just a bit better than Foul. Disappointment for Foul, but jubilation for Clement.
Yeah, I don't know what Clement saw there. He clearly knew something, because he wanted to go really far west. He wanted to go as far as Punjab. Ended up being not quite that far west, but wow, he was pretty close. Very impressive guess on NMPZ there. He's been so strong all day.
He has across the series that he's played. Clement consistency. We use that word a lot here, but it's because the word is accurate, and Clement has really embodied consistency over all of his games today.
No, it's an extremely important trait to have in competitive Geoguessr, but it's even beyond consistency. It's just the number of times he's been so close, within 10, 20, 30 kilometers, not even on the easiest rounds. Really, really impressive from him today.
Indeed. GC, enough from us for now. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you, Paula. Guys, Bloom and Ziggy back on the desk after an insane quarterfinal. Ziggy, talk to me about that game.
Not only just an insane quarterfinal, just an insane day in itself. 7 out of 9 games going to an NPZ. If somebody had to bet on that on an online site, I think they would have made a lot of money today, but I would have never predicted that. What a game. Foul going to NPZ 2 games in a row. It didn't have any break in between, but Clement actually pulling up in those moving games. We all thought Foul would take those, and Clement would take the no-move games. It went the complete opposite. And then an NMPZ game, crazy as always. That Ukraine round.
Yeah, insane stuff all around it. I really like your point about the moving. I mean, to be honest, I feel like this has been a different Clement that we're seeing today. This is the best I've ever seen him play. Better than the World League, better than EMEA, and it's been unbelievable, and I'd love to actually get a chance to ask him about it, and it seems like he's ready right now. Clement, man, congrats. You did it. You're through to the semis, and I must say, we are seeing a new form from you. Did something change?
I don't really know. That's a good question. I mean, I feel like the first moving game, I got kind of lucky that Fao didn't get the Kaliningrad round, which, maybe due to the pressure, or I don't know. But like the second moving game was kind of incredible. Like even, I feel like every round I just played very well, was calm and did the right thing, went into the best direction. And even the one time I didn't get information, I managed to be like 5 kilometers away on the Netherlands round. So really, kind of crazy.
Yeah, me and Ziggy even called that one out, the Netherlands one, because we were like, how did he just do that? He's so close, he had no information. We were like, the aura is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I had kind of a thought there. I thought it kind of looked like either Amsterdam or Almere, which are like new cities near, like Almere is a new city next to Amsterdam, and it looked like a very new developed place, so I kind of thought somewhere in between, and it worked out, so I was pretty happy.
Yeah, we talked about the moving games. We don't want to talk about the no-move games. Obviously, you lost both of them, but let's talk about an NPC game and with the crazy round in Ukraine. What were your thoughts here on that? I mean, we had a crazy last-second switch, I think, because Fao was initially also in Europe. I think he was in, Czechia or something like that. And then he just made the last-second switch, kind of like Malfunction earlier, where she did the switch to Canada and actually was in the right thing. How did you think that round went? Because I was lost.
Honestly, I just thought, like, you know, a small dirt road with a lot of pine trees around, might as well just go Baltics, like, I just didn't know. And it felt kind of wrong, but I couldn't really tell. I was also thinking, like, somewhere else in Eastern Europe, like Poland, Hungary, even Netherlands, to be honest, and also the US. Like, I completely understand his guess. I definitely thought about it. I just thought the pines, they looked also Eastern European in a way. Like, to me, the small dirt road and the pines would make most sense for Eastern Europe globally, but I really did not think about Ukraine. I mean, in hindsight, it makes sense, but I just completely wouldn't think about it, for sure.
Yeah, a super difficult round, but yeah, nonetheless, you popped off on the rest of the difficult ones and took it. So proud of you, man. Best of luck going forward on Sunday tomorrow. And yeah, man, rest up.
Thank you very much.
Nice to talk to Clement there after an insane game. God, Ziggy, what a day today has been, and still one more match to go. We are getting absolutely treated today with the Geoguessr. Guys, one more quarterfinal. It's going to be Harrier versus Mada. Any quick thoughts there?
I mean, I'm just excited to see both, honestly, just on the screen. We can't interview them before the game, sadly, because I would have loved to hear Jeff talk once more.
Of course.
But one of them we will hear after that game, but there can only be one winner. You said an amazing day up to this point, so why not make that game as exciting as it has been?
Oh, I'm sure it will be, and it's time to get straight into it, guys. Let's head on over to the casters.
Thank you, Bloom and Ziggy. Up next, it's our final matchup of the day. We've got No. Jeff going up against Mada.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Big match to finish our day. Very excited to watch it play out, GC.
Yeah, huge game. A couple of fan favourites.
Yes.
Both entertaining players to watch. Both great performers as well. I would say Harrier has the edge knowledge-wise, but Mada just performs so well every time.
I think entertainers is a good description of both of our players, but they're entertainers in their own right. You know, Mada, famously at this point in his Geoguessr career, a person that loves to play off a crowd, you know, loves that energy, but now he's having to play from home. It's a big switch up. We've seen Harrier, who's usually been a bit more reserved, but he came out with that slamming interview at the EMEA Majors. Great clash of personalities here on the server.
Yeah, no, Harrier getting more and more comfortable in front of the camera, I think, showing his personality. Let's see what he has to show us, though, in terms of his gameplay.
Absolutely. We will be getting it going very shortly. Not ready to get it going just yet, so that means myself and GC can break things down a little further. We can see Harrier on screen now, whispering some words, perhaps of encouragement to himself. Looks very locked in. Nice to see Jeff, you know, in that state of mind, clearly in that state of mind. He's already had to win one to get here. Of course, he wants nothing else to win this quarterfinal as well and propel himself to that semi.
Yeah, he loves it. He's so locked in, so determined, so hungry.
And then we've got the golden boy, Marder, sun shining through the window. Oh, big breath. Get ready, young man. It's time to put on the performance of your life. Remember, everybody at home. So yesterday we started off with the open majors. Today it's been the wild cards. Tomorrow we will see the end of both tournaments. But right now, yes, this is our third quarter-final of the wild cards. But both of these tournaments, sorry, I've got on a slight tangent there, but the open majors and the wild cards, only one player from each goes through. So at this point, at any point that has transpired so far, if you're done, you are out. Only one between Harrier and Marder can move forward, GC.
That is correct. We would love to see them both, but we can't. It has to be just one.
The chosen one.
The chosen one. Yeah. They love to talk to themselves as they play these two. I'd love to get a word count by the end of this match, maybe
word
in the
count,
thousands.
Listening.
Yeah.
Listening to those comms, maybe one day. I mean, it makes more sense in a team esport, though. We do have those sometimes in team esports, but yeah, there is that interesting dynamic here where we have two players that do like to have a little chit-chat with themselves. But, you know, jokes aside, there is if we're to sort of like analyze that, you know, some people that's important to have that little chat with themselves, keep themselves locked in, to keep the energy going, the energy flowing, GC.
Yeah, no, one thing we've heard as a common theme from our players today is that ability to reset between rounds.
Yeah.
And people have different ways of doing it. Some people like to take a sip of water, some people maybe like to talk to themselves. Whatever your method is, it is a good approach to take between rounds in these high-intensity games.
Yeah, sort of being proactive with keeping oneself as focused as possible. If you find yourself shaken or stirred, that conscious moment where you're like, all right, let me take a second here, let me reset. Absolutely crucial in any competitive endeavor. Everybody at home still waiting to know exactly when we can get this one going on our side. I can tell you, we can see that it seems the server is live, but we just don't have actual confirmation if the game will get going just yet. But it looks like we are edging closer, GC.
Yeah, I can just shine a little bit of a light on the gameplay. I think the moving games here will be spectacular. Madder, just a very experienced, very natural moving player with loads of knowledge. Harrier, his grind over the last year or so has been incredible. He's learned so much information and just getting better and better at using it. So keep a keen eye on these moving games. These will be very, very good to watch.
Yeah, we have our admin standing by, and apparently we will be getting this one underway very soon. Harrier versus Marder, quarterfinal 3. Everything on the line in all of these matches, and as already established, one loss, you lose that chance to be the chosen one, the one that progresses and wins a spot at our World Championship at KB Hallen in Copenhagen on August the 29th to the 30th later this year.
Yeah, no, it's really, really tough. All the names who are still in it at this point, just all such good people, such good players. Very tough that we have to see almost all of them eliminated.
Thumbs up from Harrier. Harrier's got this newfound aggression, you know, competitive aggression. I didn't really see this at the EMEAs.
Yeah.
I like it, Jeff.
Yeah, I like it, Jeff. He's one of the most determined players out there. His road to get here has been incredible. A year ago, or maybe slightly less, I played with him. Hadn't really played with him for quite a long time, and he just suddenly had this spectacular bank of knowledge that I hadn't seen from him before. And he, at a certain point, he just said, right, I'm going to become one of the best players in the world. Nothing's going to stop me.
And look at where he is now, one of the top players in the world. And with that said, everybody, it's time to go. We are ready for this third quarterfinal. Harrier, also known as Jeff, versus Marder. We'll start things off moving.
Yeah, big game. starting things off in moving, as you say, in Norway.
Big game. Indeed.
Yeah.
Big game. Could not be bigger stakes.
Yeah, huge stakes. These outer lines in Norway, very indicative of the country. This rocky green landscape, lots of water visible here. Madder first to assign, decides it's not useful.
Going very north here, Marder. Oh, Harrier was actually sneakily up there as well, but his map was showing us a hover over south.
Yeah, no, this type of coastline makes sense for north. Harrier.
Is that an actual place that's just called A?
Yeah,
with
it
dot
is.
over it?
Yeah.
No.
I think there's another one at the end of the Lofoten chain. I could be wrong.
That is low-key goated, bro. Wow, and it was actually max north.
Yeah. Max north. Even start.
Definitely an even start. So we press on to round 2.
We do. We go to Germany with signs at spawn. Harrier deciding not to use the signs at spawn. He wants something else.
Marder, apparently it's enough information for him, GC.
Yeah, I think it is. Altenburg might be possibly fairly big. I could be wrong. We have the 7 road number as well. So finding that is a good start, but it's very, very long.
Yeah, Marder currently, well, previously was scanning over that road 7. Going back towards it, kind of around it.
Nice move from Harrier there. He wanted a Landkreis, and he found it.
Landkreis proving critical once again, GC.
Yeah, but Madder has actually zeroed in on something here. He's very close to Altenburg. He might end up with a slightly more precise guess, I would think.
Could even be a 5k. Looking confident on that road 7. Checking out the neighborhood, and let's see just how close Madder has found himself. 1 point off, but a brilliant guess.
Yeah, no, good start.
Look at him go.
I know.
Look at him go.
I know.
Madder.
Again, it's just that reset. It clearly brings some calmness to him, even though it doesn't look like it. It clearly does in some way. Madder straight into Portugal now.
One of our most fiery competitors, and yeah, fires off in Portugal. Once again already talking to himself, takes a sip of his water. Harrier to react. Also central Portugal.
Making identical guesses here.
Yep, very identical.
Madder, couple more points on the board.
Chipping away at Harrier. But Harrier does not look affected.
No, he doesn't. Slow start to this game in terms of points. As we move into Japan, Madder turning around and going, leaving the village. Harrier finding some pole plates, which are really useful regionally. Didn't linger on it for very long.
Madder finding a big sign there. 2 road numbers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we had. Was that a shield or a hexagon? I actually didn't see.
But it looked like a shield.
Okay, the shield would be a national road number, so slightly easier to find.
Shield to perhaps continue defending himself against the Harrier jet.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, one was a shield and one was a hexagon.
One of each. So that's enough to get a really precise guess if you know the area to scan in. He's scanning around.
Excuse me, thank you, Marder, for showing us once again.
Yeah. He's around Wakayama, Nara. He's on the 371.
Big difference here, I think.
Jeff is around Osaka, so he's not too far away. Madder's really close, though, I think.
Yeah, Madder has really pushed his marker there as close as possible. 1 point off again. Get yourself fired up, young man.
Yeah, no, it's a really good start from Madder. Harrier just edged slightly more north there. I think initially he was closer to Wakayama. North America around this time, so this will potentially be quite big.
All of a sudden, GC, round 5,
US.
times 3, multi in a big country.
Yeah.
Beech Grove, Primitive Baptist Church. Marder.
Madder with an area code, I think. Madder is the type of person to know area codes. Harrier is too. Harrier going to Kentucky, where Madder guessed Tennessee. Harrier switching to Tennessee.
Indeed, going further east than Marder. And it's a great guess by Harrier. It appeared that Marder had the better information there if he did indeed see an area code, but nonetheless, Harrier swoops in, dealing almost 2k points of damage, drawing that lead back towards himself.
Yeah, no, really, really precise guess from Harrier there. Hard to see exactly what happened, but it looked like he found the area code and knew exactly what to do with it. So very good for him to make things slightly more even again. Right, so it says Sofia.
Okay, and Marder has locked Bulgaria.
I would be slightly hesitant as to how much to trust that piece of info. We could be very close to Sofia. I mean, there's no reason why not.
Harrier going south of... Is it Sofia? I've always said Sofia.
I've heard Sofia. I think I always used to say Sofia. I could be wrong. Someone in chat can
Any
can
local
advise us.
Bulgarians, yeah, let us know. And Marder there, closer.
Yeah, closer by going capital. It was a little bit outside, but very, very even so far after 6 rounds already. Wow.
Yep.
We're in Indonesia now, which it says Kalimantan there on that poster.
Good spot, GC. Yep, Kalimantan in that bottom right.
Yeah.
Marder now seeing another sign, another poster. That prompts him to open his map, start scanning, start refining the location he wants to go with.
Yeah. Kabupaten Pasir.
Locks it in.
He knows is in East Kalimantan, and I think Harrier's found similar info. Ooh, he's gone for the Max South.
Max South. 3 seconds.
One of them has it right.
There's a difference here, GC. 4x multi. Who takes the damage? It'll be Marder. Wow. Harrier with the airstrike. Boom.
Boom. Big from Jeff, taking Marder down to 1,000. Harrier remembering the Kabupaten slightly more accurately there, it seems.
Now Marder at a big disadvantage, but we've only got 3 rounds left.
Yeah.
Big multis. We say it regularly, Marder can bounce back here. That being said, though, he is in a tough spot.
He's in a tough spot, but we're also in a fairly tough country.
Where are we, GC?
We're in the Philippines.
In the Philippines.
And,
definitely room for error here.
Oh, Antique, I think is the province here. And ANT, right? And Antique's in Panay. I might be waffling here.
Well, that's fine. You're throwing out a potential idea, a potential location. Harrier going West Panay.
Yeah, no, he's on it. Harrier, yeah, I'm pretty sure Harrier's there.
Marder, I haven't seen where Marder's been scanning, because I was sort of glued to Harrier's POV.
I thought this was just Luzon Mountains at first.
Oh, no. Marder now tracking towards Panay. Wow. Kind of went east, maybe ended up in the water, and it is south. And Harrier, with a time 4.5, yes, he takes Marder out and takes game 1.
Yeah, wow. Both players actually put on a pretty good show there, but Harrier just took it, just kept composed in multis, found the info there first, and was able to do just enough damage to end it.
Indeed. Now we go to no move. That is a strong start for Harrier. I mean, unless I'm forgetting something, no massive mistakes from Marder there. There was one big round earlier on.
There was a big round. And
perhaps I'm misremembering.
No, there was.
But it didn't feel like there was a huge mistake. Marder played solidly maybe bar 1 or 2 rounds,
I think
that last
round.
round.
You're 100% right. He played the vast majority of the rounds really well there. But Harrier just kept himself in the game, did enough damage. Both players in Eswatini now. Small country, especially in round 1.
Yep, small country for round 1. Eswatini, and in fact the location splits them in the middle as well. I really, really would love to have mics on Marder.
I would love it.
And on the fly Italian translation. Can you speak Italian, GC?
Parlo un po' di italiano.
Yes, absolutely.
I've probably mangled that.
Pure mangle. Mangle, whose brain is more tangled on the server.
Yeah, we've got Japan here with some pole tops visible, pencil pole top.
Lovely.
I think
Japan.
Marder went straight into Kanto, but Harrier going to Chugoku. So we have a difference.
do have a difference right
Trying
now.
to get a bit of information from the Transformer maybe and how it's positioned on the pole. That can be useful in Japan. And Madam moves actually to Hyogo Prefecture, much closer now to Harrier.
Much closer to Harrier.
So probably nothing big, but let's see whose instinct is better here.
Yeah, let's see who's ended up closer. Harrier sort of refining, going further southwest. And it is actually closer to Marder as a result. It could have been very much 50-50, but no. Marder scoring a few points there, sending some damage the way of Harrier.
Yeah, again, another fairly slow start, first couple of rounds.
Yeah, nothing too significant yet.
Yeah, this is I thought that sign, I couldn't tell if we had a white or red border on the far outside of that sign. I thought it was red.
Marder right now has his marker in southern Spain.
Yeah, so Harrier switched country because he looked more closely at the sign there, the speed sign, which if it goes red all the way to the outside, it's Spain.
Okay.
And it's unique in Southern Europe for having that.
Okay. There's still a, maybe not so much, there's still a reasonable distance though between the two here, if Harrier is to stay in this more central area.
Yeah, Harrier's sort of Extremadura.
2x multi. Who is going to be on the receiving end? It's going to be Harrier. Marder with a solid guess there. 2x multi, meaning Harrier now down to 4.2k points of health.
Please, can we know what Marder's saying there? He just made an amazing guess, and he seems like, he looks like he's telling himself off.
I can't tell sometimes if Marder is ecstatic, angry, frustrated, confused, or just having a great time.
Yeah, no, I think the one word is passion.
Passion. Marder, you know, he speaks with his gameplay, but he also speaks with his body. That's a kid that is not afraid of showing his emotions and being himself, which can only be commended. Right now, Central East Germany, Harrier further south, GC.
Yeah, slightly east here makes sense with this architecture, I think. I don't mind either player's guess, but Harrier's actually, yeah, he is quite far south, Harrier.
He is sort of hovering towards Munich, in between Stuttgart and Munich right now. 3 seconds, Harrier, quick wipe of the brow or the top lip, perhaps feeling the pressure, but he rises to the occasion. That is a great guess, Mr. Jeff. 1.7k points of damage, and we are now even once again. Marder, tiny lead.
Yeah, tiny lead, really good from Harrier there. A lot of points in Germany. It just goes to show how when you get those 4900 type guesses, you really deal a lot of damage. We are in Indonesia now. We have tiled roofs, very dark tiles on these roofs, which can lean you towards certain places.
What about the place that Marder has just gravitated towards, GC?
Yeah, he's gone to East Java, so Java will have tiled roofs everywhere. It will have asymmetrical poles like these. So East Java definitely making sense here. Let's see what Jeff does.
Marder locks it in, allows Harrier to react, putting his marker in what looks like a very similar region.
Yeah, both very close to each other here.
They are indeed, and the actual location is a bit further west. Marder a little bit closer, making sure that Harrier doesn't get too comfortable.
Yeah, no, just extending his lead slightly, but these are the rounds that really matter coming up. Interesting short little antenna that's slightly tilted. Both
I think
players. Sorry.
No, they're in a similar spot. I was wondering if there was a difference there. Marder to lock in. Harrier once again back to back now, having to react.
Yeah, Harrier fancying this Viborg area ends up being a little bit further east.
Yep, a little bit further east. Marder again chipping away just little bits of damage, but those round wins nonetheless important.
Yeah, important, adding up a little bit. Still relatively close. And 4x is where we can see some truly wild things happening.
We're all of a sudden in round 7.
No, these
GC
going quickly. Yeah, we actually have a so we had a Spanish pedestrian crossing sign, but the language on the street sign is not Spanish, so Galician maybe, and Mada going into northwest Spain for that reason could definitely make a lot of sense. Let's see what Jeff chooses to do with this.
Yep, 30 seconds left on the clock. Harrier now opening his map, going a bit more central north, then edging towards that western area, closer to Mada.
Yes.
Not quite though.
No, so I have to say here, Mada seems to be more comfortable with the language point because that is not Spanish on that street sign. Harrier appears to be a little bit too far east, but Mada hasn't really picked. Well, let's see.
Let's find out, and it's just a bit further south, actually.
Yeah.
But Mada, oh, and it ends up being a huge amount of points, 1.5k.
Yeah, no, it's a lot, and deserved there because that's Galician on the street sign. So doing 1.6k damage in the process. It could have been more. He could have maybe taken the time to zoom into some cities, try and line up the grid.
Yeah. Yeah,
he could have dealt an even larger blow there.
This is a huge zoom by Harrier, by the way.
Oh.
Almost like he instantly knew the roads.
I missed that one.
Really sent it there. I don't know, maybe just, it's round 8, you're behind by 2k. If you've got that strong feeling, maybe go with it, Jeff. 30 seconds. Mada in, I think, a different area. I'd need to see it zoomed out. Yeah, I mean, quite a distance between them, I think.
I think that's where Harry zoomed into initially, but I don't know if he changed it to further west.
I think he went further south. I might be wrong.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
We're about to find out. GC. Oh, wow. No, they were.
Yeah, they were close.
They were shoulder to shoulder. I'm sure someone was around where this location was. I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, they may well have been. Tiny bit of damage in Harrier's favour there.
Dirt road now, kicking up the dust.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of Gen 2 coverage here.
Mada likes the look of it. Already placed his marker.
Yeah, Mada's gone down to New South Wales. We've got these eucalyptus trees. Tricky one to landscape guess this. Gen 2.
Oh, is Harrier thinking Tasmania?
Might be.
He is. He's thinking northern Tasmania.
Is the coast?
It could be a huge guess or a huge mistake, GC.
I really can't. I thought it was just very dry land. Harrier seems to think it's coast.
Well, in max 15 seconds, we're going to find out who is right. This is a big difference on a 5x multi. Harrier working from behind, a Tasmanian gambit. Now switches to south.
To Victoria.
Victoria.
It's still a big distance in round 9.
It is still a big distance.
Wow. That's
and
massive.
He avoids the Tasmanian gambit, goes south, and actually benefits, knocking Mada out of the server, moving up to 0.
Wow.
That last moment refinement. I think he would have been on the losing end if he'd stayed in Tasmania.
I think so.
I think so.
It might have been close.
I don't want to weave an incorrect story here, but it wouldn't have been. I don't think it would have been good for him.
No, I'm trying to work it out. He was right in the northern part of Tasmania. They might actually have been
50-50?
a fairly similar distance away.
Okay, yeah. Well, regardless, he wouldn't have won the round.
No.
So Harrier there, huge adjustment at the end, and now 1 game away from the semi-finals here at the Geoguessr World Championship 2025 Wildcard Tournament. Yep. Mada needs the reverse sweep. I don't think we've seen one yet.
No,
they're so tough.
They're really, really hard. We've seen 2-0 up, level at 2-2, and then the player who went 2-0 up originally wins NMPZ. Yep. But we are in Quebec here in Canada, I think. These trees have a certain feel to them. Could be a bit north, maybe, but we'll see.
GC, perhaps. A northern Quebec. Mada and Harrier, the pace slowing in this first round, as it often does.
Yeah. Area code there. Harrier.
Going south Quebec, I think, Harrier. Mada, yeah, this is quite a difference in a round.
They're both, well, yeah, so...
Little bit of a difference.
Mada's going with my guess, yeah. And that's quite north for Quebec coverage.
Okay, and it's a solid distance. Yeah. Round 1, almost 900 points. You know, when the multis kick in, that becomes instantly over 1,000.
Yeah.
A few rounds later, it's even more.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. Good start from Mada. As we know, he has to win this game, so what better way to start than that?
Yeah.
Back in North America now. I thought this was the US.
Unless I've missed it, I feel like Mada has not been as vocal over the last game. Maybe he needs to bring some of that energy back out again. Give himself that reset. He is talking a little there, some disgruntled facial expressions.
Yes, yeah, so it looks as though he found an area code and he's a little bit unsure of how to use it. Harrier, when he sees his US area codes, he's been so quick to remember them, work them out. They're both in North Carolina, Harrier more southeast.
Yeah, Harrier not looking rushed or fearful as that timer runs down, and Mada outside Fayetteville, 2 points off perfect. Great guess. So that's 2 rounds now, back to back. Mada up about 1.4k. Maybe this is what Mada needs to propel himself, to get that momentum back, to get that self-confidence, that energy.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what he needs. Players have these complicated methods of remembering US phone codes, and yeah, Harrier maybe just got that one slightly wrong, unless it was just a large area that it covers. We had a city limits. I thought it said Akron, but it's not. Hang on, let's see.
Players can do the talking for now.
He's got Colorado. Yeah, that's a Colorado.
Okay, Mada, Mada with that lock, and that animation is coming back. GC, I think that's what Mada needs.
Harrier's in Oklahoma. This is fairly big. It's not game, I don't think, but it's big.
2x multi, and Mada once again stamping his authority on the server. 3.5k points of damage to Harrier. Mada untouched.
Yeah. 3 very, very good rounds in North America for Mada. Now we go into South America, Uruguay. It says Artigas there, which is a place, I think.
Harrier, South Uruguay.
Oh, sorry, Paysandú it says as well. Sorry, it said Artigas and it said Paysandú. I think Harrier's got it there.
Harrier, South. Mada, Max North. 3 seconds. Big difference on a 2.5x multi. Has Mada got the road? Oh, no, not quite. And it's Harrier that's going to deal very substantial damage there. Well, not very substantial, 900 points. I thought the difference was a bit bigger than that.
Yeah, no. 2 slightly baity bits of information there. We had both those town names mentioned, but it wasn't too close to either of them. Although it was, I guess, in the same region as Paysandú, which does make sense and gets Harrier slightly closer.
Mada sent us all for a spin there when he zoomed in so closely on a specific road.
Yeah.
But no, it was Harrier that came out on top. Either way, we move into round 5.
Yeah.
And Mada with a big lead, a comfortable lead. But the flip side of this is that as those multis build, it can just take one hit. Harrier can certainly make anything happen at any point.
Yeah, and it's Norway, which, as we've seen, is a punishing country. Mada first to info, Narvik and Trondheim, so he'll know exactly what to do with that.
Harrier going close to Max North, GC.
Yeah.
Mada, I don't think yet to place his marker. Kind of looking middle south.
Yeah, we had Narvik and Trondheim on the signs, and then they're actually quite far apart. So judging where to guess in between them, not so easy.
I mean, that's a solid distance on this long country. Yeah. With a 3x, well, the marker splits them in the middle. That would have been solid damage if either player had got that marker.
Yeah, it would have been very, very solid damage. Maybe not the most useful signs to find there, pointing to Narvik and Trondheim, both quite far away from each other. So, bit of a sketchy one, bit of a nerve-wracking one for the players.
Norway, as you said, it's that long, awkward country to guess in.
Yeah.
Now, back to Thailand.
Thailand, yeah, we've got a couple of phone numbers. Are they useful or not?
I don't know, you'd have to tell me, GC.
They're not this time.
They're not. All right, no phoning a friend here. You're on your own, Harrier. You are on your own, Mada. 30 seconds, all of a sudden, the pace is fast.
Yeah. It's feeling quite dry. I could see this being quite far east in Thailand. Let's see. Flat and dry.
GC going with far east. Neither of our players has opened their map yet. We do not have an idea of where our players think they are at. With 10 seconds left, they are going to have to move soon, going to have to take their guesses. Marder going sort of central. Wait! Look at Harrier!
Harrier's seen something. I think he knows his...
What's happened here? Harrier, you've let that one go!
Yeah.
Marder, great guess. You come away and stay alive.
Yeah.
There we go. We need those fist pumps. We need those exclamations. We need those hand gestures. Harrier, though, at the same time, not looking shaken. Takes a sip. Maybe mentally resetting. He's still one away. Marder still needs that full reverse sweep. That means this no move and an NPZ.
Yeah, no, Harrier getting better and better these days at staying locked in. I think he thought he'd found something in that round. Maybe it was a province abbreviation or something that he misread or misidentified. Going into Ukraine now in the first round of this no-move game. Second no-move game with Harrier 2-1 up.
Okay. A moment of respite from the action as we have a mellow, presumably mellow, round 1.
Yes, quite a big country. Not a country I often try to region guess, so I'll let the players just do their thing here.
Sure.
But yeah, there are. It's all Gen 3 coverage, so you can learn some coverage metas which can help you work out where you are in Ukraine. Matter opting for quite a far west guess, and Harrier actually slightly east, so a bit of a difference here, but it is only round 1.
We will see how that difference plays out based on the actual location, and it's much closer to Harrier. That's going to be a very strong round 1.
I know, Ukraine always dealing these big blows, even without multis.
GC, good call, mate. Harrier now off to a big lead in round 1. Sort of as we said before, if that had been in any multi-round, that becomes a huge amount. It was a very big round 1 amount of damage, but with any multi, it would be even bigger.
Yeah, no, in multis that would have been massive. We have Mexico here with a pole. We've got coast visible towards us, sort of south or west. Both making quite different guesses here. There's land visible to the east.
These are different
with
guesses,
some elevation.
GC.
Yeah, so
these are on opposite end, like of
Matt has switched up.
He
though.
has switched.
Yeah, so these bays around Oaxaca, I like this. Could be 1 or 2 areas a little bit further up the coast towards Nayarit, Jalisco that could maybe make sense as well. I can't quite tell what the direction of the coast is here though.
Tough to tell.
And yeah, Matt has gone up to Nayarit.
Again.
Yeah.
Huge difference,
Yeah.
1.5x multi. And it's gonna be Marder.
It's Sinaloa. Yeah.
Marder had something there that just drove him further north, further west. Harrier stuck it out in Oaxaca and finds himself left in the dirt. Now down to 3k points of life. Marder with a 1.5k life lead.
Yeah, no, very good way to hit back there.
Is it another NMPZ, GC?
We can't rule it out, can we? Only a fool would rule out NMPZ in a game today.
I think, has it just been one game that we haven't, one
so.
match?
I think so.
Where there was no
Where it
NMPZ?
wasn't, yeah.
So we're 8 out of 10 right now.
Yeah. So yeah, we have both players in the northeastern US. Harrier currently has his marker in Maine.
Mod has run out of water and is like gesturing that it's empty, pouring the last drops on his floor. Please don't slip, buddy. Who is closer in this round? It's Harrier.
Yes, ends up being Quebec though. So neither player in the right country there, but very forgivable.
Not too big of a lead. I mean, 1k is a decent lead, but both players with significant amounts of life lost. We're only in round 4 though. There's been a lot of damage exchanged in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of damage. Turkey here, Matter going western. We have a lot of these tiled roofs. Harrier going for a European Turkey guess. Trctor will be somewhere offering his opinion to somebody, I'm sure.
Yeah, Marder sort of drifting off a bit more central. Harrier has not changed the location of his original marker.
Yeah, no, Harrier firmly in European Turkey still. Fairly big difference. Yeah, quite a big difference. If one of them's right on it.
If one of them's right on it with a 2.5x, it could be huge, GC.
It could. If Madder's right on it, for example, it could be game. He's not. I don't think he's close enough.
Right on it, but he's quite a bit closer. 2.5x puts Harrier down to under 600 points of health. That Harrier jet low on fuel.
Yeah, low on fuel. Madder's water bottle also low on fuel. Everyone's running on empty.
Making me choke on my water there, GC. Nice words. All right, Marder, big lead now. Round 5, and Harrier is on low life.
Yep, comfortable Poland here.
Is it a comfortable? Okay, no,
they're both.
Misreading the map. Ignore me.
Both going south with the elevation. It's not. It's quite significant elevation actually. So yeah, should be south.
Harrier getting the round win. It's funny though, because imagine if that was Harrier, he would be on almost 0 life.
Yeah. Really risky.
If Marder had gone that.
Yeah, we're at the stage now where Harrier really
can't afford to make a mistake.
No.
Well, we start off next to some greenhouses.
Yep, snowy South Korea coverage. Quite a lot of snow coverage is where our players have clicked now. Harry's committing very far northeast.
North. Marder now goes from central further north, kind of in between his original location where Harry is currently settled.
Yeah, there's a lot of... They'll be trying to think what the other player's doing here. Because there is snow coverage dotted around elsewhere in the country. If Marder goes... wow.
And that's going to be it, everybody. Marder pumping his fist as he sends himself to NMPZ.
Yeah, he's happy. He was so close there in South Korea. Harrier basically had no points left to his name, so Marder close enough to call it game.
And we've done it. We will end our day in a suitably chaotic fashion. We're going to NMPZ. To all of you at home, no move, no pan, no zoom.
Yeah.
Just a still image will separate Harrier and Marder from this quarterfinal and the semi-final tomorrow.
Ooh, big difference here in their guesses. Jeff going to Kazakhstan and Marder going to Caucasus, Russia.
This could be a massive round 1.
This could be absolutely
Marder looks confident. He's got that animation back. Harrier, once again, looking a little uncomfortable. But you shouldn't be, Jeff, because you are on the money.
Massive guess from Harrier. Massive.
3k points of damage. Marder chopped in half out of the gate. The gun went off. He shot off from the blocks and then tripped and fell.
Yeah, rough start for Marder here. Harry going straight into West Virginia. These road lines, maybe somewhat indicative of that area.
Harrier now exclaiming to himself. Marder quiet, shaking his head. Both in West Virginia.
Yeah. Well,
and it's further north. Harrier, for some reason, looking a bit unhappy there.
Yeah, Marder's health just under half now, but not a big round. Okay, interesting one here with these fences. Yeah, Colombia seems like a logical guess. East of Andes. Yeah, East of Andes seems like a good guess. I think we might see both players settling with that.
Yeah, both sort of in a similar area. Marder could use this extra time to refine his marker. Not yet choosing to do so. Just locks it in, lets it go. Harrier going to score some points there. 2x makes it just under 300.
Yeah, just chipping away, but as we know, even a lead like this is not comfortable in NMPZ.
It's not. Anything can happen.
Yeah, no lead is comfortable.
No lead is comfortable in NMPZ. The nature of NMPZ is discomfort. One still image, you need to guess where you are in this great, wide world.
Yeah.
An impossible task for most. Not so much for our expert players, but nonetheless always a tall ask. A feat of ultimate difficulty as we find ourselves in Japan.
Yeah, possibly quite a tricky one here. Nothing that... The pole's quite generic. I don't think it's giving us too much.
Marder's north.
Yeah.
Marder's very north. Middle north, I should say.
Yeah, maybe he wants to gamble a bit and try something a bit more risky. And it's an incredible guess.
If we're talking winning bets, Marder has just got himself paid off, and he takes the lead back. We were just talking about this. No one is safe. No point in NMPZ is safe, GC.
No, such a bold guess there.
Oh, you GC! You called it perfectly. Welcome to the casting booth.
Yeah. Harrier zooming to Mount Kenya. Madder close to Mount Kenya as well. Oh, okay, okay. I see what's happening, sorry. We see a mountain far in the distance, slightly obscured by the clouds. Both have opted for Mount Kenya so far. Harrier considering something else.
5 seconds left.
Mount Kenya seems safe to me. Let's see.
Harrier definitely feeling the pressure. Marder closer.
Yeah.
The points will be minimal. That being said, 300 points into 2k points of life is over 10%.
Yeah, well, it could prove to be decisive. You never know at the end of the day.
It literally could. Round 6 now. 3.5x multi. A 1k lead for Marder.
Is it Canada here? Looks like Canada.
Harrier agrees, so does Marder. They go back to back, landing their markers in central south Canada.
Yeah, Manitoba or Saskatchewan would make a lot of sense to me. Maybe Alberta slightly less so.
They both lock in at essentially the exact same time. Marder is closer once again. It's 420 points of damage now. Harrier is bleeding chips.
Yeah, he is. And, these rounds could be important because most of the NMPZ games have surprised us so far. They've actually gone the distance.
Yeah.
So building up this lead, it actually means something at the end of the day.
It really does. I mean, we saw Foul win out in NMPZ across the final 2 rounds. What's happening?
Wow.
What have I missed?
We've got Canada and Wales.
Canada and Wales. That is a massive discrepancy. Literally separated by a huge body of water, by that massive ocean. In either direction, this will be game, set, and match.
I would never have actually thought UK here.
I would never think Wales, just because of that white fence.
Yeah, but Harrier has played so much Wales. He's played so much Wales on Geoguessr.
Has he got a hidden knowledge here? Has he got a joker up his sleeve and will be leaving the surfer laughing heartily? Or is Marder closing this one out with a W? It is!
Oh, it's Canada.
Marder!
It's new feet.
He's done it! It's a brilliant performance. Marder, our young gun from Italy. Doesn't matter if you think it's Wales. It's Marder that comes out on top. Commiserations to Harrier, giving a round of applause to his rival on the server. Damn, it would be interesting to hear from Harrier. Not to make it a story about our exiting player, but... And again, bro, I am not the guy. I'm not the guy that has knowledge, right? But it's been like looking at that image, just purely to me, and it's so basic, but like that white fence, like you don't really see white fences in the UK, really.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
I see it as an American thing.
Yeah. I mean, Harrier's played so much Wales. He may know something specific there.
Yeah.
What a series again. What a match.
Yeah, right down to the wire into the final rounds of NMPZ. GC, what a day it's been. Any final words from yourself?
It's been a day all about NMPZ.
It has, it really has.
That's all there is to say.
Yeah, fantastic day of action. GC, been a pleasure to cast with you. We'll be back tomorrow. For now, though, let's head back to the desk.
8 out of 10 matches to NMPZ, Ziggy, and what a way to end it with the Harrier versus Motto one right there. Wow.
I mean, not only did we go to NMPZ, we started off with a 2-0 from Harrier, so Mada came all the way back from the deficit, taking the game. What a story.
What an insane story. I love you putting it that way. I mean, Mada, he just see all the emotion there, and then when he finally takes the dub, love to see that excitement. And yeah, I liked what the casters were saying as a little recap there about that final round. The vibes definitely felt better for NA, I would say. Maybe the pressure getting to Harrier, something like that. Not sure. But nonetheless, Mada is now our second confirmed semi-finalist so far. Taking a look at that bracket there, Ziggy.
Yeah, his opponent will be either Spaghette or Pan, so that will be decided tomorrow actually, but let's keep on that Mada versus Harrier game.
Yeah.
I mean, let's talk a bit about the rounds we had, especially in NMPZ. There were a few rounds that were tricky. We started off with actually a big round for Jeff, I was about to say, Harrier, getting that Kazakhstan right. We saw Mada in Russia there, kind of confusing like the southern Caucasus Mountains with the ones in Kazakhstan, and all the way from there, he was back against the wall, back, like everything. It's just a comeback in a comeback itself. Like he was down 0-2, and then in the last game he was down. So wow, I don't know what to say.
Unbelievable. Well, maybe he knows what to say. We can ask the man himself, Mada, the man who came back from the 0-2 and came back from losing the round 1 even on the NMPZ, man. Just talk to me. How are you doing?
I am shaking. Like, I can't even like breathe. I had like a minute where I was even like, I don't know, I was so emotional this last game and NMPZ because I was super like angry because I felt like I was playing very well no move. Like the first no move game, I just got a crazy multi-merchant and I'm so sad for that. Like I should have won this game with the no move and it didn't happen, but fair play to Harrier because like he played amazing. So definitely it was a very interesting match.
Yeah. Interesting is definitely a good way to put it. Yeah, I mean, let's just talk about that NMPZ. We'll go there for a second. We'll talk about you going Russia on Kazakhstan. You make it all the way to the NMPZ finally, and then that happens. What's going through your mind?
I mean, guys, you can see I'm literally shaking because that last round I was sure it was either New Theme or some like weird New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, but I wasn't even considering UK. I was so scared, but I already decided like 15 seconds before the round ended to put my guess there. So I was like, okay, that's it. And it turned out to be Newfie, which is weird because it looked a bit southern, like from general feeling. I was pretty happy with my guess, I have to say. And yeah, I didn't expect Harrier to be in his own country. Like that was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, Mada Conrad again on that win, taking the NMPZ game. I gotta have a few questions about the mental state of that because it was a roller coaster probably for you, especially after losing the first no-move game. As you said, that was kind of multi-merchant there. So you go down 2-0 to Harrier. How was your mental state? Because usually being emotional doesn't really help, like, but you were still like pretty outgoing. How was just that turning point from that 2-0 from there?
Okay, so the first move game was particular because like he played amazing. I misremembered a Kabu pattern. That's just me not revising stuff. I mean, I had a lot of things to do. And from that, Harrier played just amazing. I did a couple of blunders in the USA, that's true. And I was thinking like, yeah, this is another moving game. I'm going to get destroyed again. So it's just 3-0 and I go home. But I also remembered today, all the games are going to an NPC almost, I have to say. So I was believing it. And when I started having info, finding stuff immediately, getting damage in the moving game, I started believing it because I saw that Harrier wasn't that unbeatable. And so, yeah, I mean, then the no-move game I played very well, I think. I don't even remember the rounds, but I think I played well. And yeah, that it's kind of a wave. Then in the NMPZ, you start believing in it.
Yeah, man. And you did it in the end. Well, clearly you got a lot going through your mind right now. Emotions are high. So we're going to let you go, let you rest. Best of luck tomorrow, Mada. You played amazing today.
Thank you.
See ya.
What a day.
What a day. Ziggy, what a day. I mean, I don't even know where to start. 8 out of 10 NMPZs. I mean, the people hope for this. They pray for this many NMPZ because the content is unreal and we got it. Just amazing stuff.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 days done, but the big final day tomorrow, actually not only securing a winner of 1 tournament, but of 2.
Yep, we're gonna crown 2 tournament winners tomorrow. We can actually take a look at that schedule right now and see what we're gonna be up to. We're gonna be starting the day, finishing off the wild card from today. So it's gonna go the last 2 quarterfinals, then the semis, and then we'll finally get our finalist, that final slot for the wild card tournament to go into the World Championship, and then we will finish the day by finishing the Open Major, which will go in the same order with 2 more quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and then the finals. So 2 more World Champion slots will be decided by the end of tomorrow. I can't wait, Ziggy.
Yeah, it's only one day, but I want to have it now.
I know. I'm ready to go. I just hope we get some more excitement like we got to get today, and I'm sure we will. I'm sure these players are going to deliver amazing stuff. So guys, you're going to want to make sure you tune in. Again, starting at that same time we started both of these 2 days so far. So tune in once again. Geoguessr, guys, you don't want to miss the action.
Let's play a game. I'll hide, you seek.
Unconfirmed sightings of the GX Man have been reported all over the world.
My VPN means I can be in multiple places at once. I can mod my look at the click of a button. I'll block any ads attempting to promote the manhunt. The time starts now. Play the GX Manhunt at Geoguessr. Find me and get a reward.
Luna de amor, ¿dónde vas? Que me robas la calma.
All they want is Sheba.
crazy like the